Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Classic Bike Festival Ireland, the Go Classic Bike Festival Ireland. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to get things up and going here pretty soon. Of course, there was a load of delays yesterday, so we're continuing on with the programme with the Classic GPs, Super Sport 400s, and the 125s. Essentially, that's the lightweight class. So the Clark, of course, just finishing off his track inspection. You can see there he's just coming into the paddock, and hopefully we can get things up and running here very, very shortly. All the bikes are warming up in the holding area. You can hear the 125, you can hear the 350 machines warming up there, and we'll just have a wee ear out. Hopefully they'll be closing the gate. They have Storm Stacey there and Danny Kent. And just going around for a lap to see what the crack is. So fingers crossed the track is in good condition. It's slightly damp here, damp patches. It's not quite wet tire condition, and it's not quite slicks. So we'll have a wee. The riders will have a wee briefing with their teams and see what they want to do. So they're about to be shown the green flag, and they'll be going out for their sighting lap, and we'll go through their qualifying. And just a reminder that all the races are 8 laps. So back to a wee bit of normality, of course, once we get these machines going and get this race up. And there's 2 races then. There's the Classic GP, Supersport 400s, 125s, and then we're going for the big one, the Superbikes. So on this, of course, split grids, the 125s will be leaving separately from the Supersport lightweight machines. Front grid then, Daryl Tweed on pole from Rory Creeth in second and Stephen Tobin in third. Fourth is Alvin Griffin. James Ging lines up in fifth. Sixth is Eamon McKeown. And they're the 400 Supersports machines. First of the Supersport 300s is Owen Everard in 7th. 8th lines up Steve Bohm. 9th is Anthony McColgan, aka Paddy McColgan. 10th then is Dean Dickinson. And Dean was going well yesterday. Had a slight mishap, so hopefully that machine is sorted and he gets back out and back to the pace that he knows well. Ben Milan in 11th. 12th then is Marty Brown. 13th Adam Shields. 14th is Laird Shingleton. And then the 125 grid, we have Buster Sherman Boyd on pole from Lehigh, Kyle Martin, Malcolm Love in 4th. 5th is Gareth Arnold, Johnny Parker in 6th. So the machine's just coming round to take up their grid positions. So just here and there, they are 6 laps, much like yesterday then. So this is 6 lapper. And then we'll go back to normality. Here you go, the green light is shown at the back of the grid. So it is indeed. Clock, of course, just showing there 6 laps. So here we go then. They engage gear. They watch the lights. The revs go up. And away they go. Oh. Alvin Griffin with a great start there, but just missing the gear going backwards now for the 125s. Oh, Buster Sherman Boyd not getting off the line as well, but a great start there for Kyle Martin. Fantastic start for Kyle Martin, but unfortunately, Buster Sherman Boyd just not getting that machine fired up. And away he goes. We spoke about this yesterday. It may have oiled a plug. These 2 strokes are very, very temperamental. You have to keep them on the boil all the time. But that's Buster away. You can hear it's still a wee bit flat there. It may take half a lap or a lap to clear itself. And we'll soon see the red mist coming down on Buster, no doubt. So here we go then, the leaders of the Supersport machines up through fairways 2. It is Daryl Tweed, by the looks of it, who is in the lead, but he's under an awful lot of pressure. Roy Creeth, by the looks of it, up through Dunsfort then. And back out to the start and finish then. Here we go. So Daryl Tweed in the lead of this one. Second place is indeed Roy Creeth. Owen Everard, Paddy McColgan. Good start there for Paddy McColgan in behind Everard. He moves over to the left hand side. He uses the torque of that big Kajiva. The 1-2-5s then going through. It's Kyle Martin in the lead from Hayden Clinton. Great start from Kyle Martin. Johnny Parker in third. Fourth is Malcolm Love. Gareth Arnold in fifth. Buster Sherman Boyd in sixth. And Lee Hara. We're just waiting to see. Or Buster Sherman Boyd. Has he made it round? Again, he's okay. So just hearing there, Buster Sherman Boyd had a wee slip off, but he is up and okay. So he's absolutely fine. Again, sometimes these things can happen, especially after such an awful start, but I'm glad to hear he is A-okay. Supersport machines then, heading up towards Dunsfort once again. Daryl Tweed has gapped Roy Creeth now. Coming on to the start and finish once again. A big long look behind him for Daryl Tweed. And across the line he goes. A 1:23.7 from Tweed, a 1:25.8 from Roy Creeth. And here's the Kajiva of Paddy McColgan. He had a good run at Armoy in that machine as well. So here's the first of the 1-2-5s. Hayden Clinton now in the lead. Oh, the 1-2-5. Johnny Parker up into second place. Malcolm Love third. Gareth Arnold in fourth. So we seem to.
Lots. Announce that there's no riding in the Paddock. Absolutely no riding in the Paddock. Anybody go on the ride or go home.
So just a reminder, guys, there's absolutely no riding in the paddock. That's motorbikes, push bikes, scooters, anything at all. Absolutely no riding in the paddock. If anybody's caught, they will be sent home. So I'll remind you of that throughout the day. So Laird Shingleton coming down on his 250, the number 7 machine. I was talking to Laird last night and he is having awful bother with that machine. He's very temperamental. Once he gets one thing sorted, wee bike moves on to the next as Daryl Tweed crosses line then. That was a 1:23.7 that time. Roy Creeth, slightly slower for Roy as well, a 1:26.2. Owen Everard, quicker, he's leading the Supersport 300 class with a 1:27.3. Paddy McColgan away through. Owen Everard in the Supersport 300. Second place is Marley Brown in the 300 class. So I see the GP machine. That's Dean Dickinson away through. So still leading the 1-2-5s then is Hayden Clinton. Oh, number 2 pulling in there. That's Alan Griffin, unfortunately, has retired out of this race. So another call, please, for the open invitation riders to the holding area. That's the open invitation riders to the holding area. So again, track conditions not ideal, but it is drying pretty quickly here. A couple of damp patches. It's not wet enough for wets and just not dry enough for slicks, but it doesn't seem to be bothering this man, Daryl Tweed. Way through again, so consistent there, 1:23.9 that time. His fastest was 1:23.7. Roy Creeth away through with a 1:25.9. And there's the first of the Supersport 300 machines, Owen Everard. Paddy McColgan there. Thundering through in that big single cylinder machine. Hayden Clinton then miles ahead in the 1:25. The two classic GP machines together there. So Dean Dickinson just getting the better of Steve Bowman on the line. So again, another call please for the Superbikes to the Holden area. That's the open invitation race to the Holden area. So Daryl will be getting the last lap flag here pretty soon as he rounds Ringawati then and heads back up towards Dunsfort. Thought he was maybe going to be under a wee bit of pressure there from Rory Creeth. It looked like it from the start, but once Daryl breaks that, once he gets a wee bit of a gap ahead of Roy, then that's it. He gets into a rhythm. That's the fastest lap there for Daryl Tweed, a 1:23.6. Going on to his last lap, Roy Creeth as well. That's his personal best lap, a 1:25.3. Owen Everard still pushing on with a 1:25.8. That's a really respectable time on a Supersport 300 machine, remember. Paddy McColgan now. Hayden Clinton chasing down Paddy McColgan, but of course he has his own race to win here. Back out onto the GP machines. The T-said 350s heading back down. Steve Boom ahead of Dean Dickinson this time round. Dean Dickinson in the slipstream and trying to get as much out of that wee bike as he can. Gareth Arnold still holding on to third, but only just Malcolm Love tucked in behind him then in fourth. Johnny Parker looks pretty comfortable in that second place. As we look back towards the leaders then, Adam Shields and Marty Brown away through, having a good race there. Haven't seen Laird Shingleton again. There he is, and the leader in behind him then, Daryl Tweed, coming on to the start and finish straight. And a long look over, a wave to Laird Shingleton, takes the checkered flag and the win in the Supersport 400 class. Roy Creeth across the line in second place. And your winner of the Supersport 300, Owen Everard, across the line. Great result for young Everard there. And here's your 1:25 winner, just like that. Hayden Clinton, well tucked into that fern still, and takes the checkered flag for the win. Paddy McColgan across the line, winning the Super Mono. Of course, that big 700 single cylinder machine. So just an announcement. Oh, Steve Boone getting the better of Dean Dickinson across the line then on the TZ. Gareth Arnold third place. Johnny Parker in second. Gareth Arnold third. Malcolm Love across the line in fourth. Just a call please for Ross Irwin if he can make his way to the race office please as quickly as possible. That's Ross Irwin to the race office as quickly as possible. So again, winner of the Supersport 400 machines is Daryl Tweed from Roy Creeth. Fastest lap goes to Daryl Tweed with a 1:23.6. Roy Creeth in second. Third place then was Eamon McKeown from fourth. Ben Mullen and Adam Shields in fifth. Winner of the Supersport 300 then, Owen Everard. Owen Everard, a huge gap back to second place, Marley Brown. And then the 1:25 GP machines, Hayden Clinton taking the win from Johnny Parker in second. Third was Gareth Arnold. And fourth was Malcolm Love. And the GP TZ machines, Steve Boom and Dean Dickinson having a great battle there in midfield. So there we go, guys. The winner of the Supersport 400, Daryl Tweed. Great run there from Rory Creeth as well. And here's your winner of the Supersport 300. He's over the moon. So great result there, Owen Everard. And on pace with them Supersport 400 machines. So a great run. And Hayden Clinton with a win on the 125. Great result there. He's Sean Leonard's wee machine. And a proud photograph being taken.
A reminder that bicycling, scootering, e-scootering, etc. is not permitted in the paddock. If you are a parent of any of the children on these machines, or if you're a parent, you are not permitted to do it. If this continues, I will red flag any event that is on track until it stops. No scooters, bicycles, anything like that are permitted in the paddock. Is that clear?
So, you've heard the man, the boss man spoken. Again, no riding scooters, push bikes, race bikes, anything in the paddock. It is extremely dangerous and there is a lot of people around. So please, we don't want to be red flagging or any race or sending anybody home. So the big bikes, the Superbikes up next then, and that will be followed by the senior parade machines. Again, with that slight delay from yesterday, we're falling behind a wee bit, but the club have decided anything that wasn't run last night, which wasn't an awful lot, is being run today. So Superbikes up next, that's the open invitation machines. So hopefully yous are all in the holding area, ready and raring to go. So there we go, the green flag is being waved. And the machines will be heading out on track for their sighting lap. So that's the Superbike machines out on track now for their sighting lap. And again, the track is still drying. So it'll be interesting to know what sort of tyres these riders have on. I was talking to Carl Phillips last night, and he was saying new machinery. You probably have noticed the SBT Ireland Ducati. They have swapped from the Kawasaki. So again, just a new bike, a few teething problems, and he was saying the power delivery is really, really smooth. It's nearly too smooth for Carl. And it's a real, he says it's a real smooth curve, power delivery. And it's nearly like he was riding a 2-stroke more than anything, but he wants it a wee bit sharper, just out of the corners, needs a wee bit more torque. So as the machines line up then. So Danny Kent on pole. Mike Brown unfortunately pulling out of this one. So that's second place left for a few riders pulling out. Maybe it's to do with tire choice, perhaps. That's Ryan Whitehall as well. So that's unfortunate. But Johnny Campbell then lined up on the front row with Richard Cooper, Storm Stacey, the two Supersport machines, remember. But here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. And away we go. Oh, Danny Kent. What on earth happened there to Danny Kent? It was as if he was daydreaming on the line when the lights went out. And he's right near the back of the field now. So Danny Kent then has an awful lot of work to do now on that McCann's Martrain racing machine as they head towards the hairpin at the back section of the track again. Loads of riders just pulling out this one. Maybe track conditions aren't ideal and they don't feel comfortable out there, but through the chicane, through Deegan's then, in through Fairways 1. So fast through here as we see. We'll squint to see who's in the lead. It's Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell, a better start this time off the line. And that looks like maybe Ryan Gibson. Oh, he was in second place, I think. But you can see how tentative they're being up through Ringawaddy. It's very shiny looking up there now that the sun's shining on it. But hopefully we can get it dried. That wee bit of wind out there. And the sun's starting to come out now. But no problem for Johnny Campbell. A huge lead for Johnny Campbell. It's Cooper who made that move up the inside from Ryan Gibson. Johnny Campbell, Richard Cooper, Ryan Gibson, Storm Stacey, Derek Shield, Danny Kent, Mark Hewitt, Stephen McGill, Jordan McCord, Daniel Mathis and Christian Elkin back out on his R1, having issues yesterday. We'll keep an eye on the stability of that machine in this race. Carl Phillips then down in 12th place. That's not where he wants to be. Dean McMaster and William Donnelly then 14th. So Danny Kent up into 6th place. A few more retirements there then. But back at the leaders. Back through Fairways. A huge lead now for Johnny Campbell on that BMW. Richard Cooper in second. Storm Stacey's made it up to 3rd place. And he's putting a lot of pressure on Richard Cooper. Oh, good drive out of Ringawaddy. Storm Stacey, he was struggling with Ringawaddy yesterday. And he just got towed onto the back of someone and they showed him round. Which obviously wasn't a good idea because he's hunting down Coots now. There's Johnny Campbell across the line. Richard Cooper, look at Danny Kent. Danny Kent is on an absolute mission here now. The red mist has came down for Danny Kent. And he's making the most of it. Up into 4th place. Storm Stacey is his next victim. Richard Cooper then. He'll be expecting Storm Stacey to come through, but he won't be expecting Danny Kent to nip at his heels. Oh, Carl Phillips unfortunately retired at SBT Ireland Ducati. And McGill as well, unfortunately, on the Aprilia, has called it a day in this race. Phillips just going back down through pit lane and trying to get that machine sorted. Get as many laps in as he can, of course. If he makes any adjustments, he can move on with it then. So Johnny Campbell, look at Danny Kent. Danny Kent now up into 2nd place. Richard Cooper, oh, big slide there from Richard Cooper through Ringawaddy up into Dunsfort. Storm Stacey really putting pressure. Richard Cooper, oh, he stopped the machine mid-corner to get it stood up, to get the drive on the start and finish straight. Johnny Campbell across the line, a 1:13.5. Danny Kent, a 1:11.1 for Danny Kent, so he's really on a charge. Daniel Matheson under pressure now from Jordan McCord. He's in the slipstream. Dean McMaster then, no Christian Elkin at the minute. There he is. A mistake perhaps for Christian Elkin, the number 8 machine on that R1. He has ran wide somewhere. That was a 1:21.3 that time for Christian Elkin. So if we look then back towards the leaders, that's a phenomenal lap time that Danny Kent put in the last time. That was a 1:11.1, and in actual fact, he's still pushing hard because he's now in the lead of this race. So it's Danny Kent, Johnny Campbell, Storm Stacey up the inside of Richard Cooper at the chicane, and he holds the line through Ringawaddy. Will he be able to get the drive through Dunsport? Richard Cooper will not settle for this. He's going to try and come straight back, but what a mission Danny Kent is on that McCann's Martrain R1 Yamaha. Oh, Storm Stacey topping the back seat of his machine for Richard Cooper to follow him. That's a brave thing to do for Richard Cooper. Telling him to follow him. Of course, the leaders are getting away out in front, but you have to remember they are on Superbike machines. Storm Stacey and Richard Cooper are on 2 Supersport 600 machines. Although their lap times, they're starting to chase down Johnny Campbell now, a 1:12.1 for Storm Stacey. Richard Cooper a 1:12.6. Johnny Campbell a 1:13.5 that time round. So they're in good shooting there for the both of them to get onto the podium then. So again, the senior support or senior parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the senior parade machines to the holding area. So the leaders then back up through Dunsfort. Have a wee look at Johnny Campbell's lap times when he comes through, because I'm sure they have dropped now that he's on the back end of Danny Kent. They have indeed. So Johnny Campbell now a 1:11.0, but Danny Kent with the fastest lap once again, a 1:10.5. In these conditions, that is a phenomenal lap time. Storm Stacey then demoted back down into 4th place. Ryan Gibson 5th, Derek Shields 6th, 7th is Mark Hewitt. So a great run there for Mark Hewitt up into 7th place. Daniel Matheson 8th, Jordan McCord 9th, 10th was Dean McMaster. Christian Elkin round in Dunsford. He does not look comfortable on that R1 Yamaha as he comes down on the start and finish straight. It's trying to buck the front wheel and it's spinning the back. Look at it can't even go in a straight line, that machine, so he's going to have to do some serious tweaking at the suspension. So back at the leaders then through Ringawaddy. So Johnny Campbell, he looks like he's not letting Danny Kent get away here. So Danny has got past him, unless he's just maintaining that. Look how he stands that big R1 up on the fat part of the tyre to get the drive out onto the start and finish straight. Again, the fastest lap there for Danny Kent. Richard Cooper still ahead of Storm Stacey. I think he annoyed him a wee bit. Maybe Storm Stacey wanted Richard Cooper to follow him, but Coop thought to himself, how about you follow me, young fella? But Derek Shields still ahead of Ryan Gibson, but only just. Mark Hewitt across the line. He's going well in that second group. As we'll look through back to the leaders again. The senior parade machines. Can you make your way to the holding area, please? That's the senior parade machines to the holding area. Oh, Danny Kent has bit the bullet now. So he stretched out that gap on Johnny Campbell. I think Johnny's going to settle, but Storm Stacey pressurising Richard Cooper once again. Storm Stacey on the brakes into the chicane. Cooper closes the door on him. Gets the drive then, a good line through Ringawaddy. Oh, Cooper sliding the front end. 2-wheel drift through Ringawaddy on that Russell Racing R6 Yamaha. But here's Danny Kent then on the last lap. So the last lap flag out now. Johnny Campbell 2.2 seconds back now on Danny Kent. Richard Cooper and Storm Stacey. Storm Stacey 0.3 back on Coops. So one last chance. Can Storm do anything about Coops in this lap? Derek Shields in a lonely 5th place. Mark Hewitt still hunting down Ryan Gibson. The 2 BMW machines pushing each other to the limit. Ryan Gibson having awful issues with his BMW as well. The split throttles keep kicking in, and it's like the machine's just running on 2 cylinders. So he has tried to sort it out yesterday. So he has to keep a wee eye on that. Of course, coming out of the corners, when you're trying to get the power on, you don't want the thing misfiring and bogging down, especially with Mark Hewitt hunting them down. Chris Nelson comes through here, but Danny Kemp, again, still in the lead. Storm Stacey's got the better of Richard Cooper now. Richard Cooper's going to push hard through Dunsford on the start and finish. He needs a wide line, but look at this man. Danny Kent on the McCallum's Mark Twain Yamaha takes the win. And the fastest lap, Johnny Campbell in second place. It's Storm Stacey who gets the better of Richard Cooper for third place. What a comeback kid that was, Danny Kent. And a big wheelie there. And a big look over for Derek Shields. Ryan Gibson getting the better of Mark Hewitt across the line for 6th place. Great run there for Mark Hewitt. And it doesn't look like that machine of Ryan Gibson's. There wasn't much wrong with it that time round. But Daniel Matheson across the line in 8th. 9th was Jordan McCord. We'll just look through then. As the rest of the machines come through. Again, it's still a wee bit damp out there. You can see the shine on the tarmac. So fastest lap then for Danny Kent, a 1:10.1. Johnny Campbell, a 1:10.7. Christian Elgin crosses the line. Again, struggling with the handle of that machine. And that's William Donnelly then in 11th. We'll just wait then for... So no Dean McMaster that time round, but the leaders coming back into the paddock. So again, what another fantastic race for the Superbikes. The Open Invitation. So we'll have a wee word with the winner and see what actually happened there with Danny Kent.
Sorry, buddy.
Squeeze in here. So we'll squeeze in here and try not to get run over. That's the last thing we want. Danny boy. What was that? I thought you were daydreaming. Did someone tell you where the lights were before you went out? But what a result. What did happen on the line? Was it just a brain fart?
I didn't realise there's a quick start procedure.
Oh.
Yeah, just a bit different to BSB, but yeah, no, it was a great race. Enjoyed that.
And what a comeback. My God, you were nearly dead last in the first corner. You were up to 6th by the time you got here. And then the next lap, you were hunting down Johnny Campbell. The win and fastest lap. Well done, Danny.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Well done to the Bartrain Racing team. Fantastic result, fantastic start to the day, and plenty more of that to come. But of course, out now then is the senior parade machines, and hopefully, fingers crossed, yous are all in the holding area and ready and raring to go for this one. Good run, sir.
Yeah. It's still a bit wet out the
Is
back
it?
there.
It looks really shiny up there.
Bit of spray and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, not so hard right on circuit. Get in here now.
So that's the senior parade machines out on track now. And they're making their way around, of course. A lot of TZ 750s here, a lot of 500s. I don't know how we look to see if he did get out of bed. Again, it's great to see Archie here once again. An absolute legend in the road racing scene. And he just went a wee bit AWOL. Disappeared for a load of years. And then he came back. He got an award, of course, in Belfast for the Irish Motorcycle Awards. It was great to see him up on stage, a well-deserved award. And then that same year he came back, he came to Bishop's Court. Here we go then, the senior parade machines pulling down. Yes, I saw an S-Rod 1000. The 360 Honda 500 away through. Doesn't look like it's had its neck run as much as that in a long time. And again, a couple of super sport machines, Superbike machines just out. Just tested a few bits and pieces before their race later on. Of course, we have another 2 sets of races to get through. Plenty of parade, plenty of machines. We're starting to push a wee bit more. That's Dennis Todd on the TZ 750 Yamaha. Great to see Dennis. I was talking to him yesterday. God love him, he wasn't feeling so good. When he was on the bike, when I seen him getting off the bike, taking his helmet off, he had a smile from ear to ear. Adrian Archibald back out. Oh, relentless Suzuki this time round. Of course, he rode for that team for many years. So just a call for lightweight parade machines through the whole area. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again the lightweight parade machines through the whole area as quickly as possible. The sun's out now here at Bishop's Court, and hopefully drying out the track nice and quickly. But again, another call please for the lightweight parade machines to the holding area. So that's the senior parade machines coming back into the paddock now. And the lightweight will be coming out very, very shortly. Dennis Todd. Again, we said it yesterday too, he'd be like a fly on an elephant's back with his build on a TZ 750 Yamaha. So lightweight parade machines then, and you all please, if you aren't already there, make your way to the holding area for your parade laps, and that will be followed by the classic Superbikes and the 250 Grand Prix machines. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is us now back on schedule. So if you look at your programs, we are back onto the Sunday schedule. And again, all races back to 8 laps. And of course, all parades back to 12 minutes. So Fingers crossed, no more delays today. We can get everything through nice and quickly. So after the lightweight parade will be the classic Superbike GP machines, and that will be followed by the junior parade once again, and then race 2 for the sidecars. Again then, ladies and gentlemen, so the lightweight parade machines out on track. Keep an eye on He's smelling out on his 250. And now Lawrence Britton's riding his father's machine. Richard Britton, obviously an absolute staple to the road racing league. Legend V125 there, chasing down the 250. Cleaver Brown RS 250 Honda. So Cleaver Brown, you've probably seen Sean Anderson riding his machines in recent days. It was great to see Cleaver still pushing to keep these 250s out on track for everyone to watch. So again, ladies and gentlemen, can we have the classic Superbikes and the 250 GP machines to the holding area, please? That's the classic Superbikes and the 250 GP machines to the holding area. See you in a bit.
Call Bill and McGuinness for me.
Fuck, I just seen him there too. Yeah.
Where did you think you seen him?
Seen him about here. He was with the IMC girl. He's with Michelle. Aye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, then lightweight parade machines still circulating, a lot of 125s out, and it's lovely to see these 125s back out on track. It was great racing. It was what everyone jumped on whenever they first started racing. And of course, a lot of riders just sticking to the 125 class. You talk about a 125 build, so some riders are more suited than others. And you can see some of the riders with their smaller physique getting tucked in behind the fern of these very small machines. Sometimes I wonder how I ever fitted in behind the screen of one of these 125s. Again, that Cleaver Brown machine. The RS250 Honda. You know, I spoke yesterday about the 250s, how there was a lot of TZs. The problem with the Honda is, you used to not be able to get the crankshafts rebuilt with the burns, etc., and pressing the weight onto the side of it and balancing the machines. And but now there is a couple of companies out there now that can actually do them, so they can rebuild the Honda cranks. So hopefully in the future we'll see a lot more of them out here at Bishop's Court and further afield, of course. The crankshaft can be anywhere between £5,000 and £8,000, and as you can imagine, it's not great for the budget, especially for a racer. When most of them they do have an awful lot to pay for, like the tires, etc. And then maintaining these two strokes as well, with pistons and piston rings. Go the number 8 machine away through there with Paul Waddell, and that lovely RS250 Honda in its original colours. So again, just another call please for the classic Superbike machines and the 250 GP machines. Kyle Ryde had an awesome start with a win and a new lap record. So see if he can break his own lap record then today. Now that he's had plenty of track time and he's had a good run out on that 250. Of course, Bobby Ferry's 250 TZ 250 Yamaha. Keith Millen on his 250 Yamaha. I think he's in reverse cylinder there as well, so we'll keep an eye on that just to see if he takes that out to play. I'm pretty sure he did take yesterday. So the reverse cylinder TZ 250s, they are literally what it says on the tin. They are a reverse cylinder, and instead of the pipes coming out through the front of the cylinder. The cylinder's turned round, and that's why you see the pipes coming out underneath the seat. Oh, we've got a rider slipped off up at Dunsford. So we get a wee bit keen there. And it looks like it's just been a slide, a front end slide, lucky enough. So Dunsford, it is very tricky. It's a wee bit bumpy, especially on the apex. And just as soon as you want to get the power on through Dunsford, and it starts to ripple, and there's a bit of a bump where the tarmac changes. It's not an awful, it's not a massive bump. It's just sometimes enough just to upset the machines. So the checker flag then out for this session. The machine's starting to come back around then. And again, Paul Garland really enjoying the spins out. He said it didn't take much rocking for him yesterday to get this sleep. And that Ernie Coates track days R1 Yamaha. So here's Waddell then on that Supermoto machine, the Super Mono single cylinder. He did race that last year and the year before as well, I think. So it's great to see all these different machines out on track. Jim lay away through there again, another RS250 Honda. They are quite scarce. If you look in the program and you look down, there's an awful lot of Yamahas, Yamaha, and Honda, a couple of Hondas, and the Merhinda, the Moto 3 machine. So the classic Superbikes then, and the 250 Grand Prix machines to the holding area, please. That's the parade machines heading back into the paddock and making their way back to their outfits there. But the classic Superbikes and the 250 Grand Prix machines, if the remainder of you can please make your way to the holding area as quickly as possible. The track looks nice and dry now, so we'll keep an eye again on that lap record. Attention Paddock, can we have Balin McGuinness to the base of the control tower, please? That's Balin McGuinness to the base of the control tower. And in pole position again, split grids for this race. In pole position is Kyle Ryde from Cahill Graham, Thomas Lawler in third, Kevin Lavery in fourth. Again, Kyle Ryde chasing that lap record then. Let's see, Michael McCurr in fifth. Carl Clancy in 6th, Colin Slay 7th, 8th was Alan Dixon, and 9th of the 250s Pat Lee. Superbikes then, classic Superbikes, headed off by Jake Crean, George Halliday in 11th, 12th was Jack Cadwell, 13th Howard Selby, 14th Paddy McColgan, 15th is Steve Boom, 16th Alan Johnson, 17th Corn Smith, Robin Heathcote in 18th. 19th is Sean Gilbride, and Mark Patrick rounds up the top 20. Of course, 11th on his grid. So that's Kyle Ryde lining up in pole position on the fast line Superbikes TZ 250 Yamaha. And apologies to the Mitchell brothers. That is of course their machine, but they're told to watch the lights. And away they go! Oh, great start there once again from Kyle Ryde and Cahill Graham on a mission as well, but the Superbikes, away they go! Oh, look at Paddy McColgan. So Paddy McColgan on the Ducati, off the line like a rocket, tipping in to turn 1. I think he was maybe demoted there. I think Jake Crane maybe got the better of him there into turn 1 for the whole shot. But we'll look back then toward the leaders of the 250 class. You can just hear them 250 squealing in the background. All on slicks, of course, as they're breaking into the chicane. Fairways 2 up through into Ringawati. And Cahill Graham is really on a mission now. He doesn't want Kyle to get away with this one as quickly as what he did the last time. But he seems to be holding on to him nicely there as they get the power on. These 250s, two-stroke machines get tucked in behind each other. But it's Kyle Ryde from Cahill Graham in the 250 Honda. And Clancy then, great start there for Carl Clancy. He must have that machine sorted. He was having handling difficulties there. Howard Selby then across the line. That's George Halliday in the Superbike in second place. Jake Crean in third. And fourth is Jack Caldwell. So we're keeping an eye on Paddy McColgan. He had a podium yesterday, so he's got a lot of confidence behind him, and he's feeling strong. So the 250 machines in through the chicane already, heading fairways 1. Kyle Ryde starting to pull away from Cathal Graham, but look at the drive Cathal gets out of the chicane. Deegan's up through fairways 1 and 2. Cathal on the brakes. Oh, the back end of that 250, moving about under the braking. In through fairways 2. Ringawati then. Nice drive. Cathal seems to have the legs over Kyle Ryde up through the top half of the track. The real tricky section, but it's getting the drive onto this start and finish straight and getting the power down on these 252 strokes. The number 23 machine still hunting down, so Kyle Ryde with a 1:15.5, Cathal Graham a 1:15.9, so there is absolutely nothing in it here between these pair. Carl Clancy across the line then in third place. Howard Selby still leading that Superbike class. So it's still close there at the top for the Superbike machines. Second place, George Halliday. Jake Crane still holding on to that third from Jack Caldwell. And we're looking down the list. Corn Smith there. And Corn Smith currently 9th of the Superbikes. I win here. The echo coming up the slower riders now. This can prove detrimental to Kyle Ryde's race. So on the brakes then, Kyle Ryde just getting held up ever so slightly. Cathal Graham was able to ride round the outside and the slower rider, no problem on the exit of fairways. So in through Dunsford, up onto the start and finish again. Is Cathal within slipstream contention? He is indeed! Oh, Kyle Ryde missing a gear or something on that TZ Yamaha. So the fast line Superbike machine dropping back ever so slightly, but he's back into the chase. It looked like he was right out to the white line there, but Cathal Graham followed him and just kept it pinned. You have to keep these machines singing, you have to keep them on the boil. If you close the throttle at all, and I'm sure you've heard of the power band, and they just come off the power, and it is like missing a gear there. But Kyle, a wee bit of work to do, but I'm sure he'll want to get attacking straight away and right back to Cathal Graham. We're looking underneath the windmill, so it looked like Kyle Ryde was attacking again on Cathal, but Cathal got the drive out of the chicane. Kyle had to shut it off again, and he seems to be dropping back on that wee Yamaha. As they head towards Dunsford, Cathal Graham has opened the gap now in this 250 race, but look at the corner speed that Kyle Ryde is able to hold through Dunsford on the start. Oh, he's slowing again on the power on that Yamaha. It does sound sweet, it sounds very sharp indeed, that wee TZ. But he just seems to be losing out as he puts the power on this Yamaha. But Cathal Graham in the lead then, 1:15.6. There's another call, please, for the junior parade machines to the holding area. That's the junior parade machines to the holding area, please. And then, of course, we'll move on to the Superbike class. Oh, great race further back then. Again, Corn Smith stuck in the middle of it there, but it's Howard Selby who's leading this one from George Halliday still. Jake Crane and Jack Caldwell. The Superbike machines heading up towards the chicane. And the 250s again coming into a wee bit of traffic in the next couple of laps. But here they come then. Kyle Ryde back into the lead, but look at the speed of the Honda of Cathal Graham. TZ just struggling to get out of the corners, but once Cathal got back through him, the top, very top end of the rev band on that wee Yamaha, he gets tucked back in behind him then. So the Superbike's hard Selby, right out to the white line there, the number 24 machine. And look at George Halliday. So George Halliday pushing hard. Kyle Ryde, funny, posted the fastest lap that time round. That was a 1:14.8. Cathal Graham a 1:15.9 that time. So Kyle Ryde had a lot of work to do just to claw back that wee bit of a gap on Cathal Graham. Paddy McColgan across the line. And there's the number 99 machine then. That's Alan Johnson. They were having issues with that bike yesterday. They were having issues with Armoy with that machine when Jerry McWilliams was derided. But he's just decided to park it up. Look at the traffic. They're coming through already once again. So that's Mark and Patrick. The two of them ride round the outside of Mark through Ringawaddy. Look, Kyle Ryde up the inside of Cathal Graham now. Coming on the start and finish. Will Kyle be able to get the drive? No, he's shutting back down. He's tucked right in behind the screen on that wee Yamaha. He's maybe missing a gear or something, or he's jumping out of gear, so he's decided just to stay in third, perhaps. Again, it's all speculation, but I'm sure we'll find out what was going on after the race. We'll get a wee chat. Here's the Superbikes then. Look at Jake Crean. Jake Crean's looking really racy now on that R6 Yamaha behind George Halliday. Trying to get tucked into that slipstream. Of course, the R6 Yamaha slightly, ever so slightly off the pace as Carl Clancy crosses the line. The number 6 machine, he's definitely got that machine where he wants it to be. Looking back then at the 250s. Again, slightly slower traffic coming through here. Kyle Ryde just losing the drive out of the chicane, but they're side by side now going into the fairways too. Kyle Ryde on the brakes through fairways and up the inside of Cathal Graham once again through Ringawaddy. We'll keep an eye on Kyle on the exit of Dunsfort coming on the start and finish straight, because that's where he seems to be losing out an awful lot of time. He's holding so much corner speed, but once he stands the bike up, look how slow it is out of that corner. So it's the last lap now. He has to carry so much corner speed to keep the momentum up on that TZ. But the Honda of Cathal Graham, he's got one last chance then for this one. But back at the Superbikes, Hard Selby still in the lead, but only just. It's still number 44, George Halliday. And they've got the last lap flag now, so they're all going to be pushing. One more chance for these riders to do something about the win. So looking back at the 250s, Kyle is starting to pull a gap already. So on this last lap, Kyle has bit the screen, and he's a huge gap now over Cathal Graham. So perhaps Cathal may be making a mistake, or that wee Yamaha has finally cleared herself. We did speak about oil and plugs and whatnot on these 250 machines, especially the 125s. So here we go then. Kyle Ryde back out onto the start and finish then. Out to the white line one last time in this race and taking the win. What a result there, and Cathal Graham, what a race that was. Cal coming in second, but the fast line Superbike 250 machine takes another win here at Bishop's Court. Number 55 then taken at Sean Gilbride, but here's the Superbikes then. It's Hard Selby who takes the win over George Halliday and Jake Crean. Again, loads of great racing here. It's a number 87. Just looking down the side of that machine there, that's Jack Caldwell, but he comes home. Kevin Lavery on that 250 Honda. Then comes home in third place from Carl Clancy in fourth. And that's Michael McCurr then across the line. Colin Slay in fifth, Michael McCurr in sixth, Paddy McColgan then fifth of the Superbikes. Alan Dixon across the line, finishing up 7th of the 250s. And that's Alan Johnson then, 6th of the Superbikes. Corn Smith, 7th. Robin Heathcote, 8th. 9th is Steve Boone. And Mark Kilpatrick then across the line in 11th place. So again, a reminder just for the junior parade machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. So we'll go down and we'll see if we can get a wee chat with Kyle. Just to see what he has to say. I wonder what was wrong with the wee bike accident out of the corners. So again,
And I have to go through all.
wee chat just to see.
Got to take it straight out, fuck.
You went coming out of there, don't you?
Third gear's fuck, that's all.
Yeah, coming out of there, wasn't it?
I didn't go in it.
Yeah.
Just held second 13 revs round back and just didn't go any faster. So it didn't blow up.
So we have a wee chat there with Kyle Ryde. Kyle, I was assuming gearbox issues. Was that what was wrong with the machine?
Yeah, full 8 back with no third gear, so from second to fourth, so I lost a few seconds of that there.
Yeah, I seen it coming off the board. You lost an awful lot of time coming up this top corner. And we were thinking, oh, maybe he's lost third, but it was second.
No, third.
It was third that you lost, right? And then you had to skip the fourth gear. These two strokes, they have to be on the boil all the time, but well done, Kyle Ryde. No other.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
Carl.
Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you? After that, it looked so close. It looked like you were going to get the win. We know how temperamental these two strokes could be, but that wee bike of yours was singing.
Oh, the
Yeah. Yeah, it's some rider, but you're some rider yourself. I've seen you up through Ringawati actually one time. I thought you actually tucked the front. Can you remember that happening?
The biggest problem is with the outer bikes, I think the tires for them.
Yeah.
You're on like Superbike tires and stuff on them. And there's not enough weight in the bike to make the tire work correctly.
Yeah.
But if you never get Dunlop to make more the original tires, again, it'll be phenomenal. There's some bike, some they're unreal.
They are unreal. Congratulations, Carl. Good man. And hard sell there. Flipping heck. Can you not give someone else a chance, no?
I don't intend to, but these young lads are starting to get a bit closer, so I can't complain.
It was close at the end there, but you brought it home for another win. Congratulations, Howard.
Yeah, thanks very much. Really enjoyed it.
Good man. Carl! You see the one hiding, Carl planted. That's a wee bit better. You've obviously sorted any issues out with the machine.
I have, yeah, thanks to Clarence Bell, he redone the shock, and the front end myself and my son done it over the week, and yeah, it's a lot better, enjoying it, good fun.
You look like you enjoyed it, well done.
Yeah, good to be back, after so long, thanks.
Good lad.
Hi.
Alright. So the junior parade machines, if you're looking, again, a lot of TZ 350 Yamahas right on track. Oh, a closer look at them here. Storm Stacey. Storm Stacey getting a wee spin out there on that 125. 125. On his K4 350 Honda. Thomas Hogg both out in this one. Again, last year Paul rebuilt that TZ 350 from the ground up. Storm Stacey looks like he's cramping a wee bit, I think. Whoever owns that machine, just put him on it for the crack to see if he can tuck into it. Again, Stacey, he's 7 foot tall, this lad. He doesn't look comfortable on that 125 at all, but I'm sure he's still enjoying it and he's still loving it. He was out on Joey's, it was the Gemini 250 I think he was out in yesterday, and he wasn't hanging about at all. So again, another reminder for the sidecar machines, can you please make your way to the holding area. So that's the sidecar. Storm Stacey getting his backside right up onto the back end of that 125 Honda. The 125 Honda. You see, even in the racing here, in the 125 race in the lightweight class, a lot of the riders, especially if they're slightly taller build, will move the backside on top of the seat, and just to create that more streamlined position. That's Jeff McMullen riding Paddy McColgan's Ducati. He had a good run yesterday on Ryan Gibson's BMW. He says he came off, got off the bike shaking, and says, I've never rode anything as quick in my life. That's to tell you, Jeff McMullen has rode some really fast motorcycles, but that really opened his eyes. Again, the TZ 350 going through. We spoke yesterday about the amount of different frames that they have, because of beam frames, aluminium beam frames, they've got steel frames, and all the different engines as well. The G's and the E's, Paul Black out there. I think there's maybe an E he has in his, but he rebuilt it from the ground up for last year. He had some issues with it, but it's good to see that wee 350 back out again. And if you can hear that gargling in the background, That's the MotoGP Ducati getting warmed up. Fingers crossed to see that machine out. Or we can go down, we can have a listen to it and blow what already happened this weekend. Paddy's machine. Jeff McGuinness on board. Jeff McGuinness might come away here with a couple of extra wee toys. So again, just a reminder please for anyone in and around the paddock, no riding in the paddock as push bikes, motorbikes, scooters, nothing at all. So please, no riding in the paddock. Again, Keith Millen is to be out. I haven't seen him out on track yet, but of course, just looking over to my left here, and the lawnmower race is taking place. Just on the outskirts of the paddock there, behind us here, and the control tower, the lawnmower races. Has a good layout there. No numbers on them, but I think one or two of them will get disqualified from that one. And a huge puff of smoke from one of the lawnmowers there. But if you're in and around the paddock, go and have a wee watch. Sure, it looks like good crack, and of course, behind us you can see the setup for the trials bikes as well. There's Jeff away through there again on that Ducati. So another call for the sidecar machine to the holding area, and there's Ian Simpson. So Simo taken to the track once again on his F&M Honda. And that's the Taiko Suzuki machine. Away through. Wondering who's going to be riding this Ducati, the MotoGP machine, as it was getting warmed up in the background. Hopefully we'll see that out in the next session. Paul Black away through again. He's sporting the number 18 plate. And there's Paddy McColgan. Oh. So that's actually, I think that's Mark Elwood. I'm pretty sure it's Mark Elwood riding Paddy McColgan's Kajiva. And he's borrowed his helmet. And I think he's maybe Mark Elwood, maybe wearing his son's leather, Stuart Elwood. If you remember Stuart, great super sport rider, and he went on to the British Superbike Paddock, but he chose a different route in rugby, and he's doing very well in that, so a wee bit more sensible than the rest of us here. So that's the checkered flag then. Checkered flag is out for this session. Storm Stacey still circulating on that wee 125. I'm sure we'll have some good crack, and hopefully all the riders have enjoyed themselves this weekend. So again, Thomas Hogg away through on that K4. That's the DAF Suzuki. It belongs to Jeff McMullen. Of course, we'll have Norman Brown's Suzuki here, TT winning RG500. And I was talking to Jeff yesterday about it. Jeff was riding it. He was the first to ride it on track from Norman Brown. And he was getting. It was a very, very emotional time for everyone, including Jeff. So Jeff, I'm sure there's some stories from back in the day about Jeff and Norman Brown. There's Ian Simpson then once again. So Ian Simpson yesterday was signing his book. I'm not sure if he's doing it today. He was having a book signing at the Marquee yesterday just after lunch, but we'll get a wee update to see if he's going to be doing a wee bit more of that this afternoon. Alright, so that's the machines now back into the paddock, and the sidecars will be going out for their second race of the weekend. Just a wee announcement, there was a handbag lost last night. If anyone has found a handbag, it's a leopard skin handbag, can you please bring it to the control tower? That's a leopard skin handbag. Can you please bring it to the control tower if it is found? So it was lost last night, unfortunately. And if anyone sees it, can you please pick it up and bring it to the control tower, and we'll return it to its owner.
Thank you.
See the
How was looking, Michael?
Just about to call you a letter, go.
Okay, Michael, or sorry, my apologies. Anyone else around the circuit not ready?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, nearly ready to go now. The sidecars will be out on track any second now for their second race of the weekend. And then we'll have the senior parade machines. So once the sidecars leave out on track, which is what they're doing right now, can we have the senior parade machines to the holding area, please?
Roger, thank you.
So great racing yesterday. It was close between Paul Clark and Stephen Daly. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash, they really started putting the hammer down, but it was a wee bit too little too late for the pair. They ended up 2.7 seconds off from Paul Clark, but they caught right up to him coming on the last lap, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. So Paul Clark and Stephen Daly then on pole for this one, in the Baker Suzuki Nuts Racing. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash in second, in the DMR Kawasaki Cosmic Racing Machine. Philip Monaghan and Owen Keeger in third. Again, second to the Baker Suzukis. Tony Willis in fourth. Ian Harn as a passenger. Scobie Clock and Simon Meathen in fifth. Mickey McDermott and Carl Daly lines up in sixth. Seventh is Owen Kettle and Anto McDonald. Eighth is Ryan Deneen and Fran Newton. And Philip Newton and Johnny Allen then.
Quick reminder to people to stay off the pit lane when the
So just a reminder for anyone on the pit lane or pit wall, can you please step behind the white line until the race has begun? So here we go then. The machines, they're told to watch the lights. The revs go up and away they go. Oh, great start there once again by Paul Clark and Stephen Daly. So Stephen Daly then tipping into the first corner, getting the whole shot in this one. But again, keep an eye on Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash, and also Philip Monaghan and Owen Keeger. They were really on it yesterday throughout qualifying and the first race. So they'll make their way up into the hairpin and head back towards us here now. Into the first chicane, in through Diggins, and then powering out. Just touching the grass on the right hand side, on the outside, inside of the track, and then getting the drive on through fairways. And again, you can hear them flat out through fairways one, still giving it stacks of gears. Paul Clark starting to pull a gap on Philip Monaghan already, but Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash looking really menacing here through fairways. Up through into Dunsfort then. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash looking away past. Now they're really struggling. They need the drive out on the start and finish straight, but there is Paul Clark, Stephen Daly. Number 974 then. Monaghan, O'Reilly. Again, O'Reilly in the slipstream, but his outfit just can't out-drag that machine of Monaghan's. In through the first corner. Oh, he's going to go for a move up the inside of turn 2, no doubt. We'll keep an eye on them as they disappear behind the trees and head back towards the hairpin. So it looks like O'Reilly was really eyeing up a move for turn 2 on Monaghan. So Clark, Monaghan, O'Reilly, first, second and third. Fourth is McDermott. Fifth is Willis. Deneen in sixth. Kettle in seventh. Newton in eighth. Scobie, Clock and Simon Meathen then. Scobie, unfortunately, well, they didn't start. They're just changing on the screen there. So unfortunately, no Scobie and Meathen in this one. Through Ringawati. So O'Reilly has got the better then of Monaghan. And he's now starting to chase down Paul Clark. If he can put the lap times in that he was doing yesterday, he's in with a good chance of this one. So Paul Clark, Stephen Daly across the line with 1:19.7. O'Reilly then had an awful lot of work to do. Terry O'Reilly, Mark Gash in second place. Mickey McDermott then through. So Monaghan now down to fourth place. He may have made a mistake somewhere, run wide because he's lost an awful lot of time. And Tony Willis, Ian Harn just in behind him now. Ryan Deneen across the line still. Circuit. He was having awful difficulties with that outfit. It looks like he's on form now. That's Deneen and Fran Newton. You can hear the Sidecar making their way back up towards us. Flat out through fairways. Again, it's not as windy as what it was yesterday, but the wind direction, it has changed. And it's now a side wind on them there. So the smaller bikes may struggle changing direction, especially through fairways. So through Dunsfort then. The leaders, Paul Clark, Stephen Daly. This is a good lap time this time round. Didn't get as good a drive down on the start and finish straight as he did in the last lap. Lost a wee bit of time there. It was a 120.1 that time. O'Reilly and across the line, a 120.4, so he's getting quicker now. And he's on par with Clark and Daly, but he needs that wee bit extra. He needs to claw some of that time back. And you'll notice O'Reilly and Gash's time starting to plummet here in the later parts. Seems to get them a wee while just to get confidence and get heat into them tyres throughout the race. So Randonine away through there. It sounds like he's still struggling to get gears on this outfit. Philly Newton, Eugene Cattle and Anto McDonald away through then. So again, another call please for the senior machines, the senior parade machines to the holding area. So that's the senior parade machines to the holding area please. So Paul Clark, Stephen Daly then back out onto the start and finish straight. So no Terry O'Reilly or Mark Gash unfortunately. So they have had a wee slip off, and the riders, they are up and okay. So that's so unfortunate for Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash. That's their race over. So, but just glad to hear that the pair are absolutely fine. Mickey McDermott away through there. He's promoted to second place. Phil Monaghan up into third. Fourth is Tony Willis and Ian Howard. And again, poor Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash, so unfortunate. And they were looking really quick there. Their last lap was a 120.4. But here's Randonine across the line then. The passenger trying to get tucked into that machine as much as he can. Philly Newton under pressure now. Oh, Eugene Cattle. Newton briefly got past Cattle. With Cattle back through again into the first corner. As the leaders make their way back towards us then. We're just looking to battle further back there on, keep an eye on Tony Willis then. Paul Clark, Stephen Daly. Notice how they're not revving this outfit anymore. We spoke about this yesterday. So Paul Clark and Stephen Daly's best time was a 1:19.7. Their lap times now a 1:23.1. So that just shows how far they've backed it off. They're very, very highly tuned, these outfits, and you really have to look after the crankshafts and whatnot in them. Just with the back wheel spinning and gripping again, and you can very easily twist a crank on one of these machines. McDermott still ahead of Monaghan and Willis. But we've seen it before, Willis pouncing in the last couple of laps. And that's exactly what he done here the last time at Bishopscourt and clinching a podium finish. Oh, Philly Newton then, he's still pressurising Cattle, the number 21 machine. Newton trying to get the drive out on the start and finish straight, getting tucked into that slipstream. So Newton, Deneen, then pulling into the paddock again, unfortunately retiring out of this one. It hasn't been his season. That outfit has been really, really temperamental. But no such issues for these men, Paul Clark and Stephen Daly across the line. Just another shout please for the senior parade machines to the holding area. Get out for another spin here. Oh, and look what's going on up here. Up through Dunsport, and it's all go. They're nearly side by side coming down across the line there. Still Monaghan, McDermott ahead of Monaghan and Willis, but McDermott on the left hand side of the track. Is he going to try and make a move into turn one? Oh no, that was a squeeze. He had to shut the throttle. I think they actually made contact there into turn one. So Monaghan then pushing and pushing hard on the back end, literally on McDermott. And Tony Willis has a front row seat. So we'll be getting the last lap flag this time round. That's Clark and Daly. Look how hard Daly's working through Ringawati. I think they maybe just slowed a wee bit too much. Through Dunsford, slipping and sliding their way. This is what we're talking about, the back wheels spinning on these slide cars. But there's the last lap flag now for Clark and Daly. So if the remainder of the senior parade machines could make their way to the holding area, please. That's the senior parade machines to the holding area. The battle goes on further up the road here. McDermott still under pressure. Monaghan pushing hard, but Willis is starting to drop back now. The two of them are side by side. McDermott and Monaghan. Again, Monaghan trying that inside line. He was a lot closer this time, but he's not in the slipstream. And he gets the door closed on him once again. But if he runs a wee bit wide, he can tuck it back for turn 2 and try a manoeuvre up the inside at turn 2. Much like O'Reilly sort of lined up earlier on in the race. Philly Newton then. Oh, Philly Newton has already pulled the gap on Kettle. So maybe a mistake there. You can see how hard Kettle's pushing the back end of that outfit, squirming underneath the power. And the passenger trying to get tucked in as much as they can here. But here's your winner then. Paul Clark and Stephen Daly taking the checkered flag for another win here at Bishop's Court. They will be more than happy with that. Dominating the Sidecar Championship this season. Oh, let's all go further back. That looked like Monaghan was trying to make a move on McDermott up the inside at Ringawati, but McDermott again closing the door, and this brings Willis into play. So Tony Willis and Ian Harron are pushing, coming out of Dunsford. They're slipping and sliding all over the place, but it's got to be the number 72 machine. He gets it. Mickey McDermott across the line, second place from Monaghan. And Willis tried everything on that last lap, but it just wasn't meant to be. And he has to settle. He's off the podium this time round, but of course he gets another chance later on. As we'll look back then, has Philly Newton been able to hold off Eugene Kettle? And it looks like they have. So Newton, one more corner left. But again, another good solid result. Look at Kettle still pushing hard, still pushing that outfit to the absolute limit here. So across the line, Philly Newton 5th and Kettle in 6th then. So another great win there for Paul Clark. And the fastest lap of 1:19.7. His last lap was a 1:23.2, so he's just maintained that gap. So a great win there. And a round of applause for the winner, and Mickey Dermott. So Mickey Dermott and Carl Daly then in that great second place. Philip Monaghan and Owen Keeger in 3rd. Tony Willis and Ian Harron in 4th. Philly Newton. So Philly Newton yesterday, just checking there, I think we've got a change of passenger. It was Johnny Allen, but he's in 5th place. Eugene Kettle and Anto McDonald in 6th. So again, another call please, final call for the senior parade riders to the holding area as quickly as you can, please. So the senior machine's back out on track today again. And that's the 750, TZ 750 you can hear there. Just leaving the paddock in a haze of smoke. And the machines have been making their way back around to us. We'll have a wee listen to these iconic machines. Great to see them here, especially under the sunshine here at Bishop's Court. And there'll be a lot more machines out than there were this morning. The track was a wee bit damp, a wee bit iffy, to say the least. And some of these bikes are absolutely priceless. So with Brett McCallum just having a wee slip off, he's out for a wee run just to make sure everything's fine. Of course, he did have that machine scrutineered this morning. You see, there's that Honda 500 back out again. I think that's a 3-cylinder machine. The Rothmans Honda. Again, multiple TZ 750s out. It was great to see so many different machines out on track. So of course the Pre-73, we finished off last night with the Pre-73 machines. And we're going to go into their second race of the weekend then after this parade. So the Pre-73 machines, if you want to get yourselves ready. So the parades now are 10-minute sessions. And there's Christian Algan just out for another wee gallop on that R1. Again, having handling issues, just can't get the power down, can't keep the power down, even on a straight line. That's the ZX10 machine. Jeremy Snowden then. Neil Kitty there on the JSXR. And again, that's John Donnelly's machine away through. He's or the RG500s. And there's a TZ750 out there as well with no silencers, so we can really hear although the Rothmans Honda there, the 500 just pulling into the paddock. And so is Christian Algan on the R1. Looked a lot more stable that time round, coming down below us here. Again, the damp, the wet conditions wouldn't have helped that either earlier, especially if he was on slick tyres, able to hold the heat. So these slick tyres, they have to be really, really hot for them to work perfectly. The instructor's just pushing on there. Gonna see, having a look there, that Ducati still out on display, but unfortunately not out on track, so hopefully we'll get to see that later. So Ryan Farquhar then on Adrian RG Bald. I think he's given him a wee bit of a fright there. And here's our man Dennis Todd. Dennis Todd out on another TZ 750. He's absolutely loving it. He came here last year and he was looking around. We had our own wee TZ 350 on display, and he was looking around it, and he was busting to get out for a wee lap, and he's decided this season, this year, he had to do everything to get out on track. And what better machine to be out on than a TZ 750? And here we go, pushing hard on to the start and finish. That looks like Storm Stacey on the Relentless Suzuki. The Relentless Suzuki, very, very fast machine indeed. Of course, that is a stock bike. So you can tell by the racers, the number plate that the racers have on the machines. That's the Superbike there of Ryan Farquhar. That's the machine he won his last Ulster Grand Prix on. That's a wee bit tight there, a wee bit close for comfort. Guy Martin's GSXR 600, the Taiko Suzuki Super Sport machine. Lawrence Britton once again out on his father's Suzuki. That's the Richard Britton's machine. Yeah, I think was it last year, maybe the year before, he had a spin on the Rizla Suzuki. We spoke briefly about it yesterday. So the Rizla Suzuki that was ridden by Richard Britton. He done a few British rounds on. He also done the Northwest 200 on it. Storm Stacey on that Rizla Suzuki, coming on the start and finish absolutely sideways. Pushing that machine maybe a wee bit harder than what the owner would like. And Dennis just having a wee burn round here. Ryan Farquhar having a wee bit more than a burn round. He's pushing hard again. Ryan, the later half of his career, it was up and down. Literally, he was going so well. He came out of retirement. He was feeling comfortable, he was feeling good, he was riding the Taiko BMW machines, but unfortunately had a huge crash at the Northwest 200, and that finished his career. But he still has a go in the MCEI. He brings the newcomers round for the MCEI, and through the road racing, but at Tandragay or Cookstown it was wet and he didn't get a good burn round. He says, "Oh, look at Storm Stacey on that number 6 machine on that Relentless Suzuki, absolutely on the limit." And it's sad we don't have Bruce Anstey this year, unfortunately. So Bruce Anstey just giving it a wee miss. And that actually looks like, I'm not too sure, but that RG500, it looks like Corey McGreevy's younger brother from a distance anyway. It's just difficult to see. But I'm pretty sure I've seen a flap of ponytail coming out the back. He's in different leathers and it looks like his helmet, but I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. So Corey McGreevy, unfortunately won't be racing today. Of course, the McAdoo team, because of their religious reasons, and rightly so, they don't race, and everyone knows this, they don't race on a Sunday. But of course, Corey or Kia himself can ride one of these iconic machines here. You hear the klaxon going. That's just indicating that there is a machine coming back into the paddock and making everyone aware. And so they'll have a good look around them. So there's the Relentless Suzuki and the Taz Suzuki. So Storm just holding off and letting the Taz Suzuki away through that number 1 plate. But of course, Storm Stacey, it would be a nice photograph to get. But there's the checkered flag out now then. So the checkered flag being waved in this session. So the pre-73 machines, hopefully these are in the holding area. And that did indeed look like Kay McGreevy. Kay McGreevy does all the work on Corey's machines. Very smart, very switched on with the computers and mapping and whatnot on them machines. Of course, the modern Superbikes, they can change the map just as they're sitting in the holding area, or even on the line if there's a delay. So if the rider wants a change of the map, the power delivery, and of course they can pick certain corners to bring on the power earlier. These machines, the Superbike machines, with their GPS systems and whatnot. And I actually heard it for the first time. It was here at Bishop's Court at the Sunflower One meeting. I think it was Glenn Irwin. Glenn Irwin's team stormed with a big wheelie across the line. Then just shows you can ride anything. That young man, Storm Stacey. Yeah, but it was Glenn Irwin who wanted a change of. He was on the Ducati, just changing at each corner. He wants more power at this corner, less power at that corner, and a smoother delivery coming out of the Herman. So that's what they can do. So they can just snap the power on, and of course, but the BSB championship rules now, no electronics. And we spoke about it the other day in the chat show. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to the chat show because my young fella had a bit of a high side off the trailer, just in behind us. You know what young boys are like. So unfortunately, he had a wee slip and he hurt his head. So I had to keep a wee eye on him last night. But Jeff McMullen took over and done the chat show. And unfortunately, we didn't get a good chat with him or much info at all from the riders, but we'll try and interview as many today as possible. Dennis coming in with that 750 machine. Well, that looks like it may be actually, that's Corey McGreevy himself, I think, is riding that RG 500. It is indeed. So Corey got his old leathers on and his new helmet that was painted for him earlier in the year. So good to see Corey McGreevy on a real race bike. I'm sure he enjoyed that, and hopefully we'll see him back out later on again. Number 59 machine way through there. Kitty. Gorgeous Suzuki. Storm Stacey towering over that relentless Suzuki. And I'm sure the owner will be glad to get that back in. He was sliding, drifting that machine out onto the start and finish straight. Absolute talent. So up next then is the pre-73s, just letting some spectators cross and see in and around the paddock. Of course, they've got the family fun day in behind us as well, just behind Brap Moto there. And of course, you visit all the stalls on your way over as well, but you can see all the bouncy castles and obstacle courses in behind us. So a real family orientated meeting now. So the pre-73s just warming up in the holding area, and they'll be out on track any second now to line up on their grid.
Yep, no problem. Bikes are parked up here beside
So just hearing there that we did have a ride out planned, and of course the ride out for the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary, and they have arrived, and they're just going to try and get them into the paddock. You can see them there up the top half, just the other side of Dunsford. So great to see all you guys have made it here safely. So we have 400 machines. 400 machines coming in through the gate now
Yeah, John,
from that
up there for some reason. Thomas is going to go up and sort them.
from that 25th anniversary ride out. So there's the klaxon, and I'm sure they can sort themselves out when they come back around. But the pre-73 machines, Andy Kildare on pole from Mark Johnson. There's Mark Johnson coming down now again, warming up the tyres. And to remember, there's no tyre warmers for these machines. The tyre warmers so the tyre will warm up within maybe half a lap. I said it earlier, these are real sticky compound. So a huge grid of classic machines then, with Andy Kildare, Mark Johnson, Nigel Moore in third. Fourth is Kyle Parks. Fifth is Mark Curran. Sixth is RJ Woolsey. Seventh, Andrew McCrum lines up. Eighth, Gavin Duffy. Ninth, Aaron Larkin. Top 10 then is Pat Murray. Andrew McCrum, again, having issues with that machine yesterday, but hopefully get everything sorted now. 11th, Phil Murphy. 12th is Colin McCann. So here we go then. They've quickly got into the respective grid positions. They're told to watch the lights. The revs go up, and away to go. Great start there for Andy Kildare. Look at RJ Woolsey on the right-hand side. He's looking to make a move on Mark Johnson if he can get the drive into turn one, but there's no doubting the whole shot man, and that's Andy Kildare. Oh, issues there where someone can't get that machine started. These are so difficult to push start, and that's why the riders, the teams that have these roller starters, it's just like a wee generator engine with a go-kart wheel stuck to it sometimes, or else they have the one where the drive, I haven't seen them in a long time, but there's a roller that you can drive your van up onto. And of course spin, stick it in gear, and put the bike on the roller on the other side of the wheel. I don't know how safe that would be, especially nowadays with all these rules and regulations, and we're at a motorbike race for goodness sake. But the bikes are heading through fairways too now, up into Ringawati. Andy Kildare, that lead that he had going into the hairpin has now closed up again. So that looks like, is that maybe Mark Johnson? He's looking really racy this afternoon. Going on to start, or this morning, still morning time here at Bishop's Court. So Andy Kildare there across the line. Mark Johnson, Kyle Parks, Andrew McCrum, Nigel Moore, Mark Curran, RJ Woolsey holding on to that 7th place. Good start there for Andrew McCrum up into 4th place. Again, Andrew McCrum having issues yesterday with his 500 machine. And again, he's got a good head on his shoulders here. He does remember, he did win the 500 class, even though his gear, he had an issue with his gear stick, or his gear selector. It actually came off, and he had to try and jam his foot up between the frame and the selector to try and change gear. But he didn't want to push too hard, and he didn't want to pull in either, because he was leading and indeed won the 500 class. But it's Andy Kildare in the lead then, and under an awful lot of pressure from Dean Dickinson. Again, Dickinson with issues yesterday, but obviously that's all resolved. The bike's built back up, and he's back on form here, right in behind Andy Kildare. So out on the start and finish straight then is Andy Kildare. Number 51 machine, number 19, close enough in behind him now. He's closed that bit of a gap as we look at the times here, 125.6. That's Andy Kildare with the fastest lap of 125.5. Oh, we've got a red flag, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, this session has been red flagged. So again, the machines will stop here down below us, and hopefully we can relay some sort of message back to us. Once we hear anything or get an update, we'll be soon to let you know, guys. But this has been red flagged, and there's going to be a temporary delay, unfortunately. But if I hear anything, we'll be soon to let you know. So just hearing there, ladies and gentlemen, there's 6 laps to go in that race. So that will be a restart with the original grid. And it's going to be over 5 laps. So it's going to be a restart from the original grid positions over 5 laps. So again, they're just trying to get these machines started. It looked like, unfortunately, Dickinson's machine, as he got it going. Oh, he hasn't. So he was a contender there for the win. So they have to get that machine going ASAP. Just a reminder, please, everyone, can you please step off the pit wall and behind the white line just until the bikes pass for this race start, please. And then you can scramble your way back to the pit wall and watch some racing. But please step back from the pit wall. So here we go, straight into the race then by the looks of it for this one. And the riders having some issues. One of the riders having an issue there. Pulling off the track, but the green flag is being waved. Unfortunately, they're not going to get going. They may get started a wee bit later, but these bikes, again, overheating.
Okay,
And you can see the machine there. But here they go then. They're told to watch the lights. Creeping far away they go. Oh, another great start there from, that's Mark Johnson, but Andy Kildare on that 750 Honda just leaves them for dust. And fair play to that rider. He knew these machines were overheating and the tires were getting cold and they needed to get away. So he took it to one side and waited for the rest of them to get off the line. But they're all the way then and making their way round towards the hairpin as they disappear behind the trees. It looks like, we've got a glimmer there, that looks like Andy Kildare. Now, back to the racing, here we go. So, Andy Kildare then back on the start and finish straight. The number 51 machine. Oh, look at number 19, Dickinson. After that bit of a panic session, and we couldn't get that bike going. That's the worst thing in the world as a rider. If you stall a machine and you're trying to panic, you're trying to work things out, it is the worst thing in the world to do. Remember one time at the Northwest 200, 1 year I had the ZX10, I left traction control on, up full, in the dry, and the bike would not move at all, especially in the university, so I had to stop, switch the bike off, reset it, and it was an absolute panic station. But lucky enough, that was in practice. But what he must have been feeling during that race, or before that race start. But Dickinson still tucked in behind Andy Kildare. He looks like he's actually maintaining that bit of a gap as they break down into fairways 2 through Ringawati. So Dickinson really sharp on the brakes on his machine. And Mark Johnson ahead of the group there. We'll keep a wee eye on Nigel Moore if we can. But the leaders coming on to start and finish straight now. Andy Kildare, number 51. Number 19, Dickinson, tucked in behind him. He's in the slipstream now. But look at Mark Johnson. Look at Kyle Parks. So Kyle Parks over the left-hand side out drags Mark Johnson on his 350. Oh, Mark trying to squeeze up the inside again, up into turn 1. Again, you have to really watch. If you're diving up the inside, you're taking an early apex, and into turn 2, it can completely destroy everything. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there is the 25th, the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary parade making their way into the paddock. Again, 400 motorcycles. 400 motorcycles, and they're queued right the whole way around. I'm sure they were queued down back into down Paddock from the gate. So the leaders then, the Nigel Moore looking real sharp as well there. He's pushing and pushing that machine as hard as he can. That was Dean Dickinson with the fastest lap the last time round, a 1:23.6. So Dean Dickinson, obviously, here he goes in. He's in the lead now. And Andy Kildare pushing really hard now in the slipstream. He moves over to the right-hand side. He thinks better of it. Moves over to the left-hand side. And maybe fishing for a move up the inside. So as the laps go on here, we'll have a look to see the lightweight parade machines. If you can please make your way to the holding area. That's the lightweight parade machines to the holding area. Again, that's number 903 there. So 903 coming through. That's Phil Murphy. We have an issue there with Dean Dickinson's transponder. So he's going to have to be slotted in manually, unfortunately, and that doesn't bode well for our timekeepers. We have a bit of extra work for them to do. But Richard loves a challenge. Dickinson still in the lead, but Andy Kildare is not letting him go. The gap is maintained there, so it's still absolutely nothing in it. Kyle Parks still in that third place. Mark Johnson in fourth as they come back down towards us again. Oh, missing a gear. So Dickinson missed a gear there. Andy Kildare had to swipe over the left-hand side just to avoid him, and coming into turn one then, Andy Kildare in the lead. Back in the lead of this race. Kyle Parks starting to pull away ever so slightly. Kyle Parks again. We're having a look to see Dickinson still not registering there on the timing screen, but Kyle Parks is in third place. Mark Johnson in fourth, but he's still under pressure from Nigel Moore. Great run there for RJ Woolsey as well. Unfortunately, RJ missed his race last night because he was in the marquee, gancing like an old woman that he is. And he completely missed his race, so he was in his leathers, ready to go, but he's flat out now and currently in that fifth place. So Dean Dickinson back on our screens then. So the checkered flag now being ready as we look up towards Dunsport. It looks like Andy Kildare on his own. Here he is then, number 51, takes the checkered flag. Where is Dean Dickinson? Dean looking down the left-hand side is right. There's something wrong with his machine, but he's going to cross the line. And he's made it for second place. What a result there for Kyle Parks as well in third. Nigel Moore across the line in fourth, just ahead of Mark Johnson and RJ Woolsey in good contention there. RJ Woolsey making up then the top six. Andrew McCrum across the line in seventh. Eighth was Malcolm Benson. Ninth was Mark Kern. And we should then be expecting Phil Murphy here as he rounds Dunsport out on the start and finish straight. A nice wide line, avoiding them bumps that we spoke about earlier. So the number... That was Bram Mappy's apologies. So here we go then. Number 903 machine across the line. Taking 10th. Sean Leonard in 11th. Cal McCann in 12th. 13th was Paul McMahon. Oh, here we go. The 250 Suzuki across the line. Adam McKee getting the better Aaron Larkin there. And Brendan Neeson. So again, lightweight parade machines. Can you please make your way to the holding area? That's the lightweight parade machines to the holding area, please. And then that will be followed by the Super Sport machines. That's the Super Sport 600 machines. See there, the crowds that are coming in here now. Apologies, anyone with vertigo. Just moving one of the cameras. We're going to have a quick nosy. 400 motorcycles have just arrived at the gate. And that's another 400 spectators making their way. Well, more than 400 as they make their way through into the paddock.
Alright, come in, well. Photograph of everybody if possible.
I think I got that. Okay, attention Paddock and attention all 25th anniversary Joey Dunlop ride out participants. After the Joey Dunlop tribute laps, can you all please make your way to the start and finish? So anyone around here, you're all wearing your bibs at the minute. And remember, there was 400 bikes that came through the gate, but anyone participating in that motorbike run, can you please make your way to the start and finish after the 25th anniversary parade? So we'll keep you up to date on time schedules and whatnot from that. The lightweight machines then headed out on track. It's alright. Let's try and.
You didn't mind me driving up here then?
Oh, you're alright. So that's the lightweight machines just making their way around. And again, another chance to see these iconic machines out on track as Dean McMaster just making his way back into the paddock. He's out testing that ZX10 machine. And young Nicky Burns as well, number 211 on the McKillop Motorcycle Racing Suzuki. Nicky Burns, he's had a fantastic season so far. He's clinched a couple of wins and he's doing very well. Young Joel Herr going through there on his 250 Kawasaki. Remember, Joel is doing phenomenally well in the Ulster Superbike Championships in the Moto 1 class. The Moto 1 primarily are 300cc machines. And of course, Joel just on the back foot that wee bit with a 250, but he's made it all up. Always makes it up with corner speed, and of course on the brakes as well. A wee bit harder for him, but of course we all do say if you can ride a slow bike fast, what can you do on a fast bike? And that's exactly what we're waiting for. And we actually have Peter Eaton up here, team principal.
Yeah,
team principal. So General Dog's Body. So Peter Eaton, he's the main man of Two Strokes Racing, and we're hoping to get Joel perhaps across the water. So Peter, you tell us a wee bit about the team, and you have actually loads of riders, haven't you, that race for you? And tell us a wee bit about what you're hoping for the future with Joel.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Gareth. So yeah, with the team, we've got 5 riders in total. We've got in World Superbikes, we look after a young female, Jamie Hanks Elliott, and we've also, she's in the Women's World Superbike Championship. Yeah. We've also got in BSB, we've got Harley Preble and Liam Vella in the F900 race. We've also got, obviously, as you know, Joel Hare flying past us there.
Yeah.
You can see the marshals trying to keep up, but he's struggling a bit. Never mind, go on, son, put the hammer down. And we've also got young Archie White, who's in No Limits in the club racing, and he's coming up to BSB for next year.
Yeah.
But with Joel, the kit's all there ready to go, with the setups ready to go. So the plan is that when he turns 14, which I believe is not next season, so we'll do another season here. The year after, we'll be having him up into BSB. We've got some very exciting news to announce later on in the year, which will help Joel when he's 14.
Brilliant.
So yeah, Joel will be in BSB.
Yeah.
We've got some great backing this year. We picked up backing from OMG Racing, which is huge. Absolutely mega. They've obviously changed now slightly. Hasn't changed what they're doing with us.
Yeah.
So he's definitely coming up to BSB and definitely one to watch for the future. 3-time already champion. Over here. Yeah. We'll see how many he's going to have when he gets over there.
Brilliant. It'll be real interesting to see what you have in store for Joel. And of course, he did start later this season on that 250 machine because depending on what way the birthdays fall and stuff like that. So hopefully, as you say, when he turns 14, maybe a wee bit later than what he's hoping, because we know how impatient.
It's kind of just about right.
So we're trying to get him back up and hopefully see him in the BSB paddock then. As you say, everything's ready and raring to go for him. So we'll be looking forward to seeing what the future holds for young Joel Herr. And he's out here on his 250 as well. So the 250 machine, are the machines supplied by yourself, or you support all the riders?
It depends on the bikes that are out there. Like we've got a lad, you love me calling him a lad, young lad, Evo. He's riding one of my 600s.
Is that, yes, I've seen them out in the 600.
He's actually one of the mechanics for when we're out racing. So I said, why don't you come over and enjoy that? So that's one of my bikes. Most of the riders ride their own and we support them. But that might have to change next year with what I've got coming up, which is all good news. But can I just tell you about yesterday with Joel?
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
So I was out on track, I managed to get 3 laps because I wanted to get a photograph on track with Joel. So there I am, enjoying riding around with him. And then when we came down the start-finish line on the second lap, I thought, I've heard your exhaust pipe, but you can hear mine now, and I just opened the taps up and just went. So I'm on a 600, he's on his 250. We're coming into the first corner, not sure the name of it there. I'm braking like Billy-O, getting the corner, and just swiftly just comes around the inside of me, looks up at me as if to say, are you going to follow me or what?
Oh, brilliant, fantastic. And that's the racer's mentality, just straight away, like showing the boss around and showing the boss who's boss, really. And then, fair play, Peter, and that's a great insight. We're really, I've got goosebumps, I've got goosebumps, and really looking forward to seeing what the future holds And you can see out here, you've seen it, and you've seen it firsthand. His riding style and his determination, and it's looking bright.
But for Joel, it's a case of why do I need to go to school? I'm going to be a champion bike racer. There is no plan B. But, but what I've got to say is, what an event!
Yeah,
put on by Robin and Philip and the whole team. It's a mega event, and we will be back next year, guaranteed. That'll bring some people to race as well as the bike.
Happy days. Of course, we're giving some of them the BMW F900s over as well. There is a rider and races one of them over here as well, and it's great to see it out on track. So hopefully we can get some more back, and we can get it more populated here on the grids. Fingers crossed, but definitely one to keep an eye on.
Cracking set of machinery out there. When you see the TZs coming past, that's what I cut my teeth on, the TZ 350.
Yes.
But seeing the lights that are out there, these are some proper special pieces of kit out there. Absolutely stunning. And when you see the likes of the I've seen a couple of TZ 750s and the RD 500s, it's just unbelievable.
Stunning.
Absolutely stunning.
Yep.
And for me, I'm a bit older than probably a lot of the people that are here. But it's all the kind of stuff that I grew up watching with my dad.
Yep.
And it brings back that. So, what a cracking event for that. Really do appreciate you being here.
Well, Brennan, we appreciate you being here as well, Pete, and of course spreading the word and over and across the water. We've got some great spectacles here today. Of course, don't forget, guys, we have the family fun event as well. So it is really family orientated now. This event. And I remember when they first started, it was just parade laps, and literally you just riding around all day. The fields were empty and whatnot, and just look at how much it's grown here today. We have lawnmower racing, which I have never seen in my TIFF, and we have the family fun. Was that Joe going around the outside? I thought that was a Superbike going around. He was that fast, going through Dunsport with young Joel Hur on that luminous yellow and blue, gorgeous colour scheme, by the way. And I don't think he even seen that rider there before. But fantastic, and that just shows the mentality, a proper racer's mentality.
He's parading.
But no, sorry, yes, a parading mentality. Of course, someone said earlier in the Riders' Brief, it was yesterday, what do you get if you win the parade lap? I was like, oh no, this is just another Philip McCallum story here. There's Lawrence Britton once again out in his father's Suzuki. That's Richard Britton. And again, the radio's been messing about, Pete, the last couple of days. And yesterday I had my earpiece in, and I had to rip it out because it was blowing my eardrums. And I thought, I'll just not even bother with it today. I'll keep listening now and again, but I'm going to get shouted at, no doubt, throughout the day.
That's only my job. I get shouted at.
So we're looking here, back up at Joel Hur. Look at the corner speed that he's holding through Dunsport. That is phenomenal. You can see the checkered flag is out now for this session. But it just shows, I think we touched on it yesterday, some of these 125s and 250s and whatnot. And you can see it there with Joel Hur on that 250 Kawasaki. The corner speed he's able to hold. You're cornering around the outside of riders, and you're cornering quicker than Superbikes. I think we touched on it with the chat. It was the chat show actually yesterday or on Friday afternoon, and some of these machines, they're banning, or unfortunately it looks like a lot of the Superbikes are going to be coming away from a lot of the tracks, a lot of the road races and whatnot. But the thing is, Superbikes use their power in a straight line. Corner speed, they're probably one of the slowest through a corner. And you have the Supersport machines, you have the Supersport 300 machines, you have all these smaller bikes that are cornering twice as quick as the Superbikes are. So why are we taking the Superbikes? Like, it's very rarely someone falls off in a straight line. Isn't that right? You get the power down, You get the bike on the fat part of the tire. These Superbike riders, they know exactly what they're doing. So we'll ban that, and we'll keep the fastest bikes going through the fastest corners. All right, it's good to see as a spectator, but do you think it's really a good idea to be taking Superbikes away? Some tracks maybe, but say these super sport machines, like they're coming up to 190 mile an hour now as well. So do you think, is it worthwhile stripping the championships from Superbikes?
I'm not sure myself that it is, because you're taking sort of like the thoroughbred element out of the paddock, and that's what we come to watch. When the RG 500s were out in their dominance, that's what people went to watch. The 125s were, everyone that raced a 125 wanted to get to a 250 because the 250 was a step to the 500. And that was it. Whereas if you take the Superbike away, you've taken away the ultimate goal. What then replaces a Superbike? There's a clue in the name. Superbike.
Super,
You know, so it's I agree with you. But we've had the thought about with the corner speed and Joel and so forth. If you put a fast rider on a slow bike, he has to work harder. Therefore, his racecraft will get better and better.
Faster.
Put him on a 300 or a bigger bike when he's on that.
He's spoiled.
Absolutely. So if he works hard now, hopefully it's the hard work at the beginning to make the rest of it easier. That's the plan. You know.
Brilliant. Well, happy days again, Pete. We look forward, and thanks very much for coming up for another chat, and thanks very much for tuning in to Comedy Corner as well. We do our best here to bring what we have here across the world. So thanks very much, Pete.
Cheers.
And I'll speak to you later on. Gentlemen,
cheers.
Absolute gentlemen, and all the best for the future. So great insight there, great chat with Pete as the machines are making their way back into the paddock. And we will have the Super Sport machines, the next generation Super Sport Pros are making their way out onto the track here any second now. When I say a hell of a crowd coming back into the paddock. And just a reminder, everyone coming in here, a lot of you have came from that 25th anniversary ride out, and it is absolutely fantastic to see us all here. Just to let you know, we want to get a photo shoot with all of you and the Dunlop family out on the grid straight after the 25th anniversary parade. So if you can all gather straight immediately after the 25th anniversary Joy Dunlop parade laps, if you can please gather on the grid, and we'll get a photograph with yourselves, the bikes, the family, and it will be a lovely one, and it'll be certainly in next year's programme. So please, if you can all gather straight after the 25th anniversary parades.
Also, immediately before the joint, I'm going to take Linda and Joanne and some of the family members out in the car, so it'll be immediately before the joint.
And just hearing there that immediately before the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary parade lap, John is going to bring Linda and the family out around the track for a lap in the car. So again, you're braver than I am getting in the car with that man. And of course, we'll have to show our appreciation, and even to the family, waving the whole way around, and of course to all the riders here and everyone that has made an effort. So please, we'll get the energy levels up and we'll get going. But next time, so the Super Sport next generation machines, that's the Super Sport Pro machines. And then remember, guys, the Super Sport Cup machines are immediately after. So Super Sport Pro machines are in the holding area now, and they're nearly ready to go out for battle once again here at Bishop's Court. So that's the Supersport machines have left pit lane. So they're all out on track now. And much like yesterday, I have a good feeling about this one. This is going to be a whopper. Or an absolute cracker, as they say here in Northern Ireland. Pole position then, Richard Cooper from Storm Stacey. The two of them were battling it out neck and neck in the open race earlier on. But getting the better of Richard Cooper was Storm Stacey. So will Richard Cooper repay the favour here at home in this Supersport class? Of course, the two of them riding the Supersport machines in the open. But we have to have a look and see. Corey McGreevy, unfortunately, not riding. Of course, with the McAdoo team, we all know their beliefs on fair play, and it's always been like that. But Mike Brown then in fourth, he'll line up on the grid. Fourth place, Taylor Morton in fifth. Sixth is Rob McCauley. Seventh is Daniel Matheson. Eighth is Warren Knowles. Ninth is Andrew Wardy. 10th is AJ Carey. Don Gilbert in 11th. And of course, we'll be keeping an eye. It's a wee bit windy here, but we'll be keeping an eye on them lap records. So Supersport class, a 107. But here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. They're off. Oh, Storm Stacey on that Foster's Racing Yamaha machine just tucking in behind. I think he's maybe in third place, but what a great start there for Coops into the first quarter then, and they disappear behind them trees. And make their way back round toward the hairpin then. So the lap record for this one, Supersport held by Tom Booth Amos on the Kawasaki, a 107.0, and that was done in 2003. So these are 6 Yamahas that came a long way. There's a lot of upgrades for these machines, but it's Cooper that's in the lead, but only just from Storm Stacey. Mike Brown in behind them, so he's in the third place there as the round Ringawati. And blast up towards Dunsford once again. Look at the corner speed that Storm Stacey is holding right in behind Cooper now. So across the line then, Richard Cooper, Storm Stacey, Mike Brown, Taylor Morton, Rob McCauley, Don Gilbert, AJ Carey, Daniel Matheson. As a scream passes there. 9th place then, Andy Wardy, Ross Martin in 10th. Then we have Cahill Graham. Of course, Cahill out also on that 250 machine. It was a great battle earlier this morning against Kyle Ryde and Cahill Graham. Of course, Kyle Ryde losing third gear on that 250, so jumping from second up into fourth is not ideal on a two-stroke when you need to keep them on the boil, and somebody else on the boil right now is Storm Stacey. He was looking away through fairways. Fairways won up the inside, but Cooper closed the door on Storm Stacey. And it is as they were then. Cooper, Stacey, Brown, and Taylor Morton holding on to it. Just starting to peel off a wee bit from Morton, but he's doing very well. Storm Stacey up the inside of Cooper on the exit of Dunsford on the starting finish straight. Cooper gets into the slipstream. Moves over to the left-hand side. Surely not. He's not going to make a move into turn one. So Storm Stacey then holds that lead through turn one and coast the fastest lap, a 108.4. Richard Cooper a 108.7. Mike Brown a 108.8. Taylor Morton a 109.2. So the times are so close there. Rob McCauley, what a start there for Rob. In the 5th place, a 111.7, holding off Don Gilbert and AJ Carey on the AKR Racing, the Honda CBR 600 machine. So back at the front lane, Storm Stacey. This is a stormer of a lap here for Storm Stacey. He's pulled a bit of a gap now on Richard Cooper. Richard pushing the front end of that Russell Racing Yamaha. He's actually tucking the front and digging his knee in to try and get as close to Stacey as he can, but in through Dunsford then. Out onto the start and finish straight once again. Here they come. This is going to be a belter of a lap here for Storm Stacey. A 108.0. Richard Cooper a 108.3. They're all up in their games here as they come through. Richard Cooper has closed that door back on Storm Stacey. He's got the slipstream. Daniel Matheson now. So Daniel Matheson under pressure from Andy Wardy. Oh, look at the gaggle of bikes coming here now. That's Reuben Sherman Boyd, Carl Graham, Ross Martin. Remember, Reuben Sherman Boyd sitting in 10th. And that machine is older than he is. It's a 2003 Kawasaki ZX6. And he's up into 10th place ahead of Cathal Graham and Ross Martin. Back at the leaders then, Storm Stacey pulling away once again from Richard Cooper. The gap last time was 0.3 across the line as Richard Cooper claws a wee bit of time back up the top half of the track. But the faster sections, Storm Stacey seems to have the legs over Cooper. So look how evenly they are spread out now. Even Morton is coming back into play. So Mike Brown is bringing him, the two teammates, across the line then. Slightly slower that time from Storm. Slightly slower from all of them that time. A 109.9 compared to a 108. So nearly 2 seconds a lap slower, whatever happened there. So again, the bottom half of the track gets lit up. Look at Reuben Sherman Boyd. He's under pressure now from Cathal Graham. Cathal Graham moves over to the left-hand side on Reuben Sherman Boyd into turn 1. Oh, and does he make it stick? It looks like he got the better of Reuben Sherman Boyd into turn 1. But can he hold it for turn 2? At the front then, Storm Stacey still dominating this race, but Richard Cooper is going to be coming under a lot of pressure here pretty soon. And likewise for Mike Brown. So Mike Brown now, Morton is right up in behind the back end of Mike Brown, that Russell Racing machine. Teammates with Richard Cooper, of course, as they go up in through Dunsford, back out onto the start and finish straight now. They're a wee bit more settled this time round as Cooper closes that gap back now. It's 0.317. And Mike Brown a further 0.9 back on Richard Cooper. But look at Taylor Mortner, 0.5 back on Mike Brown. So the teams go through, busting through down below us here, screaming. We have a call for Alan Irwin, please. Can Alan Irwin make his way to the marquee? ASAP. Alan Irwin to the marquee as soon as possible, please. So back to the racing then. Storm Stacey. He's going to be coming up under a wee bit of pressure now. Once again from Richard Cooper. As they head back through Dunsford, he needs to get the drive on nice and early on that R6 machine. As they come down below us, he looks like, is he sitting up a wee bit? There's something wrong with Storm Stacey's machine, that Yamaha R6. As he sat up, looked behind him, but I don't think he was expecting Richard Cooper to be there. And he looks like he's got right back on him again through turn 1. So Storm Stacey didn't look happy as he passed here on that R6 machine. Oh, right out to the white line goes Wardy. So Wardy got in the batter of Daniel Matheson in the 9th. And look at Reuben Sherman Boyd has got past Cathal Graham again. But Cathal uses the power of that Triumph and gets right back past him again around the outside into turn 1. And you can see how close, how tight Reuben Sherman Boyd can hold the line through turn 1. For a good drive up into turn 2. Richard Cooper still in the lead of this race then. After whatever happened there to Storm Stacey. In through Dunsford. Storm Stacey with phenomenal speed there coming through. This is the last lap now. Last chance for these riders. And what a result there. Taylor Morton on the Parker Transport R6 Yamaha ahead of Mike Brown now. So Mike Brown struggling in the later parts of this race. So we'll keep an eye then on the leaders as they head down towards the hairpin. But that's Rob McCauley and Don Gilbert away through there. There is AJ Carey on the CBR 600. He's had a great season so far. Wardy and Matheson looking back then at the leaders. It's still Cooper who's in the lead through the chicane. In through Ringawati. Look at the drive that Storm Stacey's able to get on Richard Cooper as they make their way down to the chicane. Fairways 2. Cooper on the brakes is an absolute demon. He slides that Yamaha R6 and gets the power down nice and early. But look at Storm Stacey. He gets the drive out of Ringawati up into Dunsford. And again, the corner speed that he's able to carry through. Oh, Richard Cooper stops the bike in the middle of the corner and loses the drive for Storm Stacey. Across the line, Richard Cooper takes the win. Oh, and Mike Brown so close across the line. It's Taylor Morton from Mike Brown. So Taylor Morton getting the better of Mike Brown and steals that third place off him on the last lap. What a phenomenal race that was. Now we're waiting for Rob McCauley and Don Gilbert then. So McCauley across the line getting the better of Gilbert. And AJ Carey then on the CBR 600. What a ride there for Richard Cooper. Coming back from that. Oh, there's Cahill. So Cahill Graham. That's Ruben Sherman Boyd just slipping down the order ever so slightly down into 13th. But Cahill Graham 10th. William Donnelly 11th. 12th was Ross Martin. Ruben Sherman Boyd 13th. 14th is Jack Caldwell. Graham Smallwood 15th. 16th was Simon McCullough. And Keelan Smith is the top 17 riders. What a race. Super Sport machines never fail to impress and excite. So Richard Cooper with the win and the fastest lap, a 107.8. Remember, the lap record was 107.0, so nearly a second quicker. They have to go, but of course later on today the track temperature will be up. It was damp this morning. It is currently track temperature 31 degrees. So we'll be looking forward to some more great racing later on today. So again, the Super Sport Cup machines making their way down to the holding area, but we'll have, or maybe it's a wee bit too late perhaps, there he is, so we'll see if we can catch him and have a wee chat. Nope, he's doing a runner. He's doing a wee runner there. And he's getting out of my way pretty quickly, by the looks of it. The riders, Marco, the riders don't really like to have a microphone stuck in their faces. Hello. Whenever the machines, and just since I never got a good chat with any of the riders or the winner of the Super Sport race. Yep. Here's the man himself, John McGuinness. Nobody told me that you were here or even coming. I had to find out myself. How you keeping, John?
Yeah, really, really good. I'm having a great time at the minute. Dashing around everywhere, riding, a bit of ambassador stuff for Honda, and yeah, so I'm in a really sweet spot for a fat old 53-year-old man. I'm all right. I'm good. I'm happy.
Well, you're looking fit and strong to me. I don't know what you're saying in the mirror, but what will you be riding today then?
I'm going to ride Joey's RC45, the original one. So that's an honour. That's a real cool thing to be riding. Obviously, a real special motorcycle. I've just been down to see Gary and the family. They're a bit nervous about it. I don't think they want it damaging, but I think we're just going to a couple of laps and go nice and steady. And I think just to listen to that machine will be a cool, iconic thing to listen to and see, and it'll bring back some great memories for me because in 1999 I had some great races at the Northwest 200 and the TT. I was on the 500 twin two-stroke in the senior, and I was number 5. Joey was number 6. He passed me in the race, and then I never saw him again. So, but we're happy. I've been here for a long time. 2008 was, I think, last time I came here. Raced with Chris Walker on one of Paul Bird's Five Blades before I went to Macau. So
Yes, that's
yeah,
right.
great memories here, and I've had a great day as well. Unbelievable amount of bikes here. I've been walking around the paddock. It's just like going back when I first started. 2-stroke, 4-strokes, old bikes, new bikes, and I'm in my element here.
And of course, proper race bikes, the 2-strokes. Is there anything in particular that you would really want to ride? Any toy that's in the paddock at the minute?
There's loads of them. There's some real nice things. There's a couple of nice YZR 500s. I'm not going to be 500 2-stroke. Raced against them in various races, but never been on one. But there's a 3-cylinder 500, an RS 500 Honda as
Seen
well.
it, yeah.
That's quite nice. So yeah, there's so much stuff. I won't fit on a 125 anymore, but I've raced with them in the past. But yes, it's just what a great event. Yeah, absolutely loving it. Really enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to these few laps on Joey's RC45.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you out on it, and looking forward and super glad you came. Really good to see you, buddy, and enjoy. We'll have a wee chat later on. Thank you very much, John McGuinness. Great to see John here. His very, very busy schedule. Yes, massive round of applause, please, for John McGuinness, who is here, and he will be riding Joey Dunlop's RC45. So we're looking forward to that. As he says, a very nervous family will be watching. So this is the Super Sport Cup machines then going out on track. And again, Super Sport Cup, much like back in the day, over here we used to have the clubmans. So the clubman meetings would have been held obviously at Akadui, Nuts Corner. We had Kyrgyz and Bishop's Court, and the clubmans would have had their own meeting. And then the following weekend would have been the national meetings as well. So that's how big the grids were. Absolutely massive. I remember probably 80 Super Sport 600 machines trying to qualify for a 32 bike grid. And I tell you, the times were very, very close. Right from first to last. They might have been slightly slower than the national boys, but it was still great racing. And that's very much something similar to what we're seeing the later half of the Ulster Superbike Championship, of course, with these so many newcomers coming in, and a lot of machines, and the clubs are having to do A and B races, even through qualifying, odd and even numbers. So it's great to see so many bikes and so many newcomers, so many people still interested in our wee sport, in our wee country. So I think I haven't heard any different here, but the junior parade machines, if you can make your way to the hole, please, that would be fantastic. So, Paddy McColgan then, on the front row, on the Ducati, alongside Scott Clements. William Young will be taking up pole position. And again, he wasn't too pleased when I stuck a microphone in his face straight after the race. He was a wee bit shocked. And he said to me last night, it made him more nervous, me interviewing him, than it was the start of the race. So I do apologise for that. On your behalf, I want to get as much information from you as I can. Unfortunately, sometimes I have to be rude. Go ahead, John. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. Bit of a delay there. What's going on with the lights? And everyone creeping forward. I don't know what happened there. Oh, there was someone unfortunately has pulled over and retired out of this one, I think. They haven't got that machine going, have they? And they have now, so the battery, I think, was perhaps running a wee bit low. Of course, I don't know too much about... Oh, it's not low now, bouncing on the limiter. The battery straight back up to 14 volts. But this, I don't know about now, but a lot of these machines, especially when I rode the Supersport 600 class, they were running, so the battery didn't charge unless you were revving over a certain rev. And if you're sitting on the line, then the battery's not charging, it's going dead, it's draining itself. And that's maybe what has happened there. So total loss. So some of these machines are running total loss. And it's just to give them a wee bit of extra oomph out of the corners. But here it goes then. So Paddy McColgan, what a great start there for Paddy McColgan in the lead of this race. So Paddy's been racing for probably 200 years. And it's great to see him at the front once again, especially in a super sport race. And he got a podium as well yesterday. So here we go then. Anthony McCoy, Tom Oliver, Ian Wardy, Brett McCallum, Scott Clemens, William Young, Conor Curtis, Dean Graham, Ben Crooks, Conor McGuire, Niall Monaghan, Ross Quinn, and Mark Shields. Just like that, folks. And here's, unfortunately, the rider that got, but lucky enough, got away. And he's able to regroup himself and come back as Lewis Grove away through there. So what a start there, Anthony Paddy McColgan. I would say he's sort of squeezing in them leathers there now so he's dropped back now into the chicane. I was going to say Paddy would be a wee bit nervous, especially leading the race. He would rather probably sit back and pounce at the last couple of laps as he gets into the swing of it. But it's Tom Oliver now who is in the lead. That's Brett McCallum who is up into second place then, I think. It looks like Brett McCallum up into second place. That's the nephew of Philip McCallum. As he makes his way back onto the start and finish straight then. Tom Oliver in the lead in this one on the ZX6 machine. Brett McCallum on the newer model machine in behind. Paddy McColgan then in third place. Ian Wardy to fifth is Scott Clemens. Sixth is William Young. Seventh is Conor Curtis. William Young not getting off the line as well as what he thought he was going to there. It's just so unfortunate. But he may be able to claw something back. Remember, there is 6 laps to go of this race then. Well, 5.5 laps to go of this race. So we can call the junior parade machines, please, to the holding area. There's already some of us there, which is good to see. The junior parade machines. Brett McCallum that time round with the fastest lap, a 1:16.5. Tom Oliver just ahead with a 1:17.0. Is he still ahead? No, that is the question. As they're making their way through fairways. So it's Brett McCallum now in the lead of this race, ahead of Tom Oliver. Paddy McColgan still in that third place, but he's under a lot of pressure now from Scott Clemens, is pushing him hard. He's got ahead of Ian Wardy. So Scott Clemens' next victim is Paddy McColgan on the Ducati. Here's Brett McCallum again. Look at the lap times. Faster again. A 1:15.7. Oh, look at the speed of that Ducati. Scott Clemens looking over to the right-hand side, but he's going to dive up the inside of Paddy McColgan, isn't he? Paddy McColgan closes the door into turn 1. So Tom Oliver second. Paddy McColgan still holding on to that third place, but only just from Scott Clemens. William Young back up into 5th place now. So William on the charge on his R6 Yamaha. 0.3 of a gap back to Scott Clemens. So if Scott doesn't get past Paddy McColgan pretty quickly, then rest assured William Young will have a go. Through the chicane then, the leader's already through fairways too. You can hear that ZX6 machine of Brett McCallum, the back end spinning up as they turn into that fast, super fast right-hander. These ZX6 machines are getting put through their paces today. So Paddy McColgan will have a wee look to see. I think he's maybe just ahead of it's William Young now up into third place by the looks of it. So William Young then holding on to the last step of the podium so far. So Paddy McColgan, no sign of Paddy McColgan. No sign of Paddy in this one. Oh, he's retired. So Paddy McColgan coming into pit lane. He's retired out of this race. So that gives a wee bit of breathing space now for William Young, who is now up into that third. So Brett McCallum then faster again on that lap, still gapping Tom Oliver 1:15.6. The gap is now just over half a second. William Young in third, lapping a 1:16.1, and he'll be safe in that third place. Got best lap of a 1:17.9. So again, William Young full of confidence from yesterday after that win. Phenomenal to see. Oh, look at Tom Oliver. So Tom Oliver starting to wake up now. He's blew the cobwebs and he's charging at Brett McCallum. So Brett McCallum now, I don't know whether he'll be able to hear Tom Oliver in behind him, but he's surely going to find out very, very shortly. Having a look down, see the two of them are getting pit boards. They're going to read them. And no, look at the shape of Scott Clemens as he goes over the start and finish straight. The front end of that R6, dictating what way he wanted to go. There's Dean Graham then across the line, just in behind Dean Graham is Ben Krubs, who got the better of Darrell Ward that lap round. Now Monaghan, and then we have Ross Quinn, Mark Sheaves, Lewis Grove, just crossing the line there. So Lewis Grove giving himself an awful lot of work to do in this one. Again, they make their way down through the chicane. Fairways one. It looks like Brett McCallum has already got Tom Oliver by the looks of it. Hello. So just getting my lunch very kindly delivered to me. Across the line, Brett McCallum then. William Young is on a charge. William Young is on a mission here. Fastest lap for William, a 1:14.9 for William Young compared to Brett McCallum's time, a 1:15.3. So again, will it be too little, too late for William Young? Or will he be able to claw something back? He's 4 seconds ahead. I don't think. Oh, our 6 yards just going through there, barking at us as he crosses the line. But will William Young have enough time to claw back that gap? It looks like it's far too much work for him. Brett McCallum just starting to pull away from Tom Oliver. If Tom Oliver is not aware that William Young is coming and posting the fastest laps, he may drop into the clutches of Young here. You can see Tom Oliver, if he settles for that second place, if he slows his pace, this will give William Young a great chance to clinch a higher podium position here. Oh, but Tom Oliver has a long look behind him. He can see William Young lurking in the background, and he's posted the fastest lap once again, a 1:14.6 from William Young. Absolutely phenomenal from this young rider, and he's came on leaps and bounds. Of course, William had raced years before in 125s and 250s, and he's back on. He's on the R6. I told him I was a wee bit disappointed in him getting back onto the diesel, but he's loving it, and he is absolutely flying here. 1:14.6 that last time round. The gap is now down to 2.5 seconds on this last lap. Can he do something special, and can he claw back any sort of gap on Tom Oliver this time round? So we're looking back at the leaders then. I think it's going to be too much to ask. Brett McCallum looks a lot smoother now. He's slowed up his pace at the top half of the track, but here comes William Young. Tom Oliver running a wee bit wide now. So William Young is right on the tail end. Well, he lost a wee bit on the exit of Ringawati, so that gives Tom Oliver a wee bit of breathing space. But here he comes, your winner, across the line, Brett McCallum from Town Oliver in second place, and William Young. What a push that was. The gap was 0.9 of a second. And again, wow! Scott Clements, again, that front end just asking for some tarmac. Scott Clements just keeping the power on and keeping it lit as Dean Graham closed up the gap on Ian Wardy, 0.2 seconds across the line. But it's Brett McCallum who took the win from Tom Oliver in second, William Young in third, and the fastest lap of 1:14.6. Scott Clements in fourth, fifth was Ian Wardy, sixth is Dean Graham, Conor McGuire seventh, eighth is Conor Curtis, ninth is Darrell Ward, 10th was Ben Crooks, 11th was Neil Monaghan. So up next then we should have Lewis Grove after that unfortunate start. He made his way back up. Mark Shields and Ross Quinn. So here he is. That's Mark Shields then. So Mark Shields across the line. No Lewis Grove by the looks of it. So Lewis Grove just missing on that last lap. So just hearing Lewis Grove is making his way back to the paddock now. And obviously everything is A-OK. So the Super Sport Cup machines making their way back into the paddock. So next up then is the Junior Parade machines going out on track. So Tom Oliver, second place man, coming in, number 333. Big round of applause, please. And William Young pushed hard for that third, but Brett McCallum, once he got ahead, dominated that race to take the win. Huge round of applause, please, for these three. Brett McCallum, Tom Oliver, and William Young. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the machines out on track now. And I'm pretty sure I've seen Paul Gartland running. I've never seen that before in my life. Paul Gartland, he's one of our instructors. Well, when I say instructors, a lot of these riders out in the parade, they've been racing for many, many years, maybe still racing or perhaps retired and taking their bikes back out for a wee scalp. But it's just to know yourself sometimes during a parade. They get a wee bit of nostalgia, they get a bit of feeling for it again, they start to get the goosebumps, and they just twist that throttle a wee bit more than usual. So just another shout for anyone who was in the Joy Dunlop ride out, the 25th anniversary Joy Dunlop ride out that came in earlier. There was over 400 machines that came in. So we want everybody that was in that, can you all please, after the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary parade lap, can you please all make your way to the start area at the starting straight here, or start and finish line, should I say, for a photograph. So you'll get your photographs and all taken, and that'll be after the 25th anniversary parades. So these junior machines now out on track. A lot of modern machinery through here as well. Some of the riders just having a wee spin out on different bikes again. I do apologise if I get the rider wrong, because they do tend to swap and change their machinery. That was Crimble away through there on his TZ 750 Yamaha. It is a lovely machine and he keeps it absolutely immaculate. He's the TZ 350. I think he has a TZ 750 as well. So all the machines that he has are kept really, really clean, pristine conditions. So again, R6 Yamaha there, that actually looks like the one that was raced by John McGuinness. And it's great to see John McGuinness here with us today. So it might be good to have John McGuinness on his R6 again for a spin out as well some stage today. And that was, I'm pretty sure, just thinking back, I think that was maybe the R6 Yamaha that lost him one of the TTs. I think the chain came off on him up around the mountain. Either the chain came off or he ran out of fuel, but unfortunately he was leading by miles and it just didn't work out for him. But that's what happens. But that machine of John McGuinness's, the R6 Yamaha, is here today. So hopefully he can be reunited with his wee bike there, Trimble, once again on his TZ 350, and another one in behind him. The lovely Yamaha colours with the Yamaha blocks, the black blocks up the side. Was Joy Dunlop, the Honda Britain 250 Honda, the RS 250 Honda, was warming up in the background for Ryan Farquhar. So Ryan Farquhar is going to be out on that as well. And there's Paul Black on his wee 250. 350 Aprilia away through there. I think that was perhaps one of the Mitchell brothers out on that 250 Yamaha, TZ 250 Yamaha. Roberts replica TZ going through there. Stunning. Also has the replica of the TZ 750. And again, they're in Simpson away through. Wearing Kyle Ryde. Just testing that. You can hear that TZ. The clutch slipping on it ever so slightly. He did lose third gear, so he's had to work the bike hard in fourth gear and trying to drive a two-stroke out of the corners in fourth gear and bogging it down isn't ideal. Okay. We announcement for Cleaver Brown. So can we please have Cleaver Brown to the Joey Dunlop 25th anniversary marquee? That's Cleaver Brown to the marquee as soon as possible. The machine's making their way back round again. And these two have been at it the whole way as well. And look at Ian Simpson, that wee Yamaha, you can hear the clutch burning on it. And hopefully he's able to hear that himself over all the noise in and around him. And the last thing you want to do is burn out clutch plates and carriers and whatnot. That's Paul Garland again. Paul Black sporting the number 18 on his machine. That looks like one of the Wardy bikes away through there. They are stunning machinery. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, in and around the track, in and around the paddock, there's plenty to come and see. All the stalls here, please support the club's merchandise as well. Buy a t-shirt, buy a hoodie. And then certain charities in and around the track. And of course, the stalls up there selling the clothes as well. A shout out for Brap Moto, one of our sponsors through Comedy Corner as well. So putting an advert down through for them. So again, the fast line Superbike 250 just ahead of Ian Simpson. Ian Simpson holding with that wee 250 there. And there's a whole gaggle of them coming down here then. Super Sport, that 600 machine just had to shut off the throttle a wee bit behind that TZ 350. So again, a call for the classic GP machines, Super Sport 400s and 125 machines to the holding area, please. That's the classic GP machines, the Super Sport 400 and the 125 GP machines, as Gary Dunlop pushing the RC45 in the position for John McGuinness and his wee man on board as well. Again, gorgeous machine. But we'll be seeing that out on track then with McGuinness on board. Of course, I think the Dunlop family are getting a lap with John McClure around Bishop's Court here. So please show your appreciation and show your love for the Dunlop family. Big cheers all around as the checkered flag is flown for here. But first off then, Margaret's being very loud on that radio. 2 more laps, did you say, Margaret? So the classic GP machines then. If you can make your way to the holding area along with the Super Sport 400s and the 125 machines as these parade bikes start making their way back into the paddock. Hiya.
Guys, can we keep the gates closed and run this next race, please? Can we keep the gates closed? Michael, it's you over here. Can you keep your pride in there? And we'll run this race. Alright, thank you. They're already across. Right, as soon as they're across that, let me know. We keep it close here.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, just where it's a wee bit quieter around here. Anyone that was in the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary parade run or motorcycle run on the way down here, after the 25th anniversary parade laps, can you please all make your way? So that's anyone in a yellow bib that participated in the bike run today. Can you please make your way to the start and finish area after the 25th anniversary parade laps? So you're going to take get a lovely photograph with the family on the road, and that's after the 25th anniversary parade lap. If you can get on that, please, that would be great.
Sorry, can you also announce when we get some members of the press? Take a photograph from up here up as well.
Yeah, and just call for any members of press. Obviously, if you can come down to the start and finish area after the 25th anniversary. I'm sure you'll all be in and around there anyway. But just hold back so we can get a photograph of all the riders that were involved in the ride out. And we'll get some great photographs taken from them. It will certainly be a keeper. So the Classic GP. Again, another call, please, for anyone on the pit wall for the start of this race. Can you please move back behind the white line? And of course, once the bikes are past, you can scramble, skip and jump and push your way, whatever you want to do. Maybe no pushing. I don't want anyone hurt. So you can go back to the pit wall then after this race has been started. So Daryl Tweed then taking his position there, pole position from Roy Creeth, Stephen Tobin, Alan Griffin. No luck earlier for Alan Griffin. He did retire out early from the race. James King then 5th. 6th is Aaron McKeown. 7th is Owen Everard. Great win there earlier on that Supersport 300. Of course, there's 4 different types of class within this one race, so we will try and keep up as best we can. And of course, split grid, so the Supersport machines and the Classic GP machines will go first, and then the 125s. Unfortunate there. Thought there was maybe a retirement, but just taking the position there. So the green flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Wow. Hear that machine of Daryl Tweed's. He just missed the gear there, but the 125s watch the lights. And they pedal themselves off the line. Great start there for Lee Harrow. Lee Harrow got a great start. Malcolm Love in behind him. So fingers crossed Malcolm Love has a wee bit more luck in this one. So the machine's making their way back up towards us already. Through the chicane, through fairways 1, and then they'll be braking hard down through after fairways 2. Under it's Daryl Tweed that is in the lead. Alan Griffin, by the looks of it, is up into second. I think that's maybe the colour scheme there of Alan Griffin, as they all head through Ringawati. They just briefly disappear behind the building here behind us, and down through Dunsford, back out on the start and finish straight then. So Daryl Tweed already pulling the gap over Griffin indeed. Alvin Griffin from Stephen Covell in the corner, Roy Creed, Roy Everard, Owen Everard, James King, Aaron McKeown, Stephen Boom, Dean Dickinson, all away through. So the 125s then already catching up with these Supersport 400 machines as it comes through. Lee Harrow in the lead of the 125, but only just then. So let's see Lee Harrow as they settle themselves on the screen here ahead of Hayden Clinton, your winner from earlier on, and Johnny Parker currently in 3rd place, Malcolm Love in 4th, Gareth Arnold in 5th. In Supersport 300s then, in Supersport 300 we have Owen Everard, and he's a good bit ahead of Marley Brown in this race. As the Joey Dunlop 25th anniversary machines just get warmed up behind us here, and they get ready to go out on track. Of course, they are up next. But the Supersport machines coming back round towards us now. It is Daryl Tweed pulling the lead now, just over a second the last time. It's now 3.05 seconds. Close the door there, getting deafened by that machine of Daryl Tweed. So Daryl Tweed then with the fastest lap, the 1:17.3 there for Daryl Tweed. And again, looking at the lightweight Supersport lap record held by Guy McCoy on a 400 Yamaha, a 1:14. Let's see here, a 1:14.0. What a phenomenal time that was. That was Guy McCoy, and that was back in 2018 there for Guy McCoy. So again, we've already seen a lap record being broke here this weekend, and that was Kyle Ryde on the 250. He stole that from Mark Hanna. Mark Hanna held that from 2010. So 15 years then. Have to see, 15 years. Unbelievable. And that stood for that length of time. So Daryl Tweed then across the line once again. It's a 1:17.0. Alan Griffin a 1:18.6. Stephen Tobin a 1:18.5. Roy Creeth in fourth with a 1:19.7. Paddy McColgan on the Super Mono machine. James Ging fifth of the Super Sport 400 machines. But the 1:25s then headed off by Lee Hara. Hayden Clinton just dropping off the pace a wee bit. Lee Hara's last lap was a 1:22.7. Hayden Clinton's last lap, your winner from the first race, was a 1:24.8. So he's a good fair bit back on the lines. So just a reminder, please, for spectators, there's no spectators allowed in pit lane. So unless you have a mechanic's pass, unfortunately, you're not allowed in pit lane. I feel like a bit of an annoying DJ today, but that's safety. It's all to do with safety, please. So there is Daryl Tweed. Faster again there for Daryl Tweed at 1:17.0. Alan Griffin then across the line, still holding on to that second place, but only just from Stephen Tobin. He's closing the gap now on Alan Griffin, 0.6 of a second. Ever so slightly. Tobin, his last lap was a 1:18.2. Alan Griffin's last lap was a 1:18.3, so there's absolutely nothing in it here. So ICGP's coming through here, and Lee Hara on that wee 1:25. That's Graham McLaughlin's 1:25 Honda away through there. Well, he's leading this race now by 3.5 seconds, so the gap is back up again. So again, next up is the Joey Dunlop 25th anniversary parade laps. See, Gary has brought the RC45 over. And John McGuinness was having a wee chat about it there. Daryl Tweed, no point looking behind you, buddy. There's nobody there for miles. But look at this. Alan Griffin under a lot of pressure now. Stephen Tobin in the slipstream, the number 72 machine, getting tucked in behind Tobin now. As they head down through into the first corner. Paddy McColgan on that Kajiva, or the gas, apologies. So it's the gas machine that he is on. Same bike to be fair. Here's Lee Hara once again already as they're rounding Dunsfort across the line. That's Hayden Clinton again. Laird Shingleton, their poor Laird Shingleton, just shaking his head. That wee 250 just isn't well this weekend at all. He's having carburation issues throughout from the beginning of the year. So Gareth Arnold there is currently in fourth place, but he's chasing down Johnny Parker, and he's actually closed that gap a wee bit. So Gareth Arnold's last lap was a 1:24.6. Parker's last lap was a 1:25.4. So Gareth Arnold will soon be right up in behind Johnny Parker and pressurising him for that last step of the podium in the 1:25 class. So that's your leaders. Daryl Tweed away through. Faster again for Tweedy. A 1:16.6. Alan Griffin a 1:18.3. Stephen Tobin a 1:18.2. So next time round they will be getting the last lap as the crowds gather here for the Joey Dunlop anniversary parade in behind us. So we'll look on the 1:25s. We'll keep a wee eye out on Gareth Arnold. There's Lee Hara then, and he's miles ahead now of Hayden Clinton. He's got a good clear road ahead of him. So here's Gareth Arnold and Parker. So Parker, Johnny Parker just moving over to the left hand side. Great to see Johnny Parker. He usually he'll be riding the the Parker Transport Moto 3 machine, but of course we don't. Some of them were called, was it bilge pumps? So 2 strokes to 125. So Daryl Tweed then on this last lap. We'll keep the eye further down. Oh, big moment there for who's that? Maybe Adam Shields there down into turn 1. Here we go. Oh, Paddy McColgan just moves over there and closes in nearly against the pit wall on that gas as they tip into turn 1. So Paddy McColgan still with the advantage, only just as they disappear behind the trees. But here's Lee Hara then on his last lap as well. Hayden Clinton going to be settling for that second place, but he had a fantastic first race to take the win by miles. So he's pretty safe there. Number 19, Dean Dickinson, away through. Oh, him and Stevie Boom on the last race had a fantastic dice. The two of them were at it neck and neck the whole way around for the whole race. Well, Malcolm Love then across the line, but here's your winner. What a win it was for Daryl Tweed in the Supersport 400 class. Fantastic result. And then Stephen Tobin holding off Griffin then for second place. Griffin in third. Supersport 300 winner then. We're waiting for Owen Everard is the next class. I'm pretty sure it is indeed. So Paddy McColgan was ahead of that group. He's now back down another spot there. So it looks like Eamon McKeown getting the better of Paddy McColgan across the line for 5th. Paddy McColgan 6th. 7th was James King. 8th and 1st of the Classic GP, Stephen Boom. Supersport 300 winner, Owen Everard. And the 125 winner, Lee Hara, across the line then. So Hayden Clinton then second of the 125s across the line. Laird Shingle then takes the checkered flag. And the number 19 machine of Dean Dickinson then second of the Classic Grand Prix machines. But Johnny Parker was able to hold off Gareth Arnold for 3rd place. He gets the last step of the podium. Gareth Arnold had to settle for 4th. And Malcolm Love then across the line, 5th 125 home. So again, the Classic, the anniversary, the 25th anniversary parade laps will be going out now. And hopefully everyone is ready and raring to go for that. Of course, any media, all photographers, please make your way down this direction. And we'll be going out on track pretty soon. So a huge round of applause for your Supersport 400 winner, Daryl Tweed. Fantastic. Well deserved. And we're waiting just a call, please, for the Shuttleworth Speed Demon machine. If you can make your way up to the marquee as soon as you can, please. That's the Shuttleworth Speed Demon machine. If you can make your way towards the marquee, please.
Get everybody to wave their programs. All marshals have been for.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Dunlop family are being escorted around the circuit by the clerk of the course in the Audi. I think it's a Q5. Can you all please show your appreciation? Give them a big wave. Give them a big cheer the whole way around here, guys. All the spectators in around the banks, on the pit wall, in and around the whole track. When you see them coming, please give them a cheer. Please give them a wave. And show your appreciation for the Dunlop family and the legacy that they have over us all even. It's absolutely phenomenal. And all flag marshals, of course, waving their flags in appreciation. for the Dunlop family. And that didn't take too long, John. Must have been four-wheel drifting around the hairpin.
Yes, I'm in the case. Because we don't want any cars in the background, so I would even stop them at right post 13, line them down in. But back on post book for 2 o'clock. And you're going to the downside of Jerry's truck, and you play it better. Roger, thank you. Back, of course, Mike, there is the process over lunch. Like, once it is 3 laps, you can stand down, let them have free for all of it. Yeah, 3 laps. They will get checker flag on the second, but they will do a complete lap for the end of the start finish here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to come down from my perch, or I'm going to try my best to. And don't forget, guys, this is the Joey Dunlop 25th anniversary parade. They will do their 3 laps, and they will stop at the start and finish line, and we'll get a chat with them out there. But of course, during this, please, all spectators, line the circuits, line the pit wall, wherever you can stand, and show appreciation for these riders and, of course, these iconic machines that shaped road racing and put their stamp and put the stamp of Joey Dunlop in everyone's hearts. So I'll make my way down, and I want to get a real good view of this as well and be as close to the action as I can. I know, but it's not the same. You can't smell anything. Okay, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The parade, the Joy Dunlop parade, the 25 years from the start passing, and we're going to commemorate the man, such an iconic, a legend of a man. And we're going to be doing 3 laps. The riders on his machines, of course. So all photographers, anyone, all press, they'll be eager. They've been waiting for this one. The bikes are warming up. That's Ran Farquhar. Ran Farquhar riding the RS 250 Honda. That's the Honda Britain machine. Storm Stacey was out more out there as well, so I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Adrian Hartsey both there. So he's riding the Dodge Shop 250 with reverse cylinder 250. On the RC 45. While riding how to shows appreciated as well. He's riding that TZ 250 Yamaha that he rode and broke the lap record on. Of course, Philip McCallum himself out on his 250. He had the 250 out a few weeks ago. Now he's able to get a good blast here at Carson. Of course, 3 reverses for apologies. So 3 laps. 3 laps, and then they're going to stop at the pit or at the start and finish line. We get photographs, we can get autographs, we can get a wee interview. And we can get close and personal with some of these legends that are out today on these machines. So they're right on track now, making their way around. So they're here supporting. Go to every road race, great to see them. And I was glad at Armoy when they were actually pretty quiet and I got some sleep. They didn't stay in the bar for too long anyway. So we'll have a look at this 250s, of course. Ran Farquhar riding the 250 Honda. He's riding the 250 Honda. Remember the moment at the Isle of Man TT where Joy, he knew himself, stay out for one more lap. And of course, for him. So the checkered flag for the Gemini 250 Honda. It's great to see these machines out there. So remember, folks, they will line up here on the grid. We'll get a wee chat. We'll get a photograph. We'll get a wee photograph of them all. Get your autograph, and we'll get a chat with them. So on the pipe there, the reverse cylinder 250 Yamaha. He just rolls it off before the first quarter. Not too much, I hope, Adrian. We give it a wee blip now and again. RC40, that's John McGuinness once again. One lap, last blast. So the riders come back then. Going to stand on that. That's an expensive piece of kit there. So we'll go out again. We'll have a wee chat. And I'll try not to break my leg.
I didn't think it was possible to scream at you when you were 3 up and down.
Just let them get their helmets off, and we'll see what they all thought about that.
You like the style?
The rest of them coming in, Ryan Farquhar. We're going to chat with Ryan as well, because he had a fair good amount of races with Joey himself. Excuse me?
Thank you, Darren.
No problem, Margaret. Just getting a photo of your pin-up guy, your pin-up man. Ian Simpson, how was that, buddy? You're feeling good. The atmosphere's good this weekend. Where else would you rather be?
Oh, it's such an honour to do a lap for Joey there and ride round watching Storm and Kyle playing the 250s. Leg dangling and elbow scraping and everything. I'm sort of
It was getting a wee bit dicey there.
I'm sort of like a bag of tatties with thing. I can't get any other positions. I just done that.
Well, you said with them anyway throughout that. I seen Storm looking over at you, going, "Who the hell is this young fella who's texting with us?"
Pretty good, they boys kept slowing down and waiting for me.
Well done, Ian. Thanks very much. Great to have you here. And again, we're talking Storms. You were looking over at Ian Simpson there, like, what the hell is this boy doing? He's dicing along with us.
Yeah, no, it's good to be able to ride around with him as well, and obviously I've never shared a chat with him, and it's all just good fun riding motorbikes, and that's what it's all about. And obviously, like Ian said, doing a couple of laps with Joey is always mega in it.
Yeah, he was an absolute legend and fair play. Great to have you here. Storm, Kyle, you just can't get enough of this wee machine, can you? Are we going to see a change in the paddock?
No, it's a great opportunity there to try and make sure the bike works, and like these two boys said, to do 2 or 3 laps around here for Joey. I know he's not on one of his bikes, but it's a privilege to be here and to do this. It means a lot to me and obviously the whole of people that turned up today. So hopefully everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah, and hopefully you enjoyed it as well, and hopefully we'll see you guys back here next season. What about the wee machine? You were having issues earlier. She's sorted?
Yeah, she's fixed. She was mega for that couple of laps then. I had my little camera on riding around with Storm, who was trying his best to do a 1970s impression riding style. So I'm sure this afternoon we'll have some videos and pictures for the social media, so everyone watch out. There'll be some laps there.
Good man, brilliant. It's great to have you here. Guys, we'll have a wee chat. We caught this man here earlier on. Corey McGreevy, how are you, buddy?
Yes, not too bad. Having a bit of fun and 2 strokes. You can't beat it, can you?
Good man. It was great to see you on a proper race bike this weekend instead of them old diesels and Bill's pumps that you've been no offence to Jason. But how do you feel back on a 2-stroke, and of course last lap for Joey Dunlop?
Yeah, no, it was an honour to take part of it. Back on a wee 125, and I've been one of them kind of probably in about 10-15 years. So no, I'd like to thank everyone just involved with giving me an opportunity to ride it. It was good fun.
Good man, Corey. Good to see you out again. We'll have a chat with this one. How?
Speak to Roger, not me.
Speak to Roger. I will chat with both of you. Here we go. How on earth did you fit inside this bike?
With difficulty. Yeah, you can tell I'm getting old. There used to be a time where I used to be on tiptoes on one of these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great fun.
Yeah, it was great to see you out on it, and what a stunning machine, Roger. You remember an awful lot of these machines. What does it feel like being standing here today and just even looking at them?
Well, first of all, I was really upset to miss Jerry's 25th in Ballymoney, and Linda fully understood I was committed to Silverstone with Wayne Garden. So to come to this meeting and stand on the grid with all Joey's old bikes and the tribute that people are giving him, it brings a tear to your eye, and it was an honour to be his teammate for 4 years and be one of his biggest rivals.
Yeah. Just briefly, obviously being his teammate, briefly tell us, what was he like to work for, and what was he like as a teammate?
He was the most unusual person I've ever had as a teammate, but when you're on the track, he was probably one of the hardest men on his day that I've ever seen in my life. And I learned a lot on the roads, especially Dunlop by following him.
Yeah.
And that's where you learn of masters.
Yeah, that's it, and a master yourself, Roger. Fantastic, great to have you here, and hopefully we'll get you back next year. Or hopefully you want to be back next year, that's what I should have said. So, Phil McCallan, back out again. And what is it like, how do you feel with all these iconic motorcycles that belonged to such an iconic man?
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. You know, we're talking like these bikes. Some of these bikes are 40 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and we're riding around here, and you're a little bit nervous and a little bit scared because, like, if I drop this bike, Ian Waddell will kill me. You know, and we've got a couple of wee leaks here and there, so your mind works overtime. You think, oh, that could be brake fluid leaking on the front tire, or that could be that. You know, but look, it's nothing serious. But when you're going around there, this is the last time something like this is ever going to happen. We're never ever, nobody could put this many Joey Dunlop bikes again on any grid or any place at the one time. So this is so precious, unbelievable. Linda's here today herself. You know, Gary's here, Joanne's here. You know, this is just something that will be treasured forever. So for all the bikes to get round safe, be back on the grid, that's an achievement by itself. So we don't need any more than that to make today a success.
And to have so many spectators and love for what we're doing here and for what you are doing, it is absolutely fantastic, and we're already looking forward to next year. Thanks very much, Philip. Great to see we bike out. Well, how long till I get out of the road? We're losing a wee bit of reception here on this microphone, so I can't really go too far. We'll try and stay over this direction, and we'll have a look for John. Is there a John McGuinness here, perhaps? Oh, sure, you'll do. I'm only joking now.
I won many TTs, but I'll do.
I'm only joking now. And being on this grid with such an iconic motorcycle, and of course battling with the man himself, how do you feel? It's giving me goosebumps even just talking to you at the minute, knowing what you've done and what Joey has done even together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky enough to be around in Joey's era, both in 250s and some of the TT Formula 1 races as well. So yeah, and proud to say that I got to know the man, and he definitely was all right with me.
Yeah,
a few drinks along the way, but great to be part of it. The Joey legacy is going to obviously live forever, and the boys keeping the name going as well. And great to come back here. 29 years since I sat on this grid on this very bike at the Sunflower. in 1996. So and sweet as this little bike. So it's nice to revisit these memories and especially when we're doing it in a tribute to Joey.
Fantastic. Does she handle as well as what she did in the day?
Oh my God, I was just saying to the boys, it's not like an old bike. You just think about where you want to go and it goes.
Mm-hmm.
So I know now why I won 3 British Championships on this thing. It was a lot to do with the bike, but it did a lot of work for me. But yeah, I had great teammates and good times along the way. So it's good to revisit these memories.
I think all them championships and TT wins is more down to the rider. To be fair, legend you are. Now Mackenzie, well done. As we go through, I don't know what sort of, I don't know what sort of reception I have in this thing. I just sort of think we're at the limit at the minute. So we're looking for John Joe. Hold on to see what we can. He's surrounded over here, is he? Let's see, we'll have a wee chat with Gary if we can. So, excuse me. Oh, we're breaking up a wee bit around here. We'll have a wee chat then. We'll squeeze in, thanks very much.
I went to take tea off this morning, but can I have a picture of you?
Just getting a wee photograph taken here. John Joe, how did that feel, buddy? And you rode an RC45, didn't you, before?
No, I just missed out on the RC45 era. I was on the 500V twin Hondas, and then I went to an SP1 in 2000 when I was Joey's last teammate. So, yeah, I always wanted to ride one. They're small, quite cramped up thing. I mean, it ran beautifully, but I was under strict instructions to bring it back in one piece. So I didn't want to. Everybody was going like buggery as well. Storm passed me in the field. Ryan come steaming past me. It was like going back 20 years. It was good. But yeah, she ran sweet. It's the first time I've been here since 2008. The track's a lot different. I remember the first corner being like concrete, like a box track. But yeah, no, it was fantastic. I'm just looking around the grid here, and just the stories it can tell is amazing. You know, some 250s that I raced with alongside with Joey, and I raced Joey on this RC45.
Yeah.
But I only ever saw the back of it. But yeah, this just reminds me of a 99 senior TT. I was number 5 and Joey was number 6, and he caught me on the second lap, and I followed him round for a lap.
Yeah.
And learned so much, and then went on to be his teammate for 2000. Yeah. So sun shining, lots of people here, great turnout, I'm having a great day, and yeah, thanks for the invite. Really enjoying it.
Fair play, John, and a legend you are. And it's great to have you here. Hopefully we'll get you back for next year, maybe a wee bit more relaxed. You get a couple of days on, and I might even buy you a pint of Guinness. Good man, John. So, fantastic. Gary, can we get a wee chat, Gary? I know you've got your hands full. Here we go. Gary, just tell me, first of all, how nervous were you to have this machine out on track with John McGuinness?
To be fair, I was the most nervous I think I've ever been, but John's probably the only guy I would trust.
Yeah.
But it was nice to see him out. I enjoy seeing him out as much as anybody. So it's great. Nice to see John out.
Yeah, it's great to see John riding, and as he says, he's seen plenty of the back end of it during the TT. But how do you feel today to see so many of Joey's bikes out here, and you know, it's bound to give you goosebumps, giving me goosebumps now.
It's great. It's nice for us to see as much as anybody else. It's great that the boys that owns the bikes keeps them around and brings them so everybody can see them. Because a lot of stuff nowadays gets put in the museums and exhibitions and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't really get to see them, but it's great for everybody to see them all come.
Yeah, it is fantastic, and I can't thank you enough, Gary, for bringing these machines. And you're an absolute gentleman. Another gentleman here. I didn't get talking to you yesterday, I don't think. Adrian Archibald, great to see you back. You've obviously got the bug from last season, but have you got the bug? Do you feel like you want to get back out again?
No, I'm not allowed.
No? Same.
No, It's really good to be here and get a run round, you know, with all the different bikes and stuff that people brings and the crowd that's here. It's just a great event. So
Yeah.
It's just great to do it.
Are you going to get back out on the Ducati?
I'm not sure what I'm riding the rest of the day. There's a few of John Foster's bikes, Steve Foster as well, so we can run out and see what else we can get on as well.
Brilliant. And you had a few close daces with Joy in the past. Do you remember a favourite race with Joy?
Yeah, well, actually, I rode the 600 round here yesterday, and I actually have a photograph in the house of Joey and me at the TT.
Yeah.
He's number 12 and I'm number 13, and we're both on the route together, so we had a good race with him that year.
Brilliant. That was the photo. Was that up over the mountain? The photograph of both of you banked over?
Yeah, that's it. I think it's something around Brandywell or 32nd or 33rd, but no, I just thought that yesterday. I had that picture hanging up on the wall.
Yeah. Brilliant. Great to have you here, Adrian, gentlemen. And this is probably my favourite one. Don't tell anyone. Riding the RS 250 Honda is Ryan Farquhar. And you cut your teeth on these machines, didn't you?
Whenever I started was actually at a 350.
Oh, yeah.
I rode a 350 for 4 years before I actually got on a 250 Honda. It's pretty special to get to spin this one. You know.
Yeah.
It's some bit of kit. Like I only started revving with the last lap that I did there. You know, it's a sweet rolling 250.
Yeah, I heard that and I've seen that. You were looking a wee bit racy. I thought Rand's getting carried away here a wee bit. But do you have a favourite race with Joy?
Well, the first time I got the podium with Joey at the 97 Ulster Grand Prix was pretty special.
97, yeah.
I wasn't really, on the second race, Joey and Mark Faselli, they made the break on us, but in the first race, I was having a good dace. Joey was behind me, I was having a good dace with John Creeth and Philip Ross, and Philip went down the top of the Deers League,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But, some of my early memories riding two strokes and getting the podium at the Grand Prix for the first time was one thing to stand on the podium at the Ulster Grand Prix, but doing it when Joey was the top steps really special. Something you never forget.
Yeah, and of course we heard this as well from John McGuinness. It's a big achievement to be standing there with. Obviously, he was an idol to all of us growing up, even. And then just to stand on the podium is something else. Absolute gentleman. Ryan, thank you very much. Now, I've been talking to a gentleman earlier. He said he was going to be on the grid. I actually didn't see him out on the road. But he had a wee story to tell. So we'll have to see. Pretty sure. I don't think he actually made it here. So we'll do... There he is. Everyone's pointing your direction.
I wonder why that is.
So, Jeff McMullen, back out on the RG and back out with all these machines. And did you get a good dace with anyone, or did you feel racy at all?
You know what? They're all very, very well behaved. But yeah, everybody was just going at a nice pace. And as you say, some of the bikes that's sitting on this piece of tarmac's fantastic. And, and a lot of the greats from road racing. And it's great to see that everybody's turned out for this Joey 25. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And the weather's been great. The crowds is fantastic. I don't think there's anybody here that's not enjoying it.
No, I don't think so. And I'm certainly enjoying it. It's great to see the wee RG back out again. You are holding on to it, yeah?
Definitely, yeah.
Good man. Definitely after that. We'll have a wee chat with Cliff Stewart. How you doing, buddy? New leather? These brand new leathers today?
They're about 15-year-old.
Oh, no way. Okay, you keep your leathers a wee bit cleaner than I do. So out on the Suzuki, the RG, you have many bikes. Have you counted them all, or can you count them all? No.
And just fabulous. The crowd is here.
Yeah.
It's fabulous to be part of this. Yeah. It's fabulous. This is our area's goodwill.
Yep. Oh, 100%. And you've got your TZ 750s and all that. I'm still waiting on a go on one of them. But great to see you here. And I'm sure you enjoyed a good days with some of them out there.
No, we're just nice and happy.
Yeah. We've heard that before. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, going to wrap it up here. The big man's telling me off. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up, and I think 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock now.
No, it's not. Is it?
So we need to get the photograph done as well.
Oh my word! So the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary bike run. So anyone that was involved in that, can you please make your way down to the start and finish area as soon as possible? We're going to get photographs taken. It's going to be a very, very special photograph indeed. So if you can please make your way to the start and finish area. And then we're gonna go on with the Bam Bam Parade demonstration. So if the boys and girls can get themselves ready.
Give an announcement for all those parade bikes that have not been away yet. To bring them back towards the grid, we're going to get the photograph.
So any of the machines, the parade machines, the Joy Dunlop parade machines, can you please stop where you are? And can you please bring them back to the line, bring them back to the grid? Apologies, massive apologies. Coachy looking a wee bit dismayed there, but we do want photographs and stuff taken of them, please. So can you bring the parade machines back onto the grid, please? There's a few more PR things needing done here. And so if you can bring the machines back onto the grid, thank you very much. Just clunk her in the reverse and back her up.
Back out onto the grid, just please.
Say that again, buddy.
I need you to make an announcement for a motorcycle needs moved.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a black Kawasaki
Yeah.
OXZ 5920.
So just another wee announcement here, folks, while all of these legendary machines and riders pose for a photograph. We have a black Kawasaki registration number OXZ 5920. We need that moved as soon as possible.
We screen have ears on. There's a bag up here and he's screen it goes out here after lunch.
So the black Kawasaki OXZ 5920, it's blocking the gate, so we need that moved ASAP, please. And another shout, please, for a scrutineer. Can we have a scrutineer to the scrutineering bay, please, as soon as possible, to scrutineer a machine? Hello. Yeah, I think there's a couple down there, are there? Oh, right, okay, yeah. And another call, please, for all bomb bombers to their holding area, please. All bomb bombers to make their way to their holding area, please, as soon as possible. but we have very little riders. Can we please have the riders along with the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary parade? We have the riders please to the bikes. We've got a lot of the bikes. We have very little riders, so please can you return to the machines. We're going to get photographs taken ASAP, please. So can we have them up here as soon as possible and back to the machines for photograph, please. Any of the riders that was in that parade, can you please make your way to the grid as soon as possible? So we need to get your photographs and stuff taken. Please make your way to the grid as soon as possible. Sorry, buddy. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you see any of the riders that were out, I think, have we got all the riders yet? There's maybe a couple missing. I can't see Ryan Farquhar there. There's Dennis McCulloch. So if Ryan Farquhar's about, can you please return to the grid and we'll get your photograph and all taken. Joy! Joy! Fantastic, what a photograph that will be. Huge round of applause, please. And a huge cheer. Make some noise around the track, guys. What an event this has been. Absolutely fantastic. And of course, we're only halfway through the day. Plenty more to go through. Plenty more races. And coming up next are the stars of the future. The Bam Bams, the IMC Championship competitors. And they'll be in their holding area. And again, these are the cubs that are going to be shaping the future. So the boys and girls should be in their holding area now, ready to go. They were going out for a lap here of Bishop's Court. And again, show them all the appreciation you can. And just a reminder, please, for all track personnel, can you please return to your posts as soon as possible? And we'll get proceedings underway here as the Bam Bam machines, the IMC competitors make their way. So that's the IMC competitors then making their way down pit lane, and they're making their way out onto the track. So again, all track personnel, please return to your posts immediately, and we can get proceedings underway once again here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Bam Bams are ready to go out on track. That's the IMC, the Irish Mini Bike Championship. They'll be out on track any second now.
They're just leaving here now.
So that's the IMC Irish Mini Bike Championship Bam Bam competitors out on track. And to be fair, they haven't been out racing in quite a while here. I think they're out next week at Athboy. And then following that, Nuts Corner, which I'll hopefully be at. If they have me, I'll be at that myself. I'll be looking forward to that. Something a wee bit different, and of course watching these young boys and girls, and it is amazing. When I first started commentating for the IMC, it's amazing to see the progression that is made from the first time I done it even until the beginning of this season when I was watching them at Nuts Corner. Absolute night and day in these competitors. So their parents coming down round, and they'll be lining up on the grid. Again, this is what they do at each race. Their parents, their guardians, out wearing the bibs with the race number on the back of them, and they just make sure they're okay because they are so small. They're so cute, these wee guys. And again, as young as 6. Getting on these machines and being so competitive from the word go. But the progression that they make is absolutely phenomenal. Again, I've only been at one of the IMC races. I think I've won maybe 2 this season. Oh, we'd like to get to more. It's great to see. So they're lining up here on the grid. And of course, Eva Mullen, you'll see the green and pink machines there, green and pink leathers and helmets. Eva Mullen, owning Boss E Racing, they're called. And believe you me, she is bossy. But it's a great opportunity for the kids to have these machines prepped. And it feels good as well for the kids to have a team behind them. The young Boyd there, number 46. And you can guess his favourite racer. So Valentino Rossi. Ruben Sherman Boyd just pulling up there, number 71. Again, another competitor that has made it up through the ranks from the very beginning of IMC. And it shows the talent that the IMC bring through. And of course, John McGuinness there as well, getting a photo taken. He will be presenting prize later on. And I think they'll all be getting medals, I'm pretty sure. So John McGuinness will be presenting that, and that'll be good for the kids as well. We feel good moment for them. Again, John McGuinness Another sight I thought I wouldn't see. John McGuinness running. Feels a wee bit uncomfortable in them leathers, perhaps. So, number 18 there. Bikes are getting ready to go. I think, are they going to have are they going to use the lights, perhaps? So there's a couple of wee riders just making their way around Dunsford and then back out on the start and finish. But this is all sorts of talent in through this, and it's great to see them. As I said earlier, it's great to see them progress so much. And of course, a good example there with Reuben Sherman Boyd. The number 71, he's riding the ZX6 machine for the first time this weekend, and of course that machine, it's a 2003 model, and he's running top 10 on that in the Supersport Cup. So it just shows the level, or the Supersport Pro, should I say. So it shows the level that he's at. So here we go. Here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, great start there for Reuben Sherman Boyd. Just a wheelie off the line. But again, an issue there. One of the bikes again, just trying to get them going. They are quite, compression is quite high in these wee machines. So there we go. We're up and running now. And away like the hammers. Again, it's a great stable for what's to come. And as we always say with these cubs, these young boys and girls, they are the stars of the future. You see even the club, the IMC club themselves, helping these young riders so much. One of them being young Holly, I think she has actually been given sponsored for the year a bike, the leathers, the whole lot. So she's in the IMC, she's riding the IMC machine. So absolutely no money has crossed hands for that machine, the leathers, the helmet and whatnot. So it's great that the club are backing these wee riders so much, and so they should. We should concentrate a lot more than what we actually are with these young riders, because they are indeed the future of our sport, and we have to look after them. They're doing so well and they love it so much. They've been here all weekend, they've been bussing to get out, and they've been up there just behind the buildings playing about. They just love motorbikes, they love the sport, they love being with their friends, and that's exactly why we're all here really at Bishop's Court for the Classic Bike Festival. Again, more racing to come, don't forget the Classic Superbike and the 250 GP machines, but here they come then down below us, and a few bit of elbow up in there just to be sure. So you can just see how much, you can see the wee smiles and underneath the helmets, under the visors. some of the parents maybe cringing just holding the bike flat out for so long down this long straight here at Bishop's Court. So again, the support that the IMC club are giving these kids and the opportunity. I know, believe it or not, when I raced mini bikes back in my day, there were mini motos, and it just started to tail off. They were sort of disappearing. They had a winter series, and then obviously they had the summer series, and it just tailed off that wee bit. Of course, everyone moving up and moving into the bigger classes, and unfortunately there was no new competitors. There was nothing really new. No one really knew coming in because the advertising wasn't there, or the dream maybe wasn't there for some of them. But what the IMC have done have really took it off the ground with a different level altogether. So they're coming around Dunsford again. It's great wee machines, and of course adults race these as well. And they usually after a weekend's racing they would have the adults race, the parents race, or the guardians race, and that's always good laugh. It's always good crack. And I wouldn't dare even try it myself, as they get a round of applause here. Passing the pit wall, they're all gathering. Fantastic. And of course they do race here at Bishop's Court as well, and they would usually tuck in, use about half of the circuit there just at the bottom of pit lane. They would tip into the right and then come up in through behind us, and then use the pit lane entrance here at the top on the exit of Dunsford just, and back out again. So we've had a couple of races here. So down through the first corner to go. And these wee bikes around here, they will be holding them absolutely flat out. So these parents, I think, maybe have a wee bit of work to do before Athboy. So again, with these riders starting from such a young age, only 6-year-old most of them, and it's a great start to their racing career. Of course, over in Spain and other European countries, they do start a lot earlier, so as early as 3-year-old, and of course that gives them a bit of a head start, and that's why you see so many good fast Spanish riders. But this is what the IMC is for, to bring them on that wee bit quicker. So Crystal, Michelle, Balaam, McGuinness, Tim Scott, they all do a fantastic job. And of course, loads of track time as well, so there's loads of track days being run. Crystal would organise a lot of track days just to get the kids out as much as possible. And they'd be up at Nuts Corner. Well, it feels like every weekend that they're up at Nuts Corner, spinning some laps. And of course, recently, Glenn Irwin's son, of course, racing in this class as well. And Glenn Irwin recently himself, he uses so he uses the Nuts Corner track days on his pit bike for training days. So So it not only works wonders for the kids, it also works wonders for our current superstars. So again, into the first corner for the last time. Just a reminder, please, for the classic Superbikes and the 250 GP machines to make their way to the holding area as quickly as you can. So that's the classic Superbikes and the 250 GP machines to the holding area. And so these wee machines, they'll be heading back into the paddock, and they're going to be presented a prize from John McGuinness himself. So again, the photographs and all, if any photographers there, if you can, please make your way. I think they're going to do it in the round, maybe the podium or the Go Garage truck, like they did in previous years. So that'll be a keeper for the kids and the parents. So again, another call please for the classic Superbike machines and the 250 Grand Prix machines to the holding area as quickly as you can, please. So the next race then for the IMC Championship, the Irish Mini Bike Championship. You can see all the information and whatnot on their Facebook page. But of course, next weekend sees them at Armoy, I hope not, Athboy. So at Athboy, the championship resumes. And then they'll be heading to Watergrass Hill, which I think is a wee bit further than Athboy. So Watergrass Hill on the 16th and 17th, Athboy on the 9th. And a busy month for them. We have the Nuts Corner then on the 30th and 31st. So that's a 2-day meet at Nuts Corner at the end of August. And of course then another bit of a break for them before moving to October 11th, 12th of October, IMC Nuts Corner once again. So busy month in August, and this is a good way just to blow the cobwebs off, of course, if none of them got through to Nuts Corner for the track days run. Crystal very kindly runs multiple track days to get all the track time they want. So I think they're just holding there for a wee minute. So again, classic Superbikes and 250 GP machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. I think they're maybe home back there, but back into the paddock lane. Everybody, please give these young cubs a huge round of applause. Fantastic to see them out here, and in no time at all, it'll just be a blink of an eye when these riders will be sitting their backsides on Superbikes. And the parents will still be wearing the bibs, biting their nails and panicking. I'm sure they love that going around. Bishop's Court, the big circuit. Great to see them all smiling. So, Superbikes then. That's the classic Superbikes and the 250 Grand Prix machines. They should already be in the holding area. And we'll get them out on track very, very soon. Any second now. They'll be going out for their sighting lap. Again, a few last minute checks being done then. The classic Superbikes and 250 Grand Prix machines will be out on track. That will be followed by the Sidecars. So the Sidecar 8-lap race will be straight after, and that will also be followed by the Supersport Next Generation. So that's the Supersport Pro will be out, followed by the Supersport Cup. So a big handful of races to go before we're back to the parades. That's the senior parade then after the Supersport Cup. And then we'll have the pre-73s, followed by the lightweight parade, and that'll be followed by the Open Invitation, the big one, the big bikes, the big Superbikes will be out then once again. And then we'll have the junior parade, followed by the Classic GPs again, Classic GP, Supersport 400, 125 machines, and then the senior parade to finish off a fantastic weekend. But plenty more to go through here, and we'll have the Classic Superbike machines out on track any second now for another thrilling race. So that's the 250 GP machines and the Classic Superbikes out on track. Pole position then for the 250s is Kyle Ryde. Will he make it a treble? And will he break his own lap record? Again, he's got that bike sorted. He was having issues in the last race where third gear, unfortunately, had dropped out of the bike, but they very quickly got that sorted and the bike is running as sweet as a nut, in his words. So Cathal Graham then will line up on second. He was so close in the first race. It was so tight at the later part of the race, especially when Kyle came across them issues and Cathal was able to get the legs on him out of the corners. So I think that's Richard Cooper out there just on Carl Phillips' machine, the SBT Ireland Ducati. Again, he's been having issues with that bike before, but maybe Cooper could shine some light on it perhaps. So Thomas Lawler then lines up third of the 250s. Fourth is Kevin Lavery. Fifth, Michael McKeer. Sixth is Carl Clancy. He had a fantastic fourth place in the last race. He got that bike sorted. Colin Slay seventh. Alan Dixon eighth. Ninth is Pat Lee. Superbikes then Jack Crean, George Halliday, Jack Caldwell, Howard Selby. He'll be looking at treble out this one as well. Paddy McColgan, Steve Boom, Alan Johnson, Corn Smith, Robin Heathcote, Sean Gilbride and Mark Kilpatrick. So here we go then. The flag is waved at the back. They're told to watch the lights. And away to go. And a great start there again from Carl Graham and Kyle Ryde just going backwards, and the Superbikes are going out. Wow, so that was a quick start there for the Superbikes. So the machine's just disappearing behind the trees. Marco Patrick through turn one then. And the 250s already making their way back up towards us here. And that looks like a very bright yellow machine out in front. And that would be in the shape of Kyle Ryde on the 250 Yamaha. Cathal Graham down into second place. And look at Thomas Lawler. Thomas Lawler is looking really racy here. Into fairways 2, up through, into Ringawati. And what a great start there for Thomas Lawler as well. So hopefully he can bring some of his skills to the front. Oh, Kyle Ryde right out to the white line. But look at Thomas Lawler on Cathal Graham, moving over the right hand side. And just a wide choosing for the white line. 250s going through, the Superbikes already caught up with him. Kyle Ryde in the lead, Jake Crean then in the lead of the Classic Superbikes, ahead of Howard Selby, so he's going to want to keep that form that Jake Crean had during qualifying. So Jake Crean then in the lead of the Classic Superbikes from Howard Selby, and we have George Halliday in third, fourth is Jack Caldwell. And then we have fifth, Paddy McColgan and Alan Johnson in sixth. Leading the 250s then, Kyle Ryde from Cathal Graham, but only just. I think Thomas Lawler, has he been able to hold him off? He has. So Thomas Lawler up into second place. Cathal Graham in that third, but still pushing that Honda hard. Look at the drive he gets out of fairways into Ringawati. He just loses it a wee bit. And I think Thomas Lawler got the better of him on the exit. Kyle Ryde back round again. Wow, as quick as that, already into the 111s. A 111.679. And another new lap record on the second lap, breaking the lap record once again. Kyle Ryde. Thomas Lawler, Jake Crean all the way through there. That's mixing it then with the Superbikes. Alan Johnson. Paddy McColgan away through. That's Corn Smith and Steve Boom. Robin Heathcote and Sean Gilbride away through. But look at the lead. Look at the lead that Kyle Ryde has. He said the bike's running sweet. And well, the numbers speak for themselves, and that huge gap speaks for itself. As we're looking back to see where second place, way back now, the gap last time already catching back markers. Kyle Ryde. So the gap last time on the first lap was 9.2 seconds across the line, and again smashing the lap record, 1:11.5 faster again. There is no stopping this man. Thomas Lawler looking behind him there, and them machines sound absolutely fantastic. Cathal Graham still pushing them hard. Jake Crane, George Halliday, so Hard Selby just dropping back. Hard Selby dropping back off the pace ever so slightly. And he's just caught up in a wee bit of traffic there. He would love to be up there in the mix with them other two. So another call, please, for the Sidecar machines, if you can make your way to the holding area, please. That's the Sidecar machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as possible. Number 60, is that 87? It is indeed. So Jack Cadwell, that's his race over, unfortunately. Here comes your leader. Wow, will he do it again across the line? And he does. Kyle Ryde, you're being greedy now. Another lap record. And he's just chipping it away and chipping it away. A 1:11.213 for Kyle Ryde. Cathal Graham then is back in front of Thomas Lawler, but wait till you see the speed of that TJ 250 Yamaha. He just got the top end on the Honda, and he floats to go round the outside. Is he just going to stay in behind him? I think that's maybe the best bet to do. So it's still Ryde in the lead of the 250s from Cathal Graham. Thomas Lawler in third, fourth is Michael McCarr, Colin Slay in fifth, sixth is Carl Clancy, seventh is Kevin Lavery, and eighth is Alan Dixon. Superbikes then in the lead is George Halliday getting the better of Jake Crane, and Hard Selby in there a wee bit further back in third place, nearly 3.5 seconds back. Fourth then is Michael Kerr. Looking down the table there, apologies, it's Paddy McColgan, and there's already Kyle Ryde across the line, and another lap record, 1:10.9. He is pushing that machine to the absolute limit, and the team's looking a wee bit nervous here. Poor wee bike is getting an absolute thrashing, but of course that's what they're built for. Oh, further down the field then, Carl Clancy under a wee bit of pressure there. Oh, he ran wide, coming out of Ringawati. So Carl Clancy, Colin Slay has got, could be Kevin Lavery, is it? I think it's Kevin Lavery who's got the better now of Carl Clancy. It is indeed. So Lavery now ahead of Clancy after running wide there. But Clancy moves over to the right hand side. Is he going to get him? Then, oh, he just drives past him as the rest of the Superbikes come through. And here's the leader again, heading up towards Dunsford and back out onto the start and finish. An absolute dream ride this is for Kyle Ryde as he crosses the line. Oh, didn't do it that time. A 1:11.7, so he's starting to pace himself. Of course, he's came into a lot more traffic, so he's just starting to pace himself then. A 1:11.7. So we're just waiting for second place man. As we look back. So second place coming out onto the start and finish, Thomas Lawler. A long look behind him for Thomas Lawler. Now the problem is with these two strokes, you have to get tucked into as best he can. So Cathal Graham just getting himself tied up along with some of them classic Superbike machines. Oh, Carl Clancy still pushing hard. He needs to get up back underneath Kevin Lavery as quickly as possible. And so just here and there. Unfortunately, no Hard Selby in this one, so Hard Selby dropping off the timing screens at the minute as Corn Smith goes through. So you can hear that wee T-Z working hard in the distance, just as the wind is changing here and you're getting a gust or two. So last lap then, a 112.172 that last time round. The rest of the 250s making their way through. So Clancy and Kevin Lavery still at it neck and neck, but here he comes then. Your leader round the outside of the classic Superbike. No, he's holding back a little bit. There it is. Another win for Kyle Ryde. And that time, even slowing down, was a 111.4 as he sat up across the line. That's Stephen Boone, Alan Jackson, and Corn Smith across the line then. So the remainder then of the Superbike machines coming through. Classic Superbikes. Another call then for the Sidecar machines as the checkered flag is being waved down below me here. So number 44 there, George Halliday across the line, taking the win in the Superbike class. And Jake Crean just getting caught up there with the 250s, but across the line in second was Thomas Lawler and Cathal Graham. He closed the gap again on Lawler, but it just wasn't enough, and Cathal had to settle then for that third place. But another podium finish and a great weekend for Cathal Graham. Colin Slay, Kevin Lavery, and then Carl Clancy just dropping off on that last lap. He was right with him the previous lap. Paddy McColgan then coming down across the line. Oh, so close there. Just hold it off. Alan Johnson and no more. So Kyle Ryde taking the win and breaking the lap record. Breaking the lap record 4 times in that one race. Kyle Ryde, his own lap record, of course. So the new lap record stands at 1 minute 10.986 seconds. Absolutely phenomenal. Of course, the Sidecar machines coming in. We'll be going out onto the track very, very soon. So I wouldn't have time, unfortunately, to go down and interview Kyle and to have him talk about that experience. And he obviously loves that wee machine so much. But to be breaking lap records multiple times, 4 times in that one race on a 250 is absolutely phenomenal. Second place then in the 250s was Thomas Lawler. Great run for him, a 1:16.1. Cathal Graham in third with a 1:15.8 was his best time. Fourth place was Colin Slay with a 1:18.3, and fifth Kevin Lavery with a 1:17.9. Had a good race with Carl Clancy, who finished up in 6th. 7th in the 250s was Alan Dixon. Superbikes then, great win there for George Halliday. Second place was Jake Crean. Third place was Paddy McColgan. Another podium here for Paddy, and he'll be over the moon with that. Here he comes then into the paddock, into the pit lane, on his Ducati. And a great finish for him. Paddy has had a fantastic weekend. Another podium finish for Paddy McColgan. Fourth place then was Alan Johnson, just about over the line. Steve Boom 5th, Corn Smith in 6th. 7th was Sean Gilbride. Robin Heathcote in 8th, and 9th was Mark Kilpatrick. So again, Sidecar Machines up next, folks. And they'll be going out on track here very shortly. So that's the Sidecar Machines making their way round to take up their position on the grids. So I think they're going to do a prize presentation here, and we'll let Robin Titterington work away for the 250s and the classic Superbikes. Just another reminder, please, for everyone on the pit wall, can you please step behind the white line just until the race begins. Once they're past you, you can run back up towards the pit wall, please, for safety. So please stand behind the white line until the race begins. So here we go then, the sidecars, they've been given the go-ahead. They're told to watch the lights, the revs go up, and away they go. Another great start there by Paul Clark and Stephen Daly as they head down towards the first corner. In through the first corner, so Clark and Daly getting the whole shot in this one. And you can hear them making their way back up towards us here now from the hairpin. And it looks like Clark once again is running away with this one. We're keeping a close eye on O'Reilly once again. He's really pushing. He's really pushing on these first laps. And Tony Willis, good start there for Tony Willis as well. Up into fourth place straight away. So we were expecting to see these three at it once again. Unfortunately, no Scobie Clark in this one. He was saying this morning he just started the outfit and he heard a slight rattle from the engine, so he decided to park it. And unfortunately, it would have been good to see him out of Paul Clark, Stephen Daly away through there, Terry O'Reilly and Mark Cash, Phil Monaghan and Owen Kager, Tony Willis and Ian Harn, Mickey McDermott and Carl Day. So Carl Daly as passenger 4, Mickey McDermott, Ryan Deneen, Fran Newton, Phil Newton. So again, just at the hairpin then. The outfits already making their way back up towards us. In through the chicane, in through Diggins. And Parn sliding out, using all of the road and a wee bit more. There's a patch of tarmac on the outside of that chicane. And you'll see a wee bit of rubber where the bikes and the sidecars, they've been bouncing over it. And just look how late O'Reilly is on the brakes into fairways 2. And Parn out through into Ringawali. Up into Dunsford again. The gap the last time was 2.1 seconds. A call then please for the Super Sport machines to the holding area. That's the Super Sport machines to the holding area. So 2.4 seconds now is the gap. Paul Clark, Stephen Daly with the fastest lap at 120.4. O'Reilly and Gash at 120.8. So they're not a million miles away. They just have to get that machine off the line, get the outfit, get tucked right in behind it. Monaghan and Kager out there in third place. It's the 123.4. Tony Willis and Ian Harn in fourth, a 124.6. McDermott in fifth, a 125.0. And you can hear them slipping just down the gears, letting the clutch out slowly. just so the machines don't get upset on the entrance into the corner. Again, O'Reilly still pushing. He's so good in the brakes. You can see the machine just squirming underneath him and the passenger being thrown forward as they go in through the chicane. But Paul Clark, see what the gap is this time. That was a good lap time there for Clark once again. So the gap is up to 3.6 seconds now. Monaghan and Keegar away through there. That's Willis and Harron. McDermott and Daly away through. Ryan Deneen back out again. Philly Newton. And that's Cattle and McDonald away through. But Paul Clark and Stephen Daly that time round a 120.0. So nearly sub 120s here as he was in qualifying. Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash in second, a 120.8. Phil Monaghan, Owen Keegar up into third place then, a 123.2. Tony Willis, he's still trying to claw back a wee bit of time then to get as close to Monaghan as possible. So Clark and Daly, they've been solid, absolutely rock solid all weekend. And similar performance here the last time at Bishop's Court. So the gap, you can see that gap is up now. 4.4 seconds the gap is up to. And that is Monaghan across the line then. Tony Willis passing us here with Ian Harron, 124.1. Mickey McDermott and Carl Daly away through, 125.0. That was a 127 that time round. So slightly slower from them. And Tony Willis a 124.2. So Newton and McCray away through there. Just seen a cloud of dust there. I thought it was maybe one of the outfits out onto the grass, but no, it's the lawnmower racing. So good to see it. Looks like good crack at lawnmower racing as well. Although I do like whatever's left of my spine, so I'd rather keep it the way it is. And I think some of these sidecar passengers thinking the same. You can see how much they're thrown about. Oh, look at O'Reilly. O'Reilly is really pushing. That car is screaming for grip coming out of Dunsport down on the start and finish. The gap is up 4.8 seconds. A 120.8 that time for O'Reilly. Last time was a 120.4 for Clark. So they're not that far away from each other. Again, you'll notice Clark always sort of paces himself and lets the engine breathe that wee bit more in the later parts of the race whenever he gets a bit of a gap, and that's exactly what these poor wee engines need, because they are highly tuned and they do get a thrashing as they're slipping and sliding in and around Bishop's Court here. So Ryan Deneen's now under pressure from the 21. Eugene Kettle and Anto McDonald. Phil Newton away through there as well, so he's tucked in. Kettle has got the better of Newton. But we've seen this in the last one. Oh, it looked like Kettle was looking away around the outside of Ryan Deneen on the exit of turn 1. That would have been an interesting manoeuvre to say the least. We'll see when they come back out of the trees who got the better of who. Looking further back, that is Clark and Daly, but looking for Tony Willis and Ian Harron. So it looked like they've dropped right back off the pace from Monaghan. They may just be settling for this 4th place, Willis and Harron. So there's Monaghan across the line then. The gap from Paul Clark and Daly back to Terry O'Reilly and Mark Gash is now 5.1 seconds. Further back still to Monaghan is 14.8 seconds. Tony Willis and Ian Harn have dropped back ever so slightly, 7 seconds now. Monaghan has over Willis. So again, big move there from Randonine up the inside at Dunsfort, but he's going to lose the drive, is he? You can see Kettle. So again, much like the last race, Philly Newton within 1 lap has got the better of Kettle once again, but Randonine is looking racy once again. Oh, he was trying to squeeze up the inside of turn 1 on Philly Newton, but he's lost the drive, and this is going to allow Kettle to claw that right back again. But here's the leaders, Paul Clark and Stephen Daly across the line. That's the checkered flag, or the last lap flag, should I say, out now. So the last lap chance for O'Reilly. So he's starting to close the gap up again. There's never enough laps in these races for O'Reilly. So he's now 4.9 seconds. He's clawing a wee bit back there. Terry Riley, last lap a 120.9. Clark's last lap was a 121.0. Not an awful lot in it, but every little helps in this case, and I think he might not have enough. Looking further back there, we have Philly Newton, Kettle and Deneen fairly spread out through each other now. So another call then, please, for the Supersport machines to the holding area. That's the Supersport Pro machines to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. We are on the last lap, half a lap to go now for Paul Clark and Stephen Daly. So Philly Newton across the line. He's had a great season so far, up there in 6th place now. Kettle in 7th, and Randonine, Fran Newton demoted to 8th place. But here comes the leader then, and both of them will be smiling from ear to ear. Paul Clark and Stephen Daly take another win, do the treble here at Bishop's Court. And Terry O'Reilly, he closed the gap even further on the last lap, but it's not enough. But he'll be happy with that 2nd place, a 4.57 seconds of a gap, and that his last lap was 120.5. Clark's last lap was 120.9. So we're waiting for 3rd place outfit now. So Philip Monaghan and Owen Keeger should be coming down in through here. Oh no, it's not. Oh, so number 72, Mickey McDermott and Carl Daly clinching that 3rd place. So I think we had a retirement there, unfortunately, for Monaghan and Keeger. So that's promoting the rest of them up again, and Philly Newton is going to be over the moon with this. Can he drag Kettle to the line? Kettle moves over the left-hand side. Oh no! Oh, so Kettle and McDonald get the better of Philly Newton, unfortunately, right at the line. So close there. The drive that Kettle got out of Dunsfort was unbelievable, and he made it work, and he up into 4th place then. Philly Newton 5th, and 6th was Randonine and Fran Newton. So unfortunately, Monaghan Willis didn't finish just on that last lap. So unfortunately, that was their race over on the last lap, and it was looking pretty good there too. So the Supersport machines then are up next. That's the Supersport Next Generation, aka Supersport Pro, and we can get the Supersport Cup then, of course, straight after. Yeah, I think so. So just a reminder. Yes, Jenny, hold on, will you? I was choking. So please, can everybody stop off? No, it's not only 2 laps, Jenny. Can we have all the spectators, please, and everyone actually, off the pit wall? Remember, just until the race starts, if you can all step behind that white line, that would be fantastic. And I thank you muchly. So just until the machines pass you and you can jump up back onto the pit wall and we can watch this super sport race. So Jenny Gartland just keeping me right there. She's not pole dancing today, which is probably yet. So if anyone wants to see Jenny Gartland pole dancing, come on down here to the she's getting a chair. Come on down to the grid later on. So the machines are gathering on the grid into their positions. Richard Cooper in pole from Storm Stacey. No Corey McGreevy. Then we have Mike Brown and Taylor Morton. Taylor Morton absolutely flying on that Parker Transport machine. So here we go then. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up and away to go. Oh, a great start once again there for Richard Cooper. Storm Stacey just struggling ever so slightly to get that R6 machine off the line into turn 1 then. Oh, and it looks like Cooper just about getting the whole shot, but Storm Stacey is right on his tail. He doesn't want to let him get away, and of course Mike Brown will be chasing them down as well. Again, that wee bit of a gap that they opened up on Mike Brown early doors from race 1 today. It just gave him too much work to do throughout the rest of the race. So looking at Deegan's chicane then. In fact, it's Storm Stacey who's now in the lead of this race, and that looks like Cooper in second place. And what a start there for Morton. Is that Taylor Morton up into third on the Parker Transport machine? It is indeed. So Morton through Ringawati. Absolute class act. Mike Brown just in behind in fourth, and perhaps I think that could be AJ Carey right up there as well. So that would be a fantastic start there for AJ. But here he comes then. Storm Stacey across the line. Richard Cooper, Taylor Morton, Mike Brown. It's Don Gilbert. It's AJ Carey's teammate, Don Gilbert, and Rob McCauley, and AJ just in behind there in 7th place, followed by Ross Martin and Ruben Sherman Boyd on the ZX6 in 9th. William Donnelly rounding up the top 10. So at the hairpin then, it looks like the two of them, Storm Stacey and Cooper, just pulling away that wee bit from Taylor Morton. And of course Mike Brown as well. That we'll look at the gaps and the times the next time round. You can hear these machines screaming away in the background, pushing themselves to the absolute limit, engines and riders. Storm Stacey starting to pull away from this one again. The lap record for the Super Sport machines is a 107.0. That was from Tom Booth Amos back in 2003. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, going down to 107.0. But Storm Stacey across the line with a 108.1. So nearly into the 107s. And a brave move there. That was Rob McCauley. So Rob McCauley moving over to the left hand side of the road and driving past. So that was driving past Don Gilbert there. So Gilbert down into 6th place now. AJ Carey, his teammate, just in behind him. So the leaders are at Deegan's chicane through fairways 1. Absolutely flat stick in one of these machines. Don't lift your head from the screen until you hard brake in here. Look at Cooper. He just closing in on Storm Stacey ever so slightly through the chicane and Ring of Waddies. Storm Stacey has been struggling around this top half of the track for this weekend. Just looking there, Mike Brown has got right up into the back end of Morton. Across the line here, Storm Stacey. Richard Cooper, the fastest lap at 108.0. And that's Morton away through Mike Brown, chasing him on that Russell Racing Yamaha in the slipstream, but it's just not good enough. Before they reach turn 1, he's closed right back up with him again. Ross Martin away through, William Donnelly, Daniel Matheson, fantastic race further on down. Simon McCullough, Jack Cadwell, Graham Smallwoods and Kaelan Smith all across the line there. But the fastest lap at 108.0 goes to Cooper at the minute, so he's starting to hunt Storm Stacey back down again, in through the chicane. Fairways 1. You can see they don't even lift. They don't even lift their heads from beneath the screens. Now Robin. I'll cut you off, Robin. There's a Super Sport race getting on here, and it's starting to heat up. Something shocking. Storm Stacey coming on the start and finish straight. Cooper trying to get into the slipstream. He cuts right in behind Storm Stacey. He's within slipstream contention now, but look at Mike Brown and Morton. Mike Brown looks behind him, looks over his shoulder, but he stays in behind him just for now. He might be fishing for something a maneuver later on. So Richard Cooper then, a 107.6 for Richard Cooper. So down into the 107s now. Don't forget the lap record is a 107.0. So that's what we're looking for. We'll keep an eye on Richard Cooper. So Richard Cooper still chasing down Storm Stacey. Through fairways 2, into Ring of Waddy, and making their way back up to Dunsford. We'll see what the lap time. The gap last time was 0.2 seconds. Richard Cooper is feeling this win. He needs a win this weekend, and he's getting tucked right in behind. He wants win number 2 as he crosses the line. So the gap was 0.2 again, absolutely identical from the previous. Look at Mike Brown's looking racy now. He moves over to the left hand side. He's going to try and move up the inside, is he? The Parker Transport Yamaha just has the legs over the Russell Racing machine. Down the front straight here. That's Mike, Don Gilbert, Rob McCauley and AJ Carey. Now dicing it out. AJ over the left hand side, just couldn't squeeze that machine up the inside. There was no room there at all. The door was shut on him. McCauley says, no thank you sir, you stay where you are, and put him in his place. But back at the front then, it is Storm Stacey. Oh, look at the flames coming out of the back end of that Yamaha. The overburn pumping into the face of Cooper. But Cooper's pushing really hard. Look how smooth the pair of them look through Dunsford then. And Storm Stacey just parks that bike at Dunsford and then releases hard on the throttle again. Gap is 0.1 now. Cooper up the inside into turn 1. Cooper, Richard Cooper into the lead, but has he got the line for turn 2? Storm Stacey looked like he was going to ride right the outside of Richard Cooper. They disappear behind the trees now as we look towards the chicane, but again, further down, Don Gilbert, Rob McCauley and AJ Carey. Rob McCauley in an AKR sandwich for Rob McCauley. He's feeling the pressure from the Hondas. So Storm Stacey then in front, still with the advantage. Oh, Richard Cooper on the brakes again, pumping the flames out of that R6 Yamaha. Storm Stacey, Richard Cooper is as close as he's ever been now through Ring of Waddy. They're going to be showing the last lap flag this time round as they round Dunsford again. One last chance for Richard Cooper. They're closer. Look at the flames out, even on the power. Storm Stacey well tucked in a lot slower that time. That's a 108.2 for the both of them compared to the best time, a 107.6. Look at Mike Brown. He's in the slipstream with that Parker Racing Yamaha, and he's just trying to get past. He's struggling to get the room to get past. So Morton pushing to the limit and a wee bit more. Oh, Macaulay has got the better then. Macaulay has got the better of Gilbert and Carey. So Carey's still in that 7th place. That's William Donnelly, Ruben Sherman Boyd and Daniel Matheson all across the line. Back at the leaders then on this last lap. Half a lap to go through fairways. Breaking into fairways 2. Storm Stacey still in the lead list. Richard Cooper looks like he's dropped back ever so slightly. So will Storm Stacey go defensive? Will that allow Richard Cooper to close that gap up once again? No. So Storm Stacey out onto the right line and across the checkered flag, taking the win from Richard Cooper. What a race that was now. Next for 3rd place, it's Mike Brown, who's now got the better of Morton. So Mike Brown across the line and takes the last step of the podium over Taylor Morton. What a race between these pair. Taylor Morton got an amazing start there and he just chipped away. But the speed of that Parker Racing transport machine. Oh, big move there for, that was Don Gilbert, but just squeezing out Rob Macaulay and AJ Carey, William Donnelly and Ruben Sherman Boyd across the line. Go ahead, John. So can I please have Anthony McColgan and Jack Crean to the base of the control tower? That's Anthony McColgan and Jack Crean to the base of the control tower, please, as soon as possible. Next up then is the Super Sport Cup for more Super Sport action. But what a win there for Storm Stacey. He dominated, he led the whole race. Richard Cooper, a couple of cheeky wee moves there, but it just wasn't enough. Mike Brown getting the better of Taylor Morton on the last lap to take 3rd place. Taylor Morton 4th, Rob Macaulay in 5th, Don Gilbert 6th, 7th was AJ Carey. What a fantastic race between them 3 as well. William Donnelly was able to hold off Ruben Sherman Boyd, but what a result. Huge round of applause please for Richard Cooper. Don't forget Ruben Sherman Boyd on that 2003 ZX6 Kawasaki, and he's in the top 10 of the Super Sport race. And here he is then, your winner of the Super Sport, Storm Stacey, and a lovely rolling burnout there for Storm. And nearly a claim to go with it. Daniel Matheson 10th, 11th Ross Martin, Graham Smallwoods in 12th, 13th Jack Caldwell, 14th Simon McCullough, and Keelan Smith in 15th. So again, Super Sport Cup machines up next, and believe you me, this is going to be another hot one. Just apologies for the cameras again, just having an issue with one of the cameras. Just a dodgy lead, so we're all good to go once again, so apologies for that one. I was getting slightly excited up here during that race, so I must have knocked one of the leads out of the cameras, and there isn't an awful lot of room up here either, so, but we got sorted, so apologies to our YouTube viewers there for that one. Yeah, go ahead, John.
Sorry, can you call Jack Crean again? We're still waiting for him at the race of the control car here. Sure.
Oh. So the Supersport Cup machines just lining up. Another call, please, for Jake Crean to the base of the control tower, please. That's Jake Crean to the base of the control. It's been a long day, but here we go. The Supersport Cup machines are ready and raring to go, and the lights go out. What a start there! A great, well, a fantastic start. So Ian Wardy getting away pretty sharp there on that one, into turn one, as they disappear behind the trees again. We'll keep a close eye. So in through the hairpin, out the other side, in through Deegan's, and then fairways that really fast left-hander, and a wee bit of short shifting as the champagne gets popped behind us here. So Richard Cooper winning the Supersport. Winning the Supersport overall throughout the weekend from Storm Stacey and Mike Brown. So in through Ring of Water then. Oh, look at Brett McCallum. Brett McCallum just had to shut all round the outside of Ian Wardy up through into Dunsford. And he's able to hold the line. So a bit of a cheeky move there, but it was a clean one nonetheless. So Brett McCallum in the lead of this one from Ian Wardy. William Young in third place. Hopefully William Young will be thinking about holding on to the back end of that's a far better start than the last race. So William Young is going to be looking for that win. So unfortunately no Simon Hewitt, Darwin Young, Ben Crooks, Ross Quinn, Tom Oliver, Craig Scullen and Lewis Grove not through there. I think Tom Oliver did have a slip off there on the first lap, but he is up and okay. And just unfortunate these things happen, especially at the pace that these Supersport riders are pushing at. But Brett McCallum then in the lead of this one. Having a look there, that's not Ian Wardy, that's William Young. So William Young now up into second place and pushing on Brett McCallum. So William, with his lap times that he was posting earlier on, he's well in within a chance of a win here through Dunford. Back out on the start and finish straight. Look at Scott Clements as well. So Scotty looking hotty here as he's in the slipstream of Ian Wardy. Moving over the left hand side. Oh, look at William Young as well. As William Young trying to ride round the outside of Brett McCallum. That is a brave move. So Young posting the fastest lap, a 1:15.4 there in second place. Brett McCallum a 1:16.0. Ian Wardy a 1:17.5 in third. Scott Clements in fourth with a 1:15.8. Paddy McColgan in fifth with a 1:18.3. Dean Graham in sixth with a 1:17.9. And then we have Conor McGuire seventh, Conor Curtis eighth. Ninth is Niall Monaghan. 10th is Darrell Ward. And 11th Mark Shields. Then we have, unfortunately, we've lost Tom Oliver there around the track, but he is up and A-OK, which is great to hear. So down through fairways 2, it is still Brett McCallum from William Young in through Ringawati. But look at Scott Clements now. So Scott Clements is really on it and he's pushing towards these pairs. So this is going to be a really hot lap here from Scott Clements. And look at that machine. That's a lot more stable than what it was, or maybe just speaking too soon, but that's a fast lap there from Scott Clements. 1:15.1. So he's closing the gap now on William Young. So William Young is going to have to get past Brett McCallum as quickly and as efficiently as he can, or Scott Clements will be hunting him down here very, very soon indeed. So the leaders through into the hairpin now. Go on ahead, John.
Again, call Jack Crean to the base of the control car. Apparently he was up here in the transponder, but he mustn't have heard the announcement.
So again, please, another call for Jake Crean. Could Jake Crean please return to the control tower? Jake Crean, return to the control tower. That's instruction from the clerk of the course. So the machine's screaming down behind us here. Scott Clements again closing up that gap now. It was 0.7 back on William Young. William Young was 0.4 back on Brett McCallum. It's still 0.4 on Brett McCallum, but 0.3 on William Young. Back to Scott Clements. So he's looking really sharp here as Paddy McColgan going through there, 7th. And that's Connor Curtis. So Paddy McColgan retired out of the last race on that Ducati. So it looks like, well, hopefully any gremlins that were bothering him in the last one, he has sorted out. Just a call then, please, for Cahill Graham. If you can return your transponder, please. That's Cahill Graham. Return your transponder, please. And that's the Ducati of Mark Shields making his way through. Of course, the senior parade machines, if you can start making your way into the holding area, please. That's the senior parade machines to the holding area. So you can hear the bikes blipping down the gears and making their way through, and they're all together at Dunsford, back out onto the start and finish as they were the last lap. Brett McCallum, William Young, Scott Clements. Oh, look at Scott Clements in the slipstream of William Young, moving over the left hand side. Is he going to make a move into the first? Oh, Brett McCallum going backwards now. So William Young is in the lead of this race. William Young has stolen the lead of this race from Brett McCallum. Out-dragged him to the first corner. There was no manoeuvring needing. Just out-dragged him to the first corner as nice as you like, and just as polite as William Young himself. So that's where he is, back in the lead, but he's under pressure. I think Brett McCallum is trying to repay the favour into Deegan's, into the chicane, but he's just starting to open up that wee bit of a gap. So this is going to be a good lap here, hopefully for William Young. He'll be praying that he's going to be pulling the gap. Scott Clements just dropping off the pace that wee bit through Deegan's and Ringawati. There we go then, up through the top half of the circuit. It's still William Young from Brett McCallum. Scott Clements have closed them down up the top half through Ringawati. Again, Dunsford. Brett McCallum just closing them back in again through Dunsford. But it's the drive that William Young is able to get out on the start and finish straight. You can see that R6 Yamaha is working hard. Scott Clements trying absolutely everything to get close back. Oh, Brett McCallum. So Brett McCallum up the inside of William Young into the first corner. That's a brave move there for McCallum. But of course it does run in the family. So we're looking down at the hairpin. McCallum starting to pull away now from Young. Into Deegan's and then in through Fairways. Of course, talking about nostalgia, two very famous names. Again, still up the front. I remember Brett McCallum, and we heard Philip McCallum as well, having good races with Derek Young back in the day. But of course, no relation to William Young as they head up towards the Dunsford. You can see Brett pushing the front end of that ZX10. It seems to be pushing him a wee bit wide. Maybe the back end's a wee slightly softer set up this time round. So Brett across the line. This is the last chance then. A 1:14.7 for McCallum. That's the fastest lap of this race. William Young a 1:15.2 and Scott Clements a 1:14.9. Scott Clements still with that gap at 0.311 through Dean Graham then. Paddy McColgan away through Connor Curtis then. But Dean Graham up into 5th place. Good result there for Dean. A 1:16.0 was his lap time. Back at the front through Deegans. You see Mark Shields in the distance there. Just he might get away with this one. But McCallan has bit the screen this time round, and he's starting to open that gap on William Young. As they're back. Oh, Brett McCallan running a wee bit wide, running deep. William Young up the inside and has to push Brett McCallan out wide, nearly out onto the grass. But it was a clean move. They were leaning on each other. Through Ringawati again. Brett McCallan going wide. He's demoted now to 3rd place. William Young is going to take the win in the Supersports Cup. Scott handed 2nd place, and Brett McCallan had to settle for 3rd. Ran wide at the chicane and wide again, just pushing that wee bit too hard at Dunsport. And Conor Maguire then across the line. It was Ian Wardy 4th, Conor Maguire 5th. 6th was Dean Graham. A phenomenal ride there. There's Paddy McColgan across the line. In 7th, 8th was Connor Curtis. Oh, and further down the field then, Niall Monaghan and Darrell Ward are at it neck and neck through Dunsport. Look at the lean angle there. But Ward, across the line then, Monaghan just gets it from Ward. But Ward, the lean angle that he was holding through Dunsport, I didn't think he was going to get back up there again. And he just used the power then. And the fat part of the tire. And he thought he was so close to out-dragging Monaghan there, but it wasn't to be. And then Mark Shields on that gorgeous Ducati across the line. So senior parade machines up next then. So hopefully you are all in the holding area, ready, raring to go for this one. Well, please, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, and what a win for William Young, Scott Clements in 2nd place, and Brett McCallan in 3rd. What a well fought race. Call who? Sorry, my radio's messing again.
Sorry, mate. Jake Green.
Oh.
We're still waiting for the firm to come back up, so we may have not heard the announcements.
Attention, Paddock. Attention, Paddock. Can we have Jake Green to the base of the control tower, please? That's Jake Green to the base of the control tower. Instructions from the clerk or the course. So Jake Green, please make your way to the base of the control tower. John McClure would like to speak to you.
Okay, we have a third grade. Stop a minute. Okay, third grade, stop a minute. First place, William. Roger, just getting some traffic here started.
So again, just a reminder, please, for any transponders, I've seen Cahill Graham going in there. So good man, Cahill. But can the remainder of the Super Sport B races, can you please return your transponders? That's Conor McGuire and Craig Scullin. So Conor McGuire and Craig Scullin, can you please return your transponders as soon as possible?
Brap Moto are proud sponsors of Commentary Corner. Located at 5 Lisburn Road, Moira, the former Motor Shocks building, this is the place to go for something different. Only open 2 hours a week to the public, Wednesday 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. Everyone is very welcome to drop in and check out the weekly change in stock, ranging from mopeds to fireblades. Davey from Brap Moto is looking for all types of motorbikes, vintage, classic, sports bikes, to damaged end-of-life bikes for dismantling. Also job lots of bike spares. Top cash prices paid, in particular looking for good, clean road bikes of any age. Brap Moto is proud to support many racers on the roads and the short circuits.
So here we go then, the senior parade machines are out on track again. So we can all take in the noises, the sights, the smells. And you can already hear them 750s winding up. And hopefully we'll get another chance and to see, hopefully Dennis Todd has made it. He wasn't well there yesterday. He was struggling a wee bit, but he's pushing on. It's great to see such a legend out on track amongst others. There's someone motoring on in the background there. I think it's maybe just someone trying a wee test on their Superbike before later on. Don't forget the Superbike races are coming up very soon. We have the senior parades now, the pre-73s race up next. On a wee bit of twitch there from Richard Cooper and a wee bit of a nervous look from Carl Phillips down below me here. So Cooper pushing that Ducati again, just trying to get to the bottom of it, but Ryan Whitehall as well on the Lionheart Racing Kawasaki. Just getting a wee lap in as he pulls in down below us here. So the senior machines, and then of course we'll have the pre-73s. If you want to make your way to the holding area, please. That's the pre-73 machines to the holding area as quickly as possible. And then we'll go for the lightweight parade, and that will be followed by the open invitation, the big superbike race. Coop's out on that Ducati. He's absolutely giving it stacks there. I would say he's maybe given a few of the old boys a bit of a fright on the way past, to say the least. So the senior machines away through. Paddy McColgan's machine out there again. Riders just swapping and changing the machineries that they're riding throughout the weekend. So just wait, maybe I don't think it's going to get any quieter here, but can we have Mervyn Ferris, please? Mervyn Ferris to the base of the control tower as quickly as possible. That's Mervyn Ferris to the base of the control tower as quickly as possible. So again, these 750s and that Norton, don't forget the rotary Norton, a lovely sounding machine. Sean Anderson rode the rotary, the Whiz Norton at Tandragee. No, William, keep it on. Keep the medal on, William. So the Ducati there of Paddy McColgan. That's definitely not Paddy McColgan on that machine. Either that or he's lost 15 stone within today. But whoever it is certainly motoring. There's 72 away through there. The Aprilia. And then of course we have Adrian Archibald. Was chatting to Adrian earlier on the grid during the Joy Dunlop 25th anniversary parade, and he just loves being here. He loves being on motorbikes, but today it just does him really. He just loves coming here every year. There's Ross Crimble. So Ross on his TZ 750. That's the machine that we were talking about earlier on. Absolutely immaculate. And we also have Lawrence Britton again riding his father's machine. It's great to see that machine circulating here at Bishop's Court, and he's actually pushing on pretty hard with it as well. So that's the number 8, of course, Richard Britton. That machine there of Paddy McColgan is just moving over a wee bit. Just getting off the racing line, just pulling into the bottom, the base of pit lane. I don't think that machine will be out again today, so hopefully not, because it looks like he's retired out of that one. again, Ross Crimble there, number 33 on the front of the machine. So again, another call for the pre-73 machines, please. You can make your way to the holding area. That looked like Mr. Black on that Taz Suzuki, perhaps. We'll have to get another look when he comes back round. But again, in through a whole gaggle of them coming down here. And the amount of machine, that Norton sounds absolutely fantastic. Come down through, and here's Cooper again on the Ducati. And he's certainly not hanging about. The GSXR 1000 machine. A whole array of motorcycles out here, including another Ducati. And the second of the Taz Suzuki's TT winning machine. You can see the number 1 plate. And that's Mike Mescal. Again, Mike, I think he's still the 500cc machine. It's a lovely, it's a gorgeous machine, and a 250 as well. In the Miller Racing colours. It does look like Paul Black there. Same helmet and leathers. The Joy Dunlop replica helmet on. But it looks like all the riders have swapped and changed here. A couple more latecomers coming out as well, just for a wee last minute blast. That's Ross Crimble just coming into pit lane with his 750. You can see the 4 pipes, 3 up the right hand side and 1 on the left hand side. So again, it's basically 2 350 engines set together. And you can imagine how much power is going through them machines.
Yeah, Jordy, I think we're aware about, we're waiting on them on the hearing.
So Mike Mescal just pulling in there. Again, you've probably noticed him going about with a walking stick, a wee bit of a limp. No. But he's certainly handling that 500 nicely. And God love me, looks like he's in a lot of pain there. So we're just heading then through as the checkered flag, the machine's heading through, and we'll make our way back round into the paddock. And then we'll have the pre-73 machines to go out on track. So straight after the pre-73 machines will be the lightweight. That will be their 6th parade of the weekend. So the lightweight parades, as soon as the pre-73 machines go out onto the track, if you can make your way to the holding area, and we'll get things moving here. And then of course after that is the open invitation, the big one. And going by the racing earlier on, it will not It will not disappoint. So just a reminder, anyone in the pre-73 class, as soon as you come in, if you can return your transponders, please. And of course, we're still waiting on Conor McGuire and Craig Scullen to return their transponders. That's number 95 in the Supersport Cup and number 138 in the Supersport Cup. If you two can please return your transponders, we would be ever so grateful. Of course, if none of the transponders, if any transponders are left over, we can't leave, unfortunately, so we have to wait for the transponders to be returned. So if you can do that as quickly as possible. So Paul Gartland there, just eagle-eyed Paul Gartland picking up what looks like a chain. As he throws it into the tyre wall. So that's perhaps what has happened. That machine of Paddy McColgan. So if you're looking your chain, Paddy, it's just at the top half of pit lane here. So that's the pre-73 machines now out on track. On pole position then is Andy Kildare. Mark Johnson in second place. Nigel Moore lines up in third. Kyle Parks in fourth. Fifth is Mark Cowan. Sixth is RJ Woolsey. Seventh is Andrew McCrum. Eighth is Gavin Duffy. Ninth is Aaron Larkin. 10th is Pat Murray. 11th, Philip Murphy on the 500. 12th is Calvin McCann. 13th is Paul McMahon. 14th is Phil Lunny. 15th is Adam McKee. 16th is Brendan Neeson. 17th, Sean Leonard. 18th is Michael Butler. 19th, Brian Matthews. And 20th is Malcolm Love. So hopefully Malcolm has made it to the grid. Any teething problems he has, fingers crossed, he's had this whole weekend to try and iron them out. So that's Mark Johnson and Andrew McCrum. McCrum in the first race yesterday, struggling with the gear shifter. Just the end of it came off, had to tuck his foot up in between the frame and the gear selector just to try and select the gears and then kick it back down. I think he just ended up staying in the one gear then, because of course he was leading his class, the 500cc class. That's Buster Sherman boy there, making his way back into the paddock. As we 125 Honda. So nearly ready to go then. So the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights and away they go. Another quick start there and a row. Look at Andrew McCrum giving it gears. Andrew McCrum nearly getting to the very, very front there. And he's having a ride around the outside of a couple of riders there, but it looked like Andy Kildare who got the whole shot in that one. So the machine's making their way down towards the hairpin again. And it looks like Kildare has another spectacular lead in this race already. Into the chicane, into Deegan's chicane, and Horn back out. Then heading towards Fairways 1. It's basically, there's 1, 2, 3, basically 3 chicanes down this back, not so straight, but it is very, very fast indeed. So into the last chicane then, tipping in, it is Andy Kildare. Oh, a big moment there for someone. I think that perhaps is that Dickinson maybe. So we'll have a look and see, not on the board there, but coming out of Dunsford are the leader, Andy Kildare. Mark Johnson promoted to second place then. Kildare across the line. Mark Johnson, number 46, pushing hard. Nigel Moore still tucked in behind him. These pair are always at it, neck and neck. Andrew McCrum maybe got ever so slightly bullied, and he's back down into that 6th place. Malcolm Benson, then Mark Kern, and then we have Phil Murphy in 9th, Sean Leonard 10th, 11th Paul McMahon, 12th Gavin Duffy, Brendan Neeson, Adam McKee. So as we look back, that's number 111. Brian Matthews across the line. And a few retirees here, unfortunately, making their way back down, slightly deflated way back down into pit lane. So not the way that they wanted to end such a fantastic weekend here at the Classic Bike Festival. Up next then is the lightweight parade machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. And then following that will be the open invitation, the big bikes, the Superbikes. Out for another run, out for another hot race. here at Bishop's Court. Wee bit premature there on the klaxon. We'll wait another half an hour for these boys to get back down in the pit lane. He's giving a wee push there, very good of him. But Andy Kildare across the line then. Mark Johnson still under pressure. Looks like Nigel Moore has closed that gap there. 0.5 seconds now back from Mark Johnson. He's still in the slipstream and he's still pushing hard. Kyle Parks then 4th, 5th, RJ Woolsey 6th, Andrew McCrum 7th is Malcolm Benson. That's another couple of names there that we've heard throughout the years, for loads of years. Woolsey and McCrum. Of course, Robert McCrum had plenty of brilliant race with RJ Woolsey. Of course, Simon Woolsey as well, also racing RJ's son. Find that a lot of the racers, it all runs in the family. So Andy Kildare with the fastest lap, a 1:23.8. Mark Johnson in second, a 1:26.2. Nigel Moore in third, but something tells me not for long, with a 1:25.9. He's slightly faster than Johnson ahead of him, but again, it's one thing catching them, it's another passing him. But it looks like Mark Johnson is maybe up the pace here. Andy Kildare across the line again, a 1:23.6. But here's Mark Johnson then, the number 46 machine. Mark Johnson in second place. The gap is back up to 0.6, so perhaps Nigel Moore just making a wee mistake somewhere. Andrew McCrum, good run there in 6th place, just behind RJ Woolsey and ahead of Malcolm Benson on the road. But of course, the open class being led by Andy Kildare. Mark Johnson leading the 350 class from Nigel Moore and Kyle Parks. RJ Woolsey leading the 500 class, and that's exactly where Andrew McCrum wants to be. He's just in behind him, so he's still pushing hard. 250 class then being led off by Gavin Duffy. Second place in the 250s, Adam McKee and Brian Matthews in third. So Andy Kildare then with a 1:23.6 as he comes round Dunsford again. He looked like he was going to... Oh, he's running a wee bit wide there through Dunsford. He's pushing hard for a good lap time here. That's going to be another fast one. Very consistent there, but slightly slower. 1.238 compared to 1 minute 2:23.6. Mark Johnson then still holding off Nigel Moore. Nigel Moore, second place man of the 350 class. Kyle Parks in behind them as well. So they're just a wee bit too far away. So Andrew McCrum closing up the gap now on RJ Woolsey. McCrum's last time was a 1:28.1. RJ Woolsey a 1:29.5. So McCrum is in with a chance here for a win in the 500 class. Looking back to the chicane, Andy Kildare absolutely dominating this weekend on his 750 Honda. Mark Johnson still ahead of Nigel Moore. Nigel looks like he's closing up on him ever so slightly. See how we 250 Suzuki way through there. It's perhaps just slipping the clutch a wee bit too much. So Dean Dickinson, he will be fuming he's not out in this race. He could have been up there at the point end with Andy Kildare, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. Fastest lap again for Kildare as he crosses the line, a 1:23.3. We'll look back then at Mark Johnson. So I think Nigel Moore just in slipstream contention and no more. Kyle Parks dropping back even further from Nigel Moore. 5.6 seconds then. RJ Woolsey just across the line, but McCrum, look at McCrum now. He's right in behind him. Oh, he's pushing hard as he sways over the right hand side of the road, and he gets tucked in to that first corner, hitting the apex nicely. Of course, he wants the good drive. It's slightly uphill out of turn 2, so you do need to hit it absolutely perfect. And if you're lucky enough, you can outbrake them and hopefully not outbrake yourself into the hairpin. But McCrum still in behind Woolsey. Of course, you will have a lot of respect there for RJ Woolsey as they enter the chicane. He doesn't want to ruffle fellers in this race. Of course, still a long way to go in this season, but it looks like McCrum. Here's Andy Kildare, but we'll look back at McCrum and Woolsey. So McCrum has got past RJ Woolsey now into the chicane. Does he make it stick? He holds on to that then. So RJ Woolsey, second of the 500s now, and McCrum leader of the 500s. Mark Johnson just shifting himself over, getting himself a wee bit more comfortable there, as Nigel Moore still chasing him down. The gap is still 0.4, both with their personal bests as they cross the line. A 125.8 for Mark Johnson and a 125.8 for Nigel Moore. But look at RJ Woolsey in the slipstream of McCrum now. He moves over to the left hand side. He's determined. He doesn't want that orange bib to beat him, but of course, RJ Woolsey up the inside of McCrum. So is he now aware of McCrum? Has he seen enough of his riding style within that half a lap? And I think he might just try and pull away from McCrum now. He'll start pushing a wee bit harder. He'll start revving that machine a wee bit harder. Sean Leonard there making his way up into Dunsfort. As we look back, the leader as well in through Dunsfort then. He's making short work of them slower riders, so he's right out again to the white line. Andy Kildare, number 51, with the last lap flag. Again, just waiting for Mark Johnson. The gap back. Has Nigel Moore been just waiting to pounce here, because he's been holding that same gap? 0.4 as they go across the line there. It's up to 0.7 now, but again, still hardly anything in it at all as they come through. That's Kyle Parks, number 6 machine. He had a fantastic Armoy as well, but RJ Woolsey still ahead of McCrum now, still in the lead of this 500cc race. Andy Kildare leading the open class. Second place man unfortunately has retired, so an easy win on the road and an easy win in class. So another call please for the lightweight machines to the holding area. So lightweight machines to the holding area please, as quickly as possible, as the leader Andy Kildare rounds Ringawati for the last time this weekend. He's got ahead of Sean Leonard there and Philip Murphy. But Andy Kildare through Dunsford, out onto the start and finish straight then. And once again, 51, got it done. Andy Kildare with another win. And he'll be more than happy with that. What a great weekend for Andy Kildare. So Phil Murphy getting the better of Sean Leonard across the line. Phil Murphy finishing 9th, Sean Leonard 10th. But here's Mark Johnson. So Mark Johnson by himself across the line, taking second place. So Nigel Moore, no Nigel Moore this time round. So Parks then, Nigel Moore just slipping down the timing screens here, with Kyle Parks being promoted up in the second place of the 350s. RJ Woolsey just winning the 500cc class, 4th on the road from Andrew McCrum, who is second of the 500s. As Mark Cowan, so Mark Cowan across the line there, 6th on the road, but 3rd of the 350s. Malcolm Benson, 4th of the 350s across the road, 7th on the road. Nigel Moore, unfortunately, non-finisher in that one. Phil Murphy, 9th and 3rd of the 500s. Sean Leonard finishing 10th, 4th of the 500s. And Paul McMahon finishing 11th, 6th of the 350s. Brendan Neeson finishing 12th, and 7th of the 350s. Adam McKee, winner of the 250cc class, finishing up in 13th place. Brian Matthews is 2nd of the 250 class and finishing 14th. Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Right, this is going to be the running order. So next is going to be the
So, ladies and gentlemen, just a message there from the clerk of the course, a change of programme. So please jot this down and do not forget. So a change of programmes here. We will have the lightweight parade out now. So hopefully they are in the holding area at the minute. And then we will have the open invitation race. And then that will be followed by the classic GP 400s and the 125s. And then we will have, to end the day and a fantastic weekend, the junior and senior parades together. So please remember that. We have the lightweight parade and then we have the open invitation straight after. And then we'll have the classic GP and Super Sport 400s and 125s out for their race. And the remainder of the parades, the junior and the seniors, will be out together. So again, just letting some traffic through. We've been congested in here and through the paddock, of course, so we shouldn't be too much longer. And these lightweight machines can get out on track again for another enjoyable run, and so we can see these fantastic machines once again. Go ahead, mate.
Michael, you clear yet? That's just all clear now. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. Kelly, count to 10 and let them go. to the last race.
So that's the lightweight machines. We need there. The lightweight machines are out on track, and again, can them riders please make their way to the prize presentation as quickly as possible. That's from the pre-73 machines for their overall positions, and they get their medals. So they're going to do, Robin's going to do the prize presentation again. And that's one of Cleaver Brown's machines away through there. So we'll keep a wee eye on it. Robin Titterington just doing the prize presentations there. And Joel Hare pulling in on his wee 250 Kawasaki. I think that's young Shingleton away through there. Number 88. Again, lovely to see so many wee 125s out and 250s out together. Look down over towards that first corner, and it was in an absolute haze of blue smoke. But the wind's just not going the right direction for it to blow into the comedy box. And surely it couldn't be good for you, but it definitely smells good. Jeremy snodding away through there. Riders getting loads of track time. Wow! Don't you believe that? Again, this is sort of around the time of day. Either some of the riders are packing up, especially the parade riders packing up just to go home, or this is where they really blow the cobwebs off and start opening up these machines. So the junior and the seniors are going out together next time round, so that's going to be a very interesting run indeed. And I'm hoping to see the King Racing set up behind us there is all is starting to pack them away. I was hoping to see one of them Grand Prix machines, maybe that RG500 of the Lucky Strike 500 going out, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it. I'm not sure whether the Ducati, Caparossi's Ducati, will be going out. Again, that's Gemini, that's 250 Gemini Joey Dunlop machine. Away through there, the Logan 125. Of course, previously ridden by Neil Kernahan. So I don't know for the life of me how Neil Kernahan fitted into that machine and did so well, but he did. And here we go, the 250, they're away through. So they're just continuing on with the prize presentations there. Can I have the Superbikes to the holding area, please? That's the open invitation race. The Superbikes to the holding area. And the champagne gets popped down below his hair. And they get absolutely drenched. You don't want to get that stuff in your eyes. Andy Kildare is absolutely soaked. This one. So congratulations to everyone who got a prize presentation there for the 373s who got their medals. We're just hearing there's the checkered flag out now, but Reuben Sherman Boyd is out in this one. He's having a go on the wee Morbidelli. That's the wee bee that's busting everyone's eardrums through here. That's previously raced by Brian Hewitt. So Brian Hewitt never hung about himself. He won the Temple on that machine many times, 3 times on the Morbidelli. We'll just have a listen to it as it goes down past us the next time round. Here he comes through Dunsport, a lovely sounding wee bike, and he's absolutely revving it out now. There's something different there for Reuben. So again, and got their photographs and everything taken there at the Go Classic Bike Festival podium. So next up then is the Open Invitation race, the Superbike race. So the remainder of the machines and the holding area, another full grid of Superbikes out on track. So these parade machines just coming back into the paddock. And making their way back up towards us here. So the remainder of the Superbike machines could please make their way to the holding area. And of course, don't forget the classic GP Supersport 400s and GP 125s will be up straight after, and the junior and senior machines for the parade will be out last, and they will be out together. So please be aware of that change to the program, and we'll keep reminding you as we go on. So the temperature has dropped quite a bit here. So again, these Superbike riders, they have to be aware of the track temperature. It is still at 29.5 degrees, slightly colder than what it was the last time they were out, but still they have to be aware throughout the whole race that the temperature will be continuing to drop, so to say. So again, just letting a few of the motors through. Again, just to try and stop the paddock from being any more chocker block than what it is and what it has been this weekend. It's been great to see. I've never seen Bishop's Court as busy in my life. And there's Gary and Melissa Dunlop heading out in their Joy's Bar Honda Britain van. It's great to see them both here. So the Superbike machines then, they're closing the gates now, and hopefully we'll get the Superbikes out on track here. And a reminder, please, for anyone who has borrowed a transponder, can you please return it? So in the pre-73s, 911 Andrew McCrum, if you can please return your transponder. Go on, John! He's going to rip that clean out of the hinges. So the green flag is waved then at the end of pit lane, and the scramble to remove the tyre warmers and to get the bikes fired up and warmed up again. So the machine's heading out onto track now and making their way out to their respective grid positions. I got him.
We'll now have the Open, then the Classic
So the open invitation race out on track now, and this is going to be a scorcher. Just remember, guys, the Classic GP, Super Sport 400 and the 125 GP machines, can you please make your way to the holding area? The junior and senior parade machines will go out together after the Classic GP 400s and 125s. So the machines making their way down towards the grid. And on pole is Danny Kent. And of course, no Corey McGreevy, unfortunately. And then we have Johnny Campbell. Johnny Campbell on a mission this weekend. He led the last Superbike race by an absolute mile. Danny Kent was, well, he said that he didn't know it was a quick start procedure. I think he was daydreaming and maybe thinking about what he was going to have for dinner. But he fought his way up through and he clinched the win. He opened up a wee bit of a gap on Johnny Campbell, but he also towed him along, so Johnny's lap times plummeted as soon as Danny Kent came through. So maybe Johnny has found something else for this race and he can get away if he can get that BMW off the line. Richard Cooper then in 4th, 5th Storm Stacey, Mike Brown in 6th, 7th is Derek Shields. But here we go, the green flag being waved at the back of the grid and they're told to watch the lights. Oh, and away they go. Leveling down towards turn 1. It looks like Danny Kent perhaps with the whole shot in that one. You can hear them Superbikes bouncing as the launch control kicks in. I think Danny Kent maybe with the whole shot in that one as the round turn 2, short shifting up that wee flick left and then braking hard for the hairpin, a late apex for the hairpin, a big wide line to get the drive up into Deegan's and then down a gear. Some of these machines that just hold it on the limiter and tip it in through to get a lovely drive up through fairways 1, which again just rolling the throttle on these machines, but a massive lead now for Danny Kent. Having a look to see 2nd place, that looks like Mike Brown, so a great start, not for long. Here's Johnny up into 2nd place through Ringawati, up the inside of Mike Brown. Storm Stacey was getting awfully close there to the back end of Mike Brown on that. Oh, here we go then. Danny Kent across the line there. Look at the shape of the fireblade. Mike Brown pushing hard. Storm Stacey in 4th. Ryan Gibson in 5th. Derek Shields as a whole gaggle of them coming through. An absolute freight train of horses coming past us here. So Storm Stacey pushing on Mike Brown on that fireblade. Don't forget, I think this is maybe Mike Brown's 3rd meeting on that fireblade as they make their way through again, but he was looking pretty close there to Johnny Campbell as Johnny passed him up the inside at Ringawati and he was able to get the drive. He doesn't want Danny Kent to get away too quickly, but I think it's perhaps too late for Johnny Campbell. So through fairways 2 then, up through Ringawati. Again, look at that Martrain Yamaha, just the back end just squirming underneath while he's right banked over. Through Dunsford then, getting the power on nice and early, setting that machine up. So Danny Kent on the McCann's racing by Martrain Yamaha. Away through there, Johnny Campbell in 2nd, Mike Brown in 3rd, Storm Stacey 4th, Ryan Gibson then holding off Derek Shields, but only just. Andy Wardy got a good start there in 7th place as well. Daniel Matheson, Mark Hewitt, Jack Wardy, and then Christian Elkin. So he's making up the numbers here. Up into 11th place now for Christian Elkin. He's pushing that R1 to the limit. He was having handling issues earlier on this morning. It seemed maybe a wee bit stabler there. We'll keep an eye on him the next time round. So Danny Kent again through fairways 1 underneath that windmill in the distance. Just listen to the blipper on that machine, just downshifting into the chicane. Johnny Campbell pushing really hard now. That BMW is starting to get out of shape. Oh, but Storm Stacey up into third place now, getting the better of Mike Brown into Ringawati. So the more nimble R6 Yamaha, but we need to watch Mike Brown on his Fireblade as he gets the power down. 200 brake horsepower dancing underneath him. And Ryan Gibson is watching the whole thing from the comfort of his BMW. Again, we look at the lap record then for the Superbikes. That's Charlie Nesbitt, a 105.0. Charlie Nesbitt holds that from 2024. That's from last year, Sunflower. So we're at a 106.5. We're a wee bit off the lap record yet, but again, track temperature starting to plummet. It is now 27.5 degrees, and these Superbike riders, they do have to be aware of track temperature with these slick tires. So through Fairways 2, through Ringawati once again. The gap last time back to Johnny Campbell was 3.1 seconds. Danny Kent posting the fastest lap at 106.5. Johnny Campbell 107.2 the last time round. He's up in the pace, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So Danny Kent through. Johnny Campbell 3.5. The gap is still sitting. It's not too far away there. Storm Stacey opening up the gap back to Mike Brown now, but Mike Brown may fall into the clutches of Ryan Gibson very, very shortly. On Kyle Ryde on the 250 Yamaha, he couldn't resist. Kyle Ryde couldn't resist another spin out on that lovely wee two-stroke machine. A long look behind him there, Johnny Allen on Keelan Smith, and another retirement, unfortunately, for Stephen McGill on his Aprilia. So looking back then at the leaders, you can hear that Yamaha, the tail end, bouncing about on that Yamaha as he pushes it to the limit through Dunsford then. Danny Kent out onto the start and finish straight, out onto the white line. And again, 3 laps to go of this race then, Johnny Campbell. So Johnny Campbell has learnt a lot this weekend. So 106.7 that time round for Danny Kent. Johnny Campbell a 107.3 compared to his best of 107.0. So still very, very consistent. Matheson on McMaster then. So Daniel Matheson ahead of McMaster now, out dragging him down the straight here. Kyle Ryde across the line, a 111.2, still on lap record pace. Of course, he broke the lap record with a 110 earlier on, his own lap record, should I say, 4 times in the one race. Great run there, Mark Hewitt just in behind McMaster. Chris Nelkin then still holding on to that 11th place. As we look back towards Mike Brown, is still maintaining that gap back to Ryan Gibson. Of course, Ryan Gibson having issues with his BMW with the split throttles, but no such issues for this man, Danny Kent. 106.7 that time round. Johnny Campbell at 107.7. So Storm Stacey away through in this Superbike race. Remember, on that Super Sport machine in 3rd place, Mike Brown on the Fireblade in 4th, Ryan Gibson on the BMW in 5th, chasing down the Japanese manufacturer. As Dean McMaster getting the better of Daniel Matheson once again. So McMaster, can he hold off Matheson into the first corner? He does, but look at the line that Daniel Matheson takes. A real wide sweeping line. Speaking of wide sweeping lines, William Donnelly on the R6, pushing that wee bike to the limit again, up against these Superbikes. So the McCanns by Martrain Racing Yamaha up through Ringawati then, up into Dunsford, and look how smooth he is. You can see the bike just protesting underneath him ever so slightly, but it is on absolute rails otherwise. Last lap time then for Danny Kent, and the fastest lap once again, a 106.3 for Danny Kent. Oh, a bit of a twitch there from the back end of Mike Brown on the Russell Racing Honda. Further down the field then we have across the line Jack Wardy then, and Andrew Wardy down, getting the better of Wardy's. So that's Andrew down into 7th place, Jack Wardy up into 6th, Dean McMaster 8th, 9th Daniel Masters, Mark Hewitt in 10th, 11th Christian Elgin, 12th Jordan McCord, and Kyle Ryde on that 250 in 13th place. He ran Whitehall away through just behind William Donnelly and Damien Carson. Whitehall changing machinery at Armoy for Whitehall, so again this is all about getting used to the machinery. But here's the leader already, Danny Kent on the McCanns by Martrain Racing Yamaha, across the line for another win. Danny Kent, what a weekend for the team and the rider. Johnny Campbell then comes across the line, your reigning Superbike champion in 2nd place. Storm Stacey in 3rd. Oh, look at Ryan Gibson for the last lap then. Ryan Gibson tried everything to get past Mike Brown, but it wasn't enough. Mike Brown comes in 4th place. Ryan Gibson in 5th. Oh, right out to the white line. That's Wardy. So Wardy running a wee bit wiry, should I say, for Jack. He gets the better of Andrew Wardy for 6th. Andrew Wardy 7th. Dean McMaster in 8th, and it was a close one. For 9th, Daniel Masters and Mark Hewitt in 10th. Christian Elkin 11th. 12th was Jordan McCord, and riding the white line was Kyle Ryde for 13th on that 250 machine. So Kyle Ryde posting a 110.5 that time round, just a whisker off his own lap record on that 250 at TZ 250 Yamaha. That was Damien Carson then, 14th. William Donnelly, 15th. 16th was Ryan Whitehall. Nicky Burns across the line, just in behind Whitehall in 17th on the Suzuki. 18th was Johnny Allen, and 19th was Keelan Smith. What another fabulous Superbike race, and another fabulous result for the McCanns Racing by Martrain Yamaha, and that's exactly what they needed. The confidence is rising. Of course, they have Roger Marshall swinging the rules at the minute, and it seems to be working. Danny Kent seems very happy indeed, and he's come in with another win here at Bishop's Court, so the confidence moving into the next PFB round is very high indeed. Johnny Campbell then, brilliant result there in 2nd, and his best time this weekend, a 107.0 for Johnny Campbell. Storm Stacey, what a result there for Storm Stacey in 3rd, a 107.7, and another burnout. So a round of applause please for these three, Danny Kent, Johnny Campbell and Storm Stacey. So if anyone wants any scrubs, please come and see Storm Stacey. I would say they're well worn out by now. So next up then, the Classic GPs, Supersport 400s and the GP 125s. Please don't forget the open invitation riders. Can you please make your way to the prize presentation over at the Go Lorry, and you get your overall throughout the weekend.
Welcome everybody. The podium presentation for the open invitation race. place, just like the number. Slow. Johnny Campbell in second place. The runner has been going to my home. Johnny Campbell.
Right, Johnny, let's go.
So that's the lightweight super sport and the 125 Grand Prix machines now out on track. And don't forget the junior and senior parades. If you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. And please, a reminder for everyone who has borrowed a transponder. That's Ryan Whitehall, Christian Elkin, Mike Brown, Stephen McGill, Storm Stacey, Taylor Morton. Can you all please return your transponders to Richard? Richard seems very, very nice, but when he doesn't get his transponders back, he turns green and he'll hunt you down. Plus, the earlier you return your transponders, the earlier we can get home. So please return your transponders. Supersport machines then. Supersport lightweight machines. Daryl Tweed on pole from Roy Creeth. Stephen Tobin in third. Alvin Griffin in fourth. James Ging in fifth. Seventh. Sixth then is Eamon McCune. Seventh is the first of the Supersport 300 riders, Owen Everard. So Daryl Tweed is about to deafen us all with this, with his Supersport 400 machine. Split grids, remember guys, so the 125s will go behind the Supersport 400 lightweight machines and the Supersport 300. So Buster Sherman Boy then is going to concentrate, going to try and get off the line as quickly as possible. So here we go then. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Wow, another quick start there. The lights went out. Pretty sharpish there. Oh, Daryl Tweed missing the gear off the line, but we'll go back to the 125s. They're told to watch the lights. The reds go up. Oh, we're just waiting then. Laird Shingleton unfortunately not going, so a late start then for these 125s as they pedal away. They slip the clutch as best they can. So Gareth Arnold just struggling to get off the line there in that one. Oh, it's unfortunate there for... Oh, just about got round there. And Laird Shingleton getting away on this one, but that wee TZ, it's got the life thrashed out of it today. So I think maybe a wee overdue, a wee break, but we'll get out then for maybe get it out in the junior and senior parades. But the leaders then, Supersport lightweight machines through the chicane. Daryl Tweed, remember, missing a gear off the line, so I'm not sure where he has ended up in this one, but we'll know better when they come back down towards us here. Down the start and finish, it looks like Tweed's trying to ride round the outside of, that's Tobin, the number 2 machine. It's Tobin that's in the lead. Tweed then in behind, or Griffin, apologies. So it's Griffin. Tobin is in behind Daryl Tweed in the slipstream. Roy Creeth, they're like a freight train coming down here into turn 1. Has Griffin been able to maintain that lead? Tobin just in behind. It was as if there were just one machine coming down below us here. Here's the 125s then. So Hayden Clinton with a great start ahead of Buster Sherman Boyd here. Third place then in the 125s. Lee Harron not getting the start that he needed there. Johnny Parker just in behind him. Gareth Arnold in 5th. And we'll go to Kyle Martin. Unfortunately, didn't start this one. Kyle had a great start to the weekend on his 125, the number 5 machine. The leaders, Daryl Tweed, starting to pull away now. Well, looks of it. And that was Laird Shingleton there on his 250. Just a wee bit late getting away there for Shingleton, but up through, in through Dunsfort to come. Tweed starting to pull a wee bit of a lead now. The number 72 machine, Tobin, just in behind him now. So Alan Griffin starting to slide down the order here, and he's nearly within Anthony McColgan just in behind him there. But I think Paddy McColgan is going to start chasing him down again later in each race. Paddy just gets quicker and quicker, especially on that gas machine. So Buster Sherman Boyd getting the better of Hayden Clinton and already pulling away through there, but Lee Hara and Johnny Parker are at it neck and neck going into turn 1. So peel into turn 1 again, nearly flat out on one of these 125 machines. So you have to make sure you get a real late apex. For turn 2, these 125s, you need as much drive as you can get through turn 2. Of course, it is uphill on these 125s. They can struggle. So Daryl Tweed, your leader, coming back. Oh, they're coming up the slower riders already, but they're going to be round the outside, making short work there. Daryl Tweed with a long loop behind him. Fastest lap then for Daryl Tweed at 1:17.1. Stephen Tobin across the line in second place, but only just. He's under pressure now from Rory Creeth. Rory Creeth, remember, on these new Supersport 400 Kawasaki machines. So again, it doesn't seem to be an awful lot in it speed-wise compared to the older machines of Stephen Tobin and Daryl Tweed. Rory Creeth at 1:18, but look, the Buster Sherman Boyd, it looks like Hayden Clinton has closed that gap. He has 0.4 then behind Buster Sherman Boyd, so he's closed that bit of a gap back up again as the machines head back down into turn 1. Stephen Boom then leading the classic, the IC, the CGP class, the classic Grand Prix machines. Lap time of 1:20. That's the 350 machine, a 1:21.6. The lap record, funny enough, for the classic GP 350 is a 1:15.5, held by yours truly. So thankfully my lap record will hold for another year. But here's Daryl Tweed through, well, 1:16.9 for Daryl Tweed that time. So he's took another second off his lap time. Stephen Tobin then faster again, a 1:18.0. But look at Roy Creeth, a 1:17.9 for Roy Creeth. He's still tucked in behind Tobin. He's going to have to try and find a way past as quickly as he can. So next up then is the junior and the senior parade machines. If you can make your way to the holding area, please. Buster Sherman Boyd still ahead of Hayden Clinton. But again, that gap looks like it's back down again. Hayden Clinton on corrected time. Buster Sherman Boyd just ahead of him on corrected time, up into 4th place. Hayden Clinton is at 6th in corrected time, but 2nd of the 125s. Gareth Arnold going through there. So Gareth with a 1:25.1 on that lap. Lee Hard just ahead of him a 122.4, so he's starting to pull away. He is good enough there for the win, but unfortunately, just that wee bit of a nasty start. He didn't get off the line as quickly as he wanted to, and it settled him down then in 4th place. But here's your leader in the Supersport, Daryl Tweed, starting to pace himself now at 1:17.0, and Tobin opening up that gap from Roy Creeth, so he's maybe heard Creeth in behind him, and he's decided he wants to get away as quickly as he can. Tobin then, Paddy McColgan now, of course, leading the Super Monos, but up into 5th then, uncorrected time. Wait to see the 125s just starting to come through then. Oh, look at Hayden Clinton. He's closed it back up on Buster Sherman Boyd, but he's not quite close enough for the slipstream. Of course, there's no build at all, and Buster Sherman Boyd is the perfect build for a 125. So here is that Logan racing machine of Johnny Parker. Lee Harrod tucked in behind him. That gap remains 0.4 back from Johnny Parker. And then Gareth Arnold, he's on his own there in 5th place of the 125s, as Laird Shingleton goes through once again. Supersport 300 leader then, Owen Everard. Owen Everard with 120.9. Very impressive lap times indeed. So there's Daryl Tweed away through. So Daryl will get the last lap flag next time round, and he'll clinch another win. If all goes well, he'll clinch another win in this one. So Creeth, the gap is now 0.4, back down to 0.4, back to where Creeth wants it, especially coming on to the last lap the next time round. Alan Griffin still holding off Paddy McColgan, but only just. So second of the Supersport 300 machines, Marley Brown. Here are the 125s. It's still Buster Sherman Boyd. Oh, and a big moment there for Johnny Parker. So Buster Sherman Boyd is by himself now, leading this race. So a big moment there for Johnny Parker. He is moving. He looks a wee bit winded just, but again, just on the par a wee bit early. So the machine's coming down, so it is a red flag. So it is a red flag for this race, and the machines will be coming into the paddock. Yeah, so once we get any updates, we'll soon let you know. And of course then we'll be moving on with the junior and senior parade machines if you want to make your way to the holding area. But again, once we hear anything, we'll be soon to let you know, guys. So again, please, another reminder for anyone who has borrowed a transponder, can you please return it as soon as possible? That's Ryan Whitehall, Christian Elkin, Mike Brown, Stephen McGill, and Taylor Morton. Can you all please return your transponders as soon as possible?
Awesome, just push the gate back.
So again, please, gentlemen, can we have your transponders returned as quickly as possible? That's Ryan Whitehall, Mike Brown, Stephen McGill, and Taylor Morton. Can you all please return your transponders as quickly as possible? Right, guys, for YouTube, thanks very much for watching. There's still another parade to go, and we can still hear. And unfortunately, you can't smell. We haven't cracked the smell-o-vision side of things just yet, so apologies for that. A few comments that the sound was cutting out. Sometimes when I was down on the grid, when there was loads of people, unfortunately it was blocking the Bluetooth sound out, and I have been cutting the sound just whenever someone comes in, because of course you don't want to hear me rattling on and talking to someone else, so that's the reason for that. So again, please, could Taylor Morton return your transponder, please, as soon as possible? So we're waiting for Taylor Morton. If you can return your transponder, please, as soon as you can, that would be fantastic. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the junior and the senior parades out on track now. Again, a mixture, a whole array of machines out on the track this time round. About 20 odd machines, probably more out there. So again, we'll be looking at these TZ 750s, RG 500s, and also the TZ 350s will all be out together, and it will be a fantastic spectacle indeed. Again, looking down the bottom half of the track with a haze of two-stroke smoke in the air.
Control from first 6 AM, we are 6-5. Stop with us at the moment.
So the machine's down towards us here now. That's the number 4 title machine, previously ridden by Guy Martin. Storm Stacey is back on it again. That's not Kyle Ryde this time. On the TZ 250 Yamaha, but the three of them are racing and at it nonetheless. Well, when I say racing, that's a parade lap. But of course, we all know these guys, they have been pushing all weekend. It's pretty great to see too in these parade laps. 31 there, just adjusting himself. As we look back up towards Dunsford. Again, the final parade of the weekend. And it has been a busy weekend for the club and for the riders. Again, the ZX 750 and Kawasaki going through. Of course, it's been great to see so many bikes, even on display, with the Lucky Strike Suzukis, the MotoGP Ducatis warming up in the background. Again, the GSXR 600 there, being chased down by Storm Stacey, and it's great to have so many high-class riders here. Storm Stacey, Kyle Ryde, just to name a few. John McGuinness, Niall Mackenzie, Jamie Whittam flying in on his plane and flying back out again, making the effort to come down here off his own bat, of course. And he loves this event, and he loves the people in our wee country and in the Classic Bike Festival. So as the machines continue to circle again, a reminder, can Taylor Morton please return his transponder? That's Taylor Morton. Please return your transponder as quickly as possible. Thanks very much, Taylor. You're not a bad lad. So that's all the transponders returned. Thanks very much, guys. And hopefully we can get home just as early as some of yous. But got a long shift. The Martrain guys down below us here in the hospitality suite. So their work now begins, stripping down the hospitality tent. But the McCanns by Martrain Racing Team making a huge effort here this weekend, and it's great to see. Thanks very much, Tim Martin and the team, the whole Martin family, doing their thing for the sport and doing their thing for our wee country. And already looking forward to next year. Again, this Classic Bike Festival Ireland gets bigger and bigger every year. We were talking about it earlier. The first time we came here, we actually did it ourselves as well, and it was just parade laps. and the machines just going around spinning laps all day, and it was good crack. Really enjoyed it. And then they started racing at it, so doing the odd race, and the spectators just kept coming. It kept getting more popular, kept getting bigger. We had trials bikes a few times, and now we have trials bikes, we have lawnmower racing, we have the kids, the family day with the bouncy castles, and of course we have some really good racing. Again, you can see there, I think someone out there on Storm Stacey's R6 Yamaha. So again, the amount of machines, the amount of top class machines, the amount of top class riders and top class people that we've met and seen again here at Bishop's Court has been something else. It never fails to impress. So on my behalf, I would like to thank the club, the Classic Bike Festival Ireland Club, everybody involved, all the marshals, flag marshals, scrutineers. Clark of course done a fantastic job, never again fails to impress, and he is an absolute gentleman, John McClure, and he's worked his absolute ass off. He's worked his absolute ass off all weekend. The whole team has, everyone involved, all the ground staff, again, scrutineer, everyone has been fantastic. So I'd just like to thank you all, and we are looking forward again to next year. And of course, thank you to all the teams and all the riders for not only entertaining me, but for entertaining the crowd, and of course also entertaining thousands and thousands of viewers worldwide over YouTube. Of course, we've been streaming it live up here in the commentary box, so again, you can watch it all back. But thousands from around the world are liking, commenting, sharing, and hopefully it will help in any sort of way to further grow this amazing event. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for everything, all the help, and the flag girls didn't even make one mistake this weekend. Jenny Garland, we're still waiting for a pole dance, but we'll get that streaming later on. So ladies and gentlemen, for me, I have to pack up now. Timekeepers have to go home as well. So thanks very much, and again, the checkered flag being flown for one last time. Thanks very much, guys. Please safe home, and remember, keep the racing to the track.